What's going on here?
What's up?
What's going on?
You know what? I logged in with the wrong account. I'm not, but I'm here. So whatever.
The wrong account.
Jimmy,
That's the waxed.
Listen, I have so many aliases
Mm.
that you'll know it's me on a stream when I'm like attacking Felipe and my name is like Rochester Dawn or something. And
Yes.
come here.
What's up, Sean?
Hey, Sean.
hey, the go. Oh no.
Oh my gosh, he has the Sonny Clark trio.
Yeah, I didn't buy it yet because I'm like Felipe waiting for there's a sale. Well, technically, there's Amazon Prime Day,
Yeah,
and then Target has their circle. They're going to be at the same time
yeah.
next weekend.
Yeah, from what I heard, yeah, it's going to start. They were telling people to hold their horses on the 4th of July sales because the real sales are coming next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
listen, Lastman. At least you acknowledged me like some other people don't.
Who doesn't acknowledge you?
Listen, I have enough enemies. I don't need to drag that up right now.
That's fair.
Repay.
Did you watch our interview with Zev?
Yes. Well, you know, I grew up around where he grew up.
Yeah,
That's not far away.
I think he's in Germantown, right?
Yeah. So he grew up in Montgomery County, which was always a very high. You know the area, very highfalutin.
Yeah.
I grew up in PG County, which they look down at, which is right next door.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any parental guidance in that county?
What?
Did you have any parental guidance in that county?
Okay, I was bused to school from basically like a white neighborhood to a black neighborhood near the border of Maryland and DC. My elementary school was across the street from a drive-in porno theater.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sounds like what's the name of it? Prince George's County, right?
Prince George, PG, yeah, Prince George's.
Yeah.
Like all the British people, all the places around DC have British names.
Of course.
Yes.
I did get this from our interview. This was a recommendation.
Yeah, thanks for letting us know.
The
You posted the interview.
there weren't that many. There
You're
weren't that
horrible.
many. But this is a Limelight. I didn't get the one he showed because that one is like $100.
Yeah, it's $80-$100, man.
Yeah,
So this one is just a single jacket one, repressed. It's cool. It's a good record, and it seems like I never heard of it, but everybody seems to.
Well, the Limelight, it was Mercury's kind of budget line, right?
I have a few Limelight.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think what he was saying is that they did a premium deluxe like jacket. They like even this is nice.
You're open, yeah. Looks like one of those open.
Hey,
And it sounds really good.
Well, you know what you did, Mike? Like Zev is from Ritzy, Montgomery County. It's almost like you got the PG County version.
So I got a copy as well, and mine is a 68 pressing. It has a pink label.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Very
and
cool.
and it was sealed. That was a cool thing. $40.
Nice.
Yeah,
What did you did you listen to it yet?
Oh yeah,
What did you think?
it is really good. Sounds in my system sounds pretty decent. No complaints.
Yeah, listen to it once.
Listen, Sean Howard, that's Baltimore, Maryland. DC, Maryland, we're different.
Yeah,
The line.
different ball game there.
Oh, like Felipe should know, right?
Mm-hmm.
DC, Maryland people, it's the DMV, and then Baltimore is Baltimore. And they call it Reisterstown
Yeah.
and Pikesville.
Yeah. Well, Baltimore is cool. I like going there. I like Annapolis better than Baltimore.
Well, Annapolis is, I consider it kind of Maryland, DC-ish.
Yeah,
Yes. I used to go there all the time. Yes.
it's pretty good. Good crabs and clams there,
Yes.
right?
On the Chesapeake Bay.
I thought you were talking about prostitutes. That's something you got from a prostitute.
What?
Crabs? No, nothing.
Listen, Maryland is a crab. If you've never eaten crabs, you know.
Yeah, American crabs. Yeah.
Yeah, they're great.
Can I start off showing what I got this last couple
Okay.
days?
Let's do it. What's up, Brandon?
So I look like Chris.
Sorry,
Hey,
my computer's slow.
You guys can't figure this shit out.
Well,
There's no way to do it, dude. It just is what it is.
I can do it. I can do it also, but I don't have control of it because I'm
I
blocked
don't even
in.
know how to use StreamYard.
Okay, so I've gotten back my thrift store mojo. So this I'm gonna go from kind of the lower end part to the good. This I've been finding a lot of these
That's fantasy.
this is like a burgundy. Does it come through? It looks black.
No.
Nice.
It's like a burgundy red.
Oh, you can kind of see that. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a garnet.
Garnet?
Yeah, I listened to his that San Francisco one that he put out. I really liked
There's
it.
the
I liked it more
red.
than
There's
I
the
thought I
red,
would.
and there's the ones that look kind of garnet.
Okay, well, I got a true red here. I've seen this record around, and I'm giving this to John Marino because there's this style called cha-cha.
Mhm.
And this was, I think, didn't put out a lot of records. This is true red.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, these are from this. The guy has his little label on here. I won't fully show his address. And
So is that a mono? Or
yeah, it's
are
mono.
Red Fantasy labels mono, and what are stereos?
Blue.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
And does the color of the vinyl matter?
No, I just think they because I got that Gerald Wilson that was a tone poet. I found a mono and red mint.
Mhm.
It sounds pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Cool. I like
Michael
that.
LeBron. I've not listened.
Who's he conducting that?
It doesn't say who's on here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll look it up, but maybe while I'm showing these, you could look it up. But it's a double album.
Is she a jazz bum? Excellent.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah, that's great. That has Ahmed's Blues on it, I think.
Yeah, this was recorded at a club in DC. It's a double live.
Yep.
It sounds great.
Yep.
So,
Felipe, did you move your mic back in front of your speaker again?
it's not discipline, Felipe, in front of everybody.
Disciplining.
This is
I'm fed up with this fucking shit.
yeah.
Oh,
On a hot mic. Hot mic.
what is that? Lighthouse?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's a
haven't seen
Lighthouse
these
label.
Lighthouse. It was a Lighthouse label, and they had the Lighthouse All Stars.
So wait, who's Hampton Hall's trio?
So first of all, it's mainly the Lighthouse All Stars. It's who Harold Rumsey,
Mm-hmm.
and then Bud Shanks with him, Bob Cooper, Frank Rossellino, Claude Williamson, and Stan Levy.
Okay.
Then they're joined by Hampton Hawes, Red Mitchell, and Shelly Mann.
That is like such a West Coast lineup.
Yeah. It's cool.
Is it boring?
Did you listen to that yet?
I haven't cleaned and listened to this yet.
Felipe, do you like that West Coast contemporary stuff?
Oh, you're muted.
Your mic-
Yeah. He's mad at you for disciplining him. All right.
We can't hear you still.
What the hell happened?
Okay, that is a cool cover, I will say.
Right. And this is probably the cleanest OG Prestige Mono RVG I've ever found.
Is that Bergenfield?
What is this one?
Yes, it's Bergenfield.
Okay.
What is that?
I don't want to show the label with the guy's address.
Oh, okay.
He's dead, so who cares?
That's
Well,
cool.
still, this sounds really good, but I probably might sell this one.
Can we see the cover again?
It's a kick-ass cover.
Is it 7000 series then? With
Yeah.
that?
It's 7,050, but one side is
Early.
Modern Jazz Quartet, and the other side is Milt Jackson Quintet.
Mhm.
Okay.
What year is that, Rob? Is there a
This
year
is
there?
like early 50s, 54, 52 and 54.
That's interesting because I just posted today that Hank Mobley All Stars, and he plays part of the Messengers and Milt Jackson.
Those were original. Those were
That's
originally
Kenny,
10
that's Kenny
inches
Clark
too.
before he moved to Europe, right?
But
Those were 10 inches.
so Henry Boozier, he's really good on this, but I don't have anything else. Does anyone have stuff with him?
No,
No.
never heard of
That,
it.
that was a short question. Thing there.
Well, let me look them up. I'm curious.
Maybe a pseudonym, maybe.
This
Yeah.
is what I've been looking for. This one,
Yeah, that's great. I have that.
right? And kick-ass green Atlantic label.
What is that?
It's
The
a
early stereo.
It's early
Yeah.
stereo. It's
Yeah.
unbreakable, by the way. But this sounds awesome. This sounds
Yeah, you always see the Jimmy Jeffrey one, and you never see the Sonny Rollins.
no, and this, this was thrift store. It was
That's
from
cool.
I can't imagine that they dropped a lot of good ones because whoever went through it, they didn't pick these up. So
Mhm.
Did you do you have that one, Felipe? Have you heard that record?
Not this one, Chris. I
is-
think I have like one or two MJQs. I never like went searching for many.
Yeah.
Well, this is volume 2. So is volume 1? What is volume 1?
Jimmy Jeffrey.
Oh, so that's okay. I have OG. So I have a mono OG of that one.
Hmm.
That's
Are
It's
there-
the,
are
it's
there
the same
more volumes?
place.
it's the black label.
It's at the same place. The same cover too.
Oh,
Are there
So
more volumes?
stereo is green and mono's black for Atlantic.
Back in the day, yeah. What, Felipe? What were we saying?
If there are more volumes past this one.
Oh, I don't think so. I've only seen the 2. I don't know. I'm gonna look that up.
That's a good one.
well, this is the cleanest I've ever found of any of this stuff.
Nice.
Very clean. But
Check them
what
out. That.
is Argo just called their stereo Odyssey?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I picked up one of his the quintessence. What is it called?
Quintessence.
Quintessence, and that's really good. So this is good. A great lineup on this. Can you see?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's a
Pretty
bunch of
good.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
cool.
it's orchestra.
Yeah.
Does anyone have? Well, I got this.
I don't have that.
This is, I think, it came out in '57, but this is 1962.
I have the John Hodges one with the same cover, but it's red.
Yeah, but they did 2 or 3 records together, right?
Yeah.
Speaker's Corner did one of them.
So there's only 2 of those MJQ at the music end.
They're up in price now. They're gone.
Does
Yeah.
anyone have any Leon Thomas records?
I saw this on the store last Saturday. Rob, how's that?
I used to.
I didn't listen to it yet, but this is his second album. They say his first one's amazing. But
I had the first one on Dutchman.
yeah. What do
See
you
the
think?
one that does that weird singing?
He yodels.
Yeah.
I can't deal with that shit, man. I don't know.
It's a kind of, he goes, ooh.
Terrible.
You're not gonna like it, Rob.
No, you're gonna hate the record, dude.
Yeah, but he does sideman work too, right? Isn't he on some pretty good record? Isn't he
Yeah.
on that Archie Shepp record?
He does with Pharoah Sanders. He does some stuff.
Yeah.
Isn't he? Okay.
He sounds like a saxophone.
I picked this up to sell this, but this is the French DMM because I have an
Marconi.
OG
What's
of this one.
What's the group on that one?
Oh, Gigolo is pretty good.
Let's see. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's a great.
Oh,
actually,
nice.
that's an underrated record.
Really good.
Yeah. So I'm probably be in an auction. So, yeah, that's what I got. So I did get a German copy of this.
Nice.
It's a nice one.
All right, can I jump in? I can't hang out too long tonight, so
Okay, just also one question. I don't
Yeah.
have my. How's the levels and everything? I don't have. Trisha took the computer, so I'm on
You're
the
way better
iPad.
than Felipe.
yeah, you sound
And-
perfect, dude.
Okay,
Felipe
that's why I'm
corrected his
staring.
problem.
It'll
No
look
dirt.
like I'm staring into the distance because I have the iPad and it doesn't match up.
Okay, so
Perfect.
obviously I got this Sonny Clark trio. I listened to it. It sounds fantastic.
We'll bring it up so we can see it, man.
I think the key here is that I think that the incredible aspect of this is how tight they are. It's like this isn't gonna like blow you out of the water in terms of like, ripping like solos, but I think that when you listen to their interchanges and just how incredibly tight they are, the bass player, Paul Chambers, is just like has some really nice solos on it. But it's really, It's chill. It's got a real nice vibe to it. So, I think that context matters, and I think they are just so awesome. This is such a great record. I'm so happy to get it. So anyway, got the Tone Poet.
Hang on, I want to talk about that real quick for a second. So now you have a King pressing of that, Felipe?
Yes. I remember like about 2 years ago, Brandon one day hit me a message. Man, this is on eBay. It's a good price. Get it. From Japan.
Is it a stereo or a mono?
It's stereo.
Stereo.
It's stereo. Okay.
Because there was a mono of that too, right?
So,
Yeah, the mono came out first in the US.
Yeah.
For
But I
years.
think yeah.
But the only mono is
first
actually
stereo
the
came out,
first
I
pressing.
think.
What
The first stereo came out, I think, in.
Well, what's the catalog number of this one? 15.
It's 1579. So this one, I think there were 2 tapes. The mono, like set up, and then for the stereo too.
Yeah. And this one came right after Blue Train, which is 77.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. And look at that. I mean, the Reed Miles design. I mean, come on, that's definitely going to be a Jazz Bums thumbnail one day.
It's one of the coolest record covers ever.
Yeah.
So
now,
badass.
how does it rate? Where does it rate for you, Felipe, and the Sonny Clark stuff? Where does that one rank?
I would say it's like in my top 3 Sonny Clarks. Really in top 3.
Because most of the other stuff is not like a trio.
Right.
No, I mean, Cool Strutting is one of my favorite of all time. I even like put it aside because it's kind of so diverse from his other work. I like Leaping and Loping a lot, and his live record as well.
Would you say the Cool Struttin' is his masterpiece record?
I would say
yeah.
No, sorry. I would put in that category not because like maybe musically brilliant, but it's so catchy. It's so like I think a record has to be not only well played, but it has to be appealing. And I think Cool Strutting checks all the boxes. I think and the cover, everything. I think that record is quite an achievement. I think so.
Yeah.
That's me.
Mine's supposed to come tomorrow morning from Amazon, so I'm excited to hear it.
Yeah, I'm trying to hold my trigger finger based on the way I feel and Felipe feels about the sales next week. So
I know, me too. I just couldn't wait, man. On that
but
one.
it is Amazon only has it for $34, so they have it on sale.
Yeah.
All right. I think Sonny's Crib to me is like my favorite Sonny Clark.
Mm-hmm.
I think Cool Struttin' is probably like, I think I've heard people say like they would never change a single note on that record. Like it's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know it that well. I know it, but I like Sonny's Crib to me is just an incredible record. I love that one so much. So anyway, so
I put Cool Strutting as his 4th best.
So Mike's here, and before I listened to that, I was listening to another trio. This is the Taishan Sorry Trio. This is their new record. It's a double 45 continuing on Pi Records. And I just bought it blind because Mike was like, this is great. And
this is really good. I got mine like last week.
Price went up.
And they do Reincarnation Blues, which is a Wayne Shorter track, which I showed. I don't know if I still have it here. But I showed this. So when Mike showed this, I showed this, and this is Wayne Shorter's Reincarnation Blues. So that's, I think, the original. I think he may have written it before this, but they do this on that. And then, anyway, they also do Angel Eyes, which if anybody's a Sinatra fan out there, Frank Sinatra sings Only for the Lonely. He does that. It's fantastic. So they do a haunting rendition of it. It is fantastic. But I will say, like, it is Reincarnation Blues is the first track, and it's like a slow groove, waiting for the beat to come. Like, it's just surprising that he selected that for the first track, I felt like. But it's really just like falling in the pocket. And they're great. So this is a good one. You can get this on their Bandcamp. Mike, have you listened to this anymore?
I listened to it once this week. So it's probably the 3rd time I've listened to it, and I love that trio. The first one, you can't get on vinyl anymore.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's done, and he had put that out on his private label, and you know, and so I don't know if it'll be ever repressed. Well, it probably will be, but yeah, that's just a really excellent trio. They're tighter on this recording, and sort of the reason why is when they did the first recording, he just wanted them to come in the studio. These are the tunes and go. No run through, no, just go for it. This one, it just seems like they know, they're more in tune with each other. They're just a tighter group. It's better to say they're a tighter group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the first one was excellent also. I mean, the first one was one of my favorite albums the year it was released, and this is going to be on my list of favorites.
And for the audiophile out there, this is a double 45. I mean, it sounds great.
Yeah. It's like one song per side.
Yeah, it's 4 tracks and then 1 song per side, and each one it sounds really good.
Did you get it too, Felipe?
Yes, it's downstairs. I got it like last week.
You like it?
Oh yeah, I love it. By Michael's recommendation too. I streamed it right away. A few titles, and this was the first one I purchased.
And I think we showed this last week, but that's Harold Mayburn.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like Harold Mayburn's very recognizable.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And anyway, I think he died in 2019. And he was like, I feel like he was like groove funk. He was like late 60s, like when he started, I think, Mayburn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was in that long line of like Memphis piano players. He knew Phineas Newborn, and the subsequent players that came through Memphis. They always talk about Harold Mayburn, Mulgrew Miller, Donald Brown, and I'm missing someone else, but
the last track is a Mayburn track. Mm-hmm. So they do 4 tracks. None of these are original compositions. They do an Ahmed Jamal, a Wayne Shorter, the Angel Eyes, which is like an old Broadway standard, and then they do a Mayburn. So really great selection.
Oh, yeah.
What's this?
Uh-oh.
Give me candy.
Uh-oh.
Great. Let me just continue on. I picked this up. So Steve Westman interviewed some folks. Rob, you were on the panel. It was when you were up in at the audio show with all the guys.
Yeah.
And there was some talk around Kevin Gray mastering some classical for Speaker's Corner. So I went, saw what was available, sampled a few of them. This one is fantastic. This is really good. This is a Beethoven. But if you're into classical and the thing is, these original Columbias, generally when they were pressed poorly, although the music is excellent from what I understand. So this is from the original tape, the original master tape. We have that confirmed, and you guys will see that in the near future. But anyway, this is really fantastic. So I got that classical piece. And then I've been trying to get into more Stravinsky because I think, Brandon, you and Stunty were talking about Stravinsky, or you were at least. And this is not out there Stravinsky. This is him doing neoclassical. And this is a London, this is a Decca, so OGUK, and it's a mono. And Answer May does it. And Answer May was friends with Stravinsky and generally considered to be an authority on his interpretation. So this is a Symphony in C, which I really like. I forget the year this was. I think this was early. And then this Symphony in 3 movements was written during World War II. It's like right in between. So it's pretty dark. But anyway, this is so fantastic.
Now I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you going to start a Stravinsky Facebook group?
No, but Baggy wants to do Baggy on Baggy's channel. He wants to do a classical series. So I think I'm going to jump on that.
Pretty cool.
All right, then I got This Is a Killer.
The record lost us 20 viewers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, can you show us some kids' music?
All right. Well, here's some killer. So this is a first press Italian pressing on Black Saint 0001. First catalog number, Billy Harper Black Saint. This is the OG Black Saint label. Really
Now,
cool.
who is that a picture of? It looks like Sam Rivers.
Sam Rivers?
Yeah.
It does look like Sam Rivers, but who the hell knows? It's the shape of Africa. That's like the side of, so it's more artistic, I think, than that. But anyway, I got this for for
a car payment.
A car. But I'm really happy to have this. I've listened to it. It sounds incredible. It's a great pressing, and it's it's out there. It's for me, it's difficult, but enjoyable. I need to spend more time with it, but
I don't think it's too out there.
I was going to say the same thing.
I know, but I feel like I've just been listening to the Sonny Clark trio, and like I'm trying to.
Well, you know what? It's no Stravinsky.
But come on, you listened to the freaking Ascension last week and said this is
so good. Ascension is so good. Just be an adult and listen to Ascension.
Hey, Mike,
Ascension, come on. It is just the best chaos. It's like, let's just all get in a room. We're all great. The tenors on that, if you look at the names, and they all know what they're doing. They're all just blaring. It's like, that is a great record. And when they finally allow someone to come in and solo, it's just crazy good. Now, the thing is, that's, you're not going to put that on to relax to. So I guess that's why people have a problem with it. But anyway, this is really good. I'm just saying, Ascension's fun. You just got to do it in the right context, in my opinion.
In the middle of the desert.
No comment by anybody? Okay, whatever. All right, and then I have 3 more to show.
Yeah, Billy Harper's playing next week, remember?
I've been getting an Instagram ad about that.
Mm-hmm.
Where's he playing? New York?
Yeah.
I got that Instagram too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got one more thing to show, and it's 3 records. I'm going to show them pretty much all at once. This is Analog Productions, Grooving with Golson.
Ooh, yeah.
Analog Productions, Booker Irvin.
That album is amazingly awesome.
And then Analog Productions, The Tenor Scene, Lockjaw with the little giant. What's his name? Johnny Griffin. So anyway, these are probably the last 3 I'm going to get of the series. I have about 25 of them, and then some of them like the Kenny Dorham, whatever it is, Silent Kenny. What is it?
Quiet Kenny. What you just said.
Quiet Kenny.
Quiet Kenny.
And then also, anyway, and then the Sax Colossus. I have a different version of that, but generally, I have all the ones I'm going to get. I'd like to get them all, but I mean, I think I'm good with it.
Did you get the loud Tony?
Yeah. All right. Yes.
Pretty good. What'd you think about the Golden?
That's what I got. So I'm done with my AP Prestige. I think I'm pretty sure I'm done. I invested enough into that.
Did you like the Golden?
I haven't listened to it yet, but I've streamed it, and these 3, I wanted all 3 of these. The Booker Irvin is what put me over the edge. And then I'm sorry. The Booker Irvin came in, but then Chad upped the free shipping to $100. So I was like, well, I can't just do an add-on. And then I wanted the Tenor Scene, and then Benny Golson came back in, and I was like, all right, I'm going to get these 3, and I'm done with the series. It's put enough money into it.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Welcome.
I've been clean. You know what? That collection I got, I still have a lot to clean and listen to, but I've been cleaning this week and listening to these.
Oh, this is good.
Oh, that's an OG?
OG mono.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
This is awesome.
Now that's a trio and a quintet?
Yeah.
Who's on the quintet with them?
So you got it's Nat Adderley, Bobby Jasper, who shines on this.
Love Bobby Jasper.
And Benny Golson is that one, and then Paul Chambers, Jimmy Cobb is the other one with Wynton Kelly.
That's an
stereo. The black is stereo. The blue is mono.
Yeah.
Now, how much does that go for, Rob?
100, 150, maybe 150, probably.
Yeah.
Ish. And then this is very good. I'm not a big Blue Mitchell guy. He's really good on this.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, I have
for sure.
And then Stunty will be happy. I'm loving Sam Rivers more and more the more I listen to his stuff. So this is a live performance. on Impulse with Hayden and McBee and Norman Connors. It's funny that Norman Connors kind of went the whole disco route, but his jazz stuff is really, when he's playing with Sam Rivers, because I got that other, I forget the name of it. And then this, I cleaned and listened to today. This is killer. This is a U.S. reissue from Red, Mike.
Oh, I have that. I have Red just did a reissue of that.
Oh, wow.
Different cover. That's why I didn't notice that.
Yeah, but look, this is what's funny. Is that here on one side is like you can read it, Dave Holland and Barry Schultz, but here it's like reversed on the other side.
Yeah.
But this is crazy good. And then I feel like I was just beat up by listening to this.
Is that Red label from the UK or is that a different?
No, it's Italian. But
Italian.
Like this, I always thought they were like a low budgety US label, but I think they were kind of known for not putting out very good quality, the US issues. But this is great. No, I'm keeping all these Rivers, man. But this is a George Pires. It doesn't sound that great. So when they talk about Atlantic recordings were not recorded that great.
Yeah.
This is not a great.
Hey, you know who reissued that, Rob? Speaker's Corner.
Shh. Everyone's reissued that, man.
No, they haven't. I think ORG has, or no.
When are you doing the retraction video, guys?
For what?
Wait, so so ORG has done some of the Ornette Atlantic, right?
They did this.
And they did
45.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the 45 from ORG.
I haven't listened to. I just cleaned, but I haven't listened to this yet. This one. But these are George Pires ones. So we'll see how that sounds. I wasn't impressed by the sound of the.
Does anybody like that other record? Because I haven't heard it yet.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
It's pretty. I would say out of all the Ornette Coleman I've listened to, this is.
It sounds like you're in a fucking jam, like a band that's warming up.
Well, I'll tell you this.
It's two groups.
Side 2 is more listenable than side 1, but side 1 is what I believe the soundtrack should be when all three jazz bums are in the same room.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably like the easiest definition of how out you can get with free. Like, I mean, it's literally two groups playing at once.
Yeah,
different time signatures.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot to digest.
So here's that Red reissue.
It was a much nicer cover for sure.
So you don't have another version of that, Mike, do you?
No.
I'm curious.
I'm
curious how that sounds.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I feel like Sam Rivers' version of free jazz. I can hear his art, the mastering of his instruments. You know what I mean? Because on that album, he's playing piano and it's pretty good. Yeah, he plays piano.
Yeah. What's up, Rev?
That's it, Roberto. That's it.
Rev, I saw your video today.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
To share all that.
Yeah, I really appreciated the video, Rev.
Yeah. Excellent video.
Yeah. Now we have to feel sorry for you instead of just like you.
Wow.
So, don't think about this whole kerfuffle with the speakers thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What is that? Is that an actual quote?
Wait, Stunty, you're gonna say Ornette is tamer than Sam Rivers? I don't know. I don't think so, based on everything I've heard.
Yeah, some stuff. Mike, did you finish reading the Henry Threadgill book?
No, I haven't even started.
He talks about he actually jammed a little bit with Sam Rivers, but they recorded, but they never recorded, but they were like rehearsing. And he said Sam Rivers, his approach was go to his band. every musician he would assign a note only. You only play this, you only play this, and let's get together and start. That's his approach to the band. So it's kind of confusing, but over time that they would catch up and find interesting things between them.
Yeah, with Rivers, you can always, I don't know, you can tell the tradition, in his playing.
Mm-hmm.
It may be out, but he knows the tradition. He can, you listen to his. Remember that Beatrice is a Sam Rivers composition. That's one of my favorite ballads in all of jazz. And only a few people have been able to pull off playing it besides Sam Rivers.
Art Pepperdo version of that, right?
Joe Henderson.
Yeah.
And there's one other person that actually pulls it off.
I got to revisit that.
But it's, Sam Rivers. And then, that's sort of Standards album he did for Blue Note, the New Conception. It's excellent also. You always hear,
oh yeah,
past
that New Conceptions is all standards, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Like, I think, yeah.
I mean, that's one they should do a tone poet, I think.
And the cover's cool too.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But that Sam Rivers Fuchsia Swing song, Beatrice is on that, right?
Is it? Yes. That's. Mm-hmm.
I need to read
Great record, man. I love that record.
Yeah, that's a great record.
It is pretty good.
Did you get the classic of that, Mike, or did you have a different copy?
I have a Music Matters 45. I actually got it from Fred Putter.
You know what?
It's got his stamp on the back.
To me, that classic is one of the better sounding classics, the Sam Rivers.
Yeah.
That sounds really good.
Yeah.
A lot of dudes were disappointed with Hornet when he first came out.
So that Fuchsia Swing song has Sam Rivers, Jackie Byard on piano, which is awesome, Ron Carter bass, and Tony Williams on drums. So just a killer quartet.
I ordered a Jackie record today.
And Mike, you got that thing that just came out, the Sam Rivers thing, right? The box.
Yeah, Nicole. Nicole? Yeah, I think Nicole.
I think that's still for sale.
Nicole told me about it, and then I ordered it.
It's like $200 though. How many records are in it?
Oh gosh, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's excellent.
It's a bunch.
It's excellent, and it was sort of a Sam Rivers project because there's more to that. The box set is sort of a condensed thing of the whole project. Because if you start buying the CDs, it's crazy. And I'll probably buy some of those. They still sell that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's really good. And I was worried about sound quality and all that stuff. It's fine. It's fine.
Yes.
Does anybody
sorry. Okay. No, go on.
I was going to ask if anybody knows a Jackie Byard record called Freedom Together. It's from '66 on Prestige.
Yes.
Is that the black? Is it green, purple, and black? Mostly black.
You have a lot of solo records for Prestige.
It's just like a black cover with yellow and red text. It's got him, Richard Davis, Alan Dawson, and then.
What's the cover look like? I can look.
Is that the one that Rev posted on the Discord?
I don't know. Here, I'll show you. Hang on.
You got it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
So
I don't always remember the titles.
So Richard Davis plays bass and cello. And then Alan Dawson plays drums, vibes, and timpani. And then there are vocals on tracks 2 and 6.
Yeah. I'll order a copy of that today.
Talk about someone you can't get. They need to reissue a bunch of his records.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, I know that one. That's probably the one I like the least.
Oh, great. Damn it.
Oh, did you order it?
Yes.
Never mind. No, it's great.
Oh, well.
But it's still really good.
That's it. There it is.
Who's leading in the category of getting Chris to buy shitty records? Is it you, Brandon, or is it?
Well, I don't.
What?
Tom made that's it. Stan Getz.
I've never recommended this shitty record, so I don't know who you're talking about.
And that's an album they should re-release on vinyl. Well, they should release on vinyl.
Is that like a Verve record?
I believe it is. It's really good. It is amazing.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, got to revisit that.
Gotta cheer up, yeah.
They had a bunch of new crap.
Okay.
Let's see it.
It's all under $5, right?
No, it's not. Shut up. It's not under $5. Some of it was $5. I think this one was $5. Hang on. After the 20% discount I got, man. This is my first Sonny Fortune record. I really like this one.
Oh, this
Serengeti Minstrel.
Minstrel.
What's the style of that? Because I've sampled some of his stuff and it's real funky, kind of, isn't it? Fortune.
Yeah, it's kind of. This one's kind of all over the place, man. I mean, it's like soul jazz and some Latin mixed in.
Soul's probably better.
But it's got him, Kenny Barron, Jack DeJohnette, Gary King plays electric bass. Never heard of him.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I think Woody Shaw. Yeah, Woody Shaw's on a bunch of the tracks. He plays like cornet, and then what else? Flugelhorn. And then it's got Kenny Barron plays like piano and Rhodes on it. It's really good. So I like that one a lot.
It's pretty good.
That's one on. That's the one that's on. Is it on Columbia or?
It's on Atlantic.
It's on Atlantic. So he does the two for Horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Those are more like post bop, and then the two he does on Atlantic are two. The ones right after are more soul jazz, kind of funky.
What's your favorite Sonny Fortune? I want to get more of his stuff.
The Awakening is my favorite, and the two on Horizon are my favorites.
He has one on ESP disc too, I think. No, Strata-East.
Yeah, that one's expensive.
Yeah,
I sold it today. It's like $150.
I mean, my favorite Sonny Fortune in the '90s. He put out on. It's only on CD, but he put out this one Monk tribute on this label Konix that was really good. Then he got signed to Blue Note.
Mm-hmm.
He did another Monk recording. It's 4-in-1. That should be a classic. That's excellent. And then he did two more. They're all excellent. Yeah. I mean, from the '90s to basically to the end of his life, he was really releasing some really good stuff.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to more. I picked this one up. It's Art Farmer Quintet. It's a live concert.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah, it was cheap, but it's good. I like it. So Columbia 2. I'm trying to remember it's a mono. I'm trying to remember who was on here. Let's see. It's Art Farmer, Jimmy Heath, Coleman Walton. Is that Cedar Walton or is that an actual human? Coleman Walton.
I want to say it's Peter Walton.
Very like
it's a plan.
And then there's something about that where it wasn't actually live or something like that. Where they actually overdubbed like a phony crowd noise and
yeah, it's fine. I mean,
because Mosaic did a CD reissue of that back in the night. That's what I picked up. And they told the whole story behind it.
Oh, this is good because I have this Dexter Gordon.
Yeah,
Woody Shaw's on there, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean,
I
don't know.
I think it was about those days also, Rob. There was like a double. There's two volumes of Woody Shaw and Freddie Hubbard. That stuff is great.
Woody Shaw's on
the Village.
I have
that's
those.
the Village Vanguard one.
Yeah, that was the best. But this was good. So it's Dexter, obviously. Eddie, I can barely read this. Eddie Gladden's on drums, who I've kind of been getting into. George Cable's on piano, and then Rufus Reed on bass. Good $5. This is a $5 record.
Yes.
Freaking awesome, though.
Not hard to find.
No, not at all. Homecoming
was part of that resurgence he had because of the movie.
Yeah.
This came out
that was before the movie.
No, the movie was in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's in the 80s, isn't it?
No, before the movie. I don't know what year it came out.
Like his wife take over and
That was the resurgence when he came back to the U.S.
Chris,
Yeah.
what song is he doing? Original compositions or is he doing jazz standards? What's he doing on that?
The cover on here is kind of shit, but it's 78. So
It is 70.
as time goes by, Moments Notice, there's a version of Tanya on here. Body and Soul, I Told You So, and LTD.
He came back.
Good.
Yeah,
He did a show at the Village Vanguard
that's good. Yeah,
that kind of sparked him, and so did
Yep.
Bud Powell. They both kind of came back.
yeah.
But Bud Powell's first night, it was like he had some really good shows, and then he bombed.
Mm-hmm. So
and then
yeah,
Bud Powell kind of went into drinking again heavily.
no, I think that Dexter he was kind of negotiating coming back from Europe and had this chance to play the Village Vanguard,
Yeah.
and he just exploded.
Didn't his wife kind of? When did he meet his wife?
I think it was like in the 70s, Rob.
But didn't she? She was instrumental in making him come back and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Am I wrong?
she negotiated the whole thing. She played like the middleman there.
Right. Okay, that's a mixing with the movie and all that stuff. But I remember, was there a documentary made about that, or at least there was like 60 Minutes or something like that? That's what I thought.
Well, they both came back. The movie actually is. The
86.
movie Round Midnight is about. He's playing Bud Powell,
Yeah.
except he's playing Bud Powell as a sax player.
Yeah, it's a combination of Bud Powell, Lester Young,
And
Sorry.
sort of himself too.
yeah, and Dexter Gordon.
Yeah.
Hold on. The end groove is just dead a no-no. Mike, you did a no-no.
What the fuck? Hang on. No.
In between the strings.
You don't call him Norm. He don't like that.
Who the fuck's Norm?
Yeah. He's the guy who sits on the bar chairs.
Yeah.
What's up, Mike?
Mike.
I heard it's on his. I heard it's like 120 in Phoenix these days.
I have a problem.
But it's always 120 in Phoenix. He has air conditioning.
This comment is just not correct.
What's that?
The Dexter of the Village Vanguard LP sounds awful.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
No.
When did that come out? When did that come out?
What?
Well-
76, 77, something like
Yeah.
Who's he play with on that?
It's Woody
Yeah.
Shaw's band at the
that?
time.
Yeah, that's Woody Shaw's band.
I have to get that. Can you go back to Show Records?
77.
Oh my gosh.
I am. We're talking about this record still, man.
Ugh.
No. Show the rest of your horrible records.
Shut the fuck up. How about that? Shut the fuck up, dude.
That's a good
This
record.
one, yeah, this one's actually really surprised me. It's better than I thought it was going to be. I really like this one. I mean, I like a lot of CTI stuff. I haven't listened to it a lot lately. So I picked this one up. It's got Don Alias, I don't know who that is. Joe Beck, which is why I picked it up. Herb Bushler, Herbie Hancock, and Jim Madison. So it's like a smaller group for a CTI, but yeah, it's really good. I
kind of feel like all his records are a little bit different.
Yeah, that's true.
Chris, is
I
that
got this one.
that Lewis Hayes on Muse behind you? Is that new?
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. Yes, for
Yeah,
sure
that's
it
a
is.
great record.
This is a cool record. I
Mm.
need to listen to this a few more times. I don't think I quite really figured, I'll
Is
listen to it
this Strata-East?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Strata-East. And it's cool because Bill Lee, who's a bass player, and then a bunch of his relatives basically are the four main players. They're the descendants of Mike and Phoebe, who were slaves. Or I think it was like their great grandparents or something around there, right?
Mhm.
And so it's a really interesting record.
Please don't start a rumor that Pure Pleasure is going away. Please, guys.
Yeah. So I like that one a lot. And then this one was really cool.
Nice.
I
Oh,
love Monty Alexander. So
That's a flute trio.
no, it's piano.
piano.
No.
Only on the
Oh,
piano.
Sam Most
No,
is flautist.
No, I thought, yeah.
I sold a sealed copy of that.
Sam Most is a flautist. He plays the flute, but it's also a piano and bass. So I don't know.
Oh.
It is actually it's an interesting combo. Now I think about it.
I preferred Sam on Happy Days. He was really good as Ralph Mouth.
Yeah, those are really good.
only people of a certain vintage understand.
Hey, look. Hey, I got a chuckle. That's all much. I think like 80% of the people here know Happy Days.
But all the Concord jazz I bought, they're usually cheap and they sound really good.
Yeah, that
Oh, yeah.
period.
Well,
they're-
recorded.
all those records sound really good.
Then I got this one, which I was really happy to get.
Oh, this is good.
Um,
I got this one too.
You know, the funny thing is all his albums are pretty cheap, but they sound good. They're good.
It's like it's creeping up towards $20 now, Rob.
Yeah,
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no longer a $5
I don't
CTI.
know. It's getting more expensive. I mean, I paid I think 15 for it.
He was on that subsidy label, the Kudzu, right? He
Kudzu,
wasn't on CTI.
Yeah.
This is CTI.
I understand, but I thought a lot of the ones he did with Creed were on that other label.
Well, he's got that Spanish whatever. I haven't listened to it yet. I bought it too. It's on CTI as well. But this one's cool. It's got Joe Henderson, Roland Hanna, Richard T, and Billy Cobham. So
Yeah,
I like
it's
this
good.
one. And then I finally picked this up because they had a copy at the store. I've listened to this like 20 times before. Just streaming it. This is JD.
These records kill them. Those guys, they kill them. They play so well. They're such gifted musicians.
For sure.
It's
I'm going to
incredible.
ask, I have a question. So I just was streaming this Elvin Jones record on the mountain.
Okay.
Does
Yeah.
anyone have that record?
What does that do with this record I'm showing? Damn it.
I
Come
have
on,
Rob.
hold on. I have a point to make.
Okay.
I have it.
It sounds like that album. It sounds like it's like they were influenced by that album. Came out in like '76. It's Jan Hammer playing keyboards. It sounds like the Demi in JD Beck.
I
That
do
was
not
comment.
associate Elvin Jones with that style, but I don't doubt he can play it.
No, go listen to that record on the mountain. It's Jan Hammer and Elvin Jones and one other dude.
Well, the album I always compare it to is Sweet Rain, the Stan Getz on Verve with Grady Tate on drums. That thing is very in vein with this.
No,
The
go listen to that on the
cool
mountain.
thing about JD Beck is he just sounds like his drumming is basically drum and bass. Like, that's how drum and bass people say it.
Here's a record Rob's talking
Yeah.
about.
Now, have you heard the Demi and JD Beck record,
I
Brandon?
have them both.
So what am I making a bad comparison?
No, I mean I could see what you're. There's drums and keyboards.
No, it sounds very similar.
I'll play it again. He plays a lot of like kind of like break beats.
Yeah.
And so I think I think a lot of the breakbeat drum players are influenced by Elvin Jones, so that makes sense. I'll play them together, and I'll give you a review next week.
All right, thank you.
Cool.
Anyway, that's a cool record,
Here's
Chris.
the cover. Can you show us the cover of the one you're talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were still going,
It's the
Chris.
best Elvin
Oh,
Jones
yeah,
cover
yeah.
ever.
Man,
Yeah, that's pretty badass.
And I didn't realize that dude was 6'6", playing drums.
Yeah.
Check out Jan Hammer.
Damn,
Yeah,
Elvin Jones was 6'6".
Yes.
Woo! Smashing that shit.
I got one
And not to cockblock Chris. Chris, if you could stream that record, they sound very similar to me.
Oh, well, for sure. No, for sure.
And he was missing K9.
I got a bunch of other ones, but I haven't listened to yet. I'll show them next week, but I'll listen to this one again today. Listen to this one
Yeah,
next week.
I've been wanting to get that.
Yeah, that's
You
great.
can. It's cheap as fuck, dude. I mean, it's like a
Yeah, I know.
I have
Actually,
I
they
have
went
that. That's a
together.
great. And that's is he Jackie McLean's stepson or
J-Mac.
son?
His stepson.
The
Stepson.
stepson, right?
Yeah.
Stepson, yeah.
Sounds
And
great.
Ronnie Matthews on piano is killer.
Yeah.
That's a great group right there.
Yeah, everybody on that.
I thought that I didn't know who Renee McLean was. I thought it might have been Jackie going by a different name or something. But he plays soprano, alto, and tenor on this, and I think he's kind of the highlight of the record.
Did he kind of fade away, Mike?
Who? Renee McLean?
I think he might be. Yes, I think he might be teaching. I'm not sure, but I think the last I heard that he was teaching.
Well, did he take over like the institute after Jackie passed?
I don't think he took it over, but that he might have a place there.
This is a good Louis Hayes record here. This is his VJ record. It's got Nat Adderley on cornet, Yusuf Lateef tenor, Barry Harris piano, Sam Jones bass, and then he's on drums. So, pretty killer quintet there.
Is it like 60s or what?
This is probably like 1960, maybe 61. This is an early VJ.
I'll tell you, I'm waiting for that Verve record that's been delayed forever that Chad's doing, the Louis Hayes with Rashawn Roland Kirk, and
They
that one.
do a Nat Adderley. They do a Jay Adderley. Is that Cannonball? Yeah. And then they do a Yusuf, and then they do a couple Barry Harris.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Julian.
Great record.
Jay Adderley's Julian.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Of course. So anyway, this is in really nice condition. I got this for pretty cheap. These VJs, I don't know if you see them, pick them up. They're great.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that's not a cheap record though. Check
I got
this
this
out,
for
guys.
Hey, Rob.
no
Shut
more.
up,
I
Mike.
don't think I paid more than
Listen.
$15 for this.
This
What was the
Esposito has
Lewis Hayes
joined
you were
us.
just talking about?
Everyone shut up.
What now?
Well, welcome, Mike.
Hey,
Third Mike.
Hey, Mike, we love the design of the T-shirt. Really
Andrew
good.
Mike.
Yeah, this is the new one.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, very nice. Very cool.
Blue Notesque.
How's
Did
it
you have
going?
to design that one, or did somebody come up with that?
This was the contest winner. I held a contest.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Hmm.
Nice.
Yeah. That's
Well,
the
welcome to the show, man.
Midnight Blue, is it? The Kenny Burrell?
My bad.
Midnight Blue, yeah.
Yeah, this was the
That's-
contest winner. I held a contest and somebody designed this, and this was the one that was picked. I did like polls on them,
Mhm. I
and
remember.
this was the one that came out on top. So I think I have a definite jazz loving audience for this to be the one everybody chose.
I really like the one with your the cartoon of your face too. That was really cool.
Well, that was maybe that was the vanity in me, but I picked that one because I liked it so much. So this one, the contest, that one I decided to do anyways.
That's awesome. So can we talk about what you're talking about in the comments? We've had all these crazy sales where people are just offloading stuff for free, even right? Like Sound of Vinyl was selling all that stuff for free with just shipping. Chad has had some crazy sales.
Yeah.
You're saying you don't think that's going to happen in the future? Like they're going to adjust?
No, it's all the same. It's all the same 150 records. We're all sitting on the same stuff because I talked to Chad about it. Because in an ideal world, we were bouncing ideas back and forth. If he had a pallet of this and I had a pallet of that, we'd swap it and we'd eliminate half of our problem.
Oh, right.
But the situation is we all have the same exact stuff. We're all sitting on toolbox sets, the Ornette Coleman box set, the same Tone Poets, the same Blue Note classics. It's just the same 150 records. There was a point in time where we all were ordering, basing our choices on 2021, beginning of 2022 sales levels, and then it kind of stopped. The market kind of slowed down, and we all spent 4 months ordering, thinking it was 2021, and the bottom kind of fell out a little bit, and that period we're all kind of sitting on those records.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that new Sonny Clark trio is going to sell? That new Tone Poet?
That actually hasn't done that well.
Oh, right. Okay.
I mean, I would say the Hank Mobley is maybe almost 3 to 1.
Wow.
And the Bill Evans is rocking. It's been a while since I've had a record that's moved as well as that Bill Evans.
Have you listened to it?
I haven't. So I can't listen to jazz until my wife is not at the shop. So tomorrow is my jazz day. It's turned into jazz. It's funny because she came and visited me last week. She brought me lunch. And she just walked in. And I think we had an Archie Shepp record going. And she's like, "You're chasing all the customers out. You need to stop this right away." So Saturday has turned into my jazz day, which may or may not be a good thing because it is our busiest day. And most people aren't going to want to hear an Archie Shepp record, but too bad. I do it anyways.
Exactly. I saw your video that you did this week that had those in it and the international shipping. So that you're shipping worldwide now. That sounded pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited.
Going?
I'm kind of excited about it. It's working pretty well. Like it's increased our international business. I mean, it's still a select. You're only going to buy MoFi impacts. You're only going to buy certain titles, the stuff that's hard to get there. But it's kind of interesting seeing where a lot of stuff is going. It's actually the Philippines, Mexico. I've got a lot of records going to Mexico, which I never would have thought. But
hey, how did you develop your relationship with Kevin Gray for Coherent? Did you just basically reach out and say like, I want to sell these records because you knew they were going to be good, like the Kirsten Atkins and the next one? Because like his distribution, I feel like is he, because he's independent. So I was just curious, like, was that something you were proactive about making sure that like you had a relationship with him?
Well, yeah, I never wanted to it's weird kind of how I approach these guys. Like I met Kevin a few times in the past, but I've never reached out to him. I don't do much in the way of interviews, and I don't do much. I didn't want to be a fanboy. You know, I wanted to keep it professional, although I would love to. But even when I talk to him now, I try not to do that. But I kind of just reached out to him one day, and I said, you know, because I heard in an early interview, he's like, the big three are gonna carry this record, and it was funny. I'm like, I thought to myself, I'm like, we need to change that. So I reached out to him, and I remember him telling me, and it was kind of funny. You know, he was telling me.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said the big three?
Correct. He kind of told me that it was
Acoustic
at that point in
Sounds.
time.
Okay, sorry.
Acoustic, Elusive, and Music Direct.
Mm-hmm.
And I reached out to him, and he kind of said, well, you know, we're really just, I have limited ability to distribute this because I'm a one-man show. I'm mastering 400 records a year, and I'm running this label, and it's only me. I'm the only one that does the shipping, the orders, the billing. And he goes, you know, so we have this, I thought it was funny. He goes, we have this minimum, you know, you got to buy X amount of records. You know, do you think that's something you'll be able to be able to do? And it was kind of funny. I'm like, you know, that's great. Can I have 5 times that amount? I knew it would be good. I felt it. I didn't know anything about the music, but I just felt like, I think at this point in time, he's the best mastering engineer there is. I don't think in 2023, anybody's putting out a higher quality product than Kevin Ray as far as sonics are concerned. And I believed in the Rudy Van Gelder philosophy, direct to two track, live takes. You know, the magic in those records is the fact that they're not over rehearsed and they're cut direct to 2 track, and they're kind of the equivalent of what you would get in a live setting. And I kind of believe that philosophy that he was talking about. And I just felt it was going to be sonically fantastic, and the music may or may not be great. But I actually really, you know, I watched your review on it. I know you weren't a huge fan of it, but I really dug the record. I mean, it's not Love Supreme. It's not a cutting edge record, but
hey, don't block me. And I like the record.
I thought it was so musical, and it was fun to listen to, and it's one of those records that I can put on, and my wife, for instance, won't go running out the room. She'll give me the stink eye, but I think it's a good record in the fact that it appeals to a lot of people, and you know, it's sonically fantastic, and I think that's important for jazz records in general, because I get a lot of people into jazz based on a sonically good sounding record.
I did like the trombone. The trombone tracks I thought were really good.
She's a very nice person, by the way, too.
Those are the best tracks on the record. When you've got the trombone on the right, you've got her on the left, and they play together. I feel like those are the better tracks on the album.
I'm looking forward to the next one.
The next one, the Anthony Wilson.
Unfortunate for us, unfortunate for Kevin. He was trying to keep it a secret, and then Joe let everyone know.
Oh, did they finally?
Musicians shared it on social media too.
Oh, you don't know, Mike? Joe Harley he produced the next one.
Oh, I knew what it was, but I didn't know if it got out there yet.
No, he put it up on Instagram last week. Yeah,
that record's going to be absolutely fantastic. Those guys.
Yeah.
That's. I'm looking forward to that one for sure. I'm going to buy that one. I didn't get to go.
I hope you guys don't mind, but we spoke with Kevin earlier today, and we spoke about the record. So we're going to drop that interview probably midweek. So stay tuned on that. And it was awesome. That we totally were fanboys, Mike.
Yeah, we did it for you, Mike. So you can.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was such a great conversation.
We were talking about it when he was recording it, and I was just, you know, he sent me a couple of photographs of the session, and it was so awesome seeing that. I said to him, you know, he's loving the fact, and I don't know if he told you this, but he loves the fact that people now are kind of reaching out to him. They go to the studio, they hear the first record, they kind of get and they're like on board. They want to, record a record. I think maybe, I don't know, I'm speaking for him, but maybe in the beginning he might have had a little worry, like, am I going to be able to get these acts? But it's like, I kind of get the feeling like he was taken back by how popular it actually is. Not only at the record sales, but the demand within the community of musicians to record.
Well, there's nowhere else in the world you're going to have that experience.
Well, I told him in a message, and I said to him, and I said, you're a jazz musician. Not that I am, but you're a jazz musician. You spend your whole life listening to these records, and they sound a very specific way. You're very accustomed to the sound, the room, the recordings, and then modern records just don't sound that way. They're just not recorded that way. They don't have that same vibe. They don't have that same feeling. So as a musician, it must be quite a feeling to spend your whole life listening to these records and then kind of be able to have a record like that yourself. So I can see where these musicians are coming from and the fact that they want to put a record out with him. I think if I was, it'd be a no-brainer.
Another thing is that, Van Gelder Studios is still up and they're still recording stuff. But those musicians on the West Coast, they don't have to come to the East Coast to get, equality. Now they have Kevin Gray, on the West Coast. Like his second recording, those are West Coast musicians. Daryl Clayton, his dad, Anthony Wilson. They're all based on the West Coast. So West Coast top flight jazz musicians, if can reach out to Kevin Gray and say, look, let's do this. And
but the thing is, the studio is still there on the East Coast, but the philosophy of recording, the way that Rudy did and the way that Kevin's doing, I don't know if that exists on the West Coast, East Coast.
Yeah, it still exists because Maureen, the people that own it, she apprenticed under Rudy. I mean, it's digital because Rudy went to digital. That's the only.
That's what I'm saying. But the very concept of doing live direct to 2-track, it's like that's a lost art. That's just not done anymore.
No.
And there's something about it. Listen to any modern recording versus one of those earlier Rudy Van Gelders before the later era stuff, which sounded good too. But there's something about the way those records come off, I don't think has been duplicated. There's great sounding records, but I think that magic of that live performance in studio is kind of gone. And that was so common back in the 50s and the 60s. Look at Kind of Blue, some of the greatest jazz albums of all time that have a couple of outtakes because they were just so perfect the first time.
Yeah. And the unique distortion and tone that the tubes add is just unmatched. You can match that. Right?
Yeah.
And the other thing was you didn't have time because Rudy was recording 2 records a day. So if you didn't get it recorded in 4 hours, you were kind of screwed.
I mean,
no, I think I know, like some of the records that were recorded. I don't know if he's doing it now because I don't think he's doing a lot more that much jazz, maybe. But Jim Anderson, who records Patricia Barber, like all those sessions he did for Billy Harper, those were direct to 2-track. They were digital, but they were like, and he said when Timeless and those guys, not Timeless, but when Steeplechase came over, they had sessions back to back. They would do Billy Harper, 4 hours, boom, another group 4 hours for 2 weeks. That's what they would do. And it was, let's go, live, direct, next group. That's how it was done. And, some people are still doing that, but it's not that many.
Yeah.
There were a lot of, weren't there the Japan label? They would come over here and do that too, right, Mike?
East Winds?
East Winds?
East Winds would record some. Yeah, they would record some here. Like I believe that direct to disc Cedar Walton, the Pentagon. I think that was done in the. I'm not sure if that was done in the States. But,
oh yeah, I need to get that still.
Dude, yes.
I know. Hey, Mike. So since this is your first time up on the stream, do you have any records you could show? Any new jazz in stock? Or not in stock, but that you've brought home?
I got to do. I'm trying to think of what I have here. So this is my office, and this is kind of I keep my pre-owned records in here.
Okay.
And I've got kind of some stuff up here that I've been culling, but nothing fantastic. Just stuff the last couple of weeks.
Show us your shittiest record, Mike, please.
Your
The
what?
Yeah, what's your shittiest record you have in your office?
I've got good records in this office. I'm not gonna lie.
See?
Check this out. This is kind of cool. I'll show you this. So when I bought Ed Michel, he was producer for Impulse. I bought Ed Michel's record collection a couple of years ago. There were some cool things in it. Like I got a Sun Ra, Space is the Place test pressing. But one of the things I got was a big stack of test pressings from him. And here was a couple of test pressings I got from him. I just haven't had a chance to bring them home. But these were kind of cool because they came in this big plastic container. And this is, I have to look this up. I don't even know what this is. This is a Charles Mingus test pressing of some kind.
Awesome.
It's so nice.
Wow.
But yeah, these were kind of cool. That was really a fun experience. Talking to
These are very cool.
Yeah, shit.
Those cases, are those like Laserdisc cases?
No, I mean, they were made for records. I mean, look, this was probably how they shipped them.
Yeah, it's probably also emulating like a tape box, right?
Yeah, but I mean, this was,
they're not similar, but would like Nautilus put their records in the kind of foam boxes, right?
Kind of that styrofoam. I'm kind of curious now what record this actually is. It's dated 86.
Awesome.
Gotta look this up now.
Let's do some detective work.
I'll get my beer.
It's a 2-disc Mingus. So it's Tijuana Moods? Yeah, Tijuana Moods.
Oh, wow. That's a rare record.
From Bluebird. So this was a Bluebird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was kind of at the end of Ed Michel's career. That's kind of what he had done. Once he left, I think he went to work for Galaxy for a little while, but he started doing a lot of comps, liner notes, and assembling comps. That's kind of where his career ended. So that looks like that's what it was.
Yeah, I love all the Galaxy stuff, man. That stuff's awesome.
Well, one of the things I got from him in that collection was I got all his master tape archive. They weren't the master tapes, but he had a lot of cool unreleased stuff, outtakes, because he would take working things home. You know, he would do a session with Alice Coltrane, take rough mixes home, listen to them, and kind of like assemble these albums in his head. Listen to different takes, pick things that he liked, disliked. But when I picked his tape archive, I got his tape archive with his record, and I've listened to some of them. Most of his tapes are in really poor shape, but hearing some of the stuff that's never been released, outtakes, alternate cuts, it was a cool experience, like right at the height of COVID, to be able to drive over there and get that collection in his tape archive.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. Did you finish going through all the stuff you got from George Benson? Didn't you buy George Benson's collection too?
We're still going through it. The less exciting part of that collection, which was most of it, was 12-inch singles.
Oh, wow.
So George kind of made his, George hit his superstardom doing R&B tunes, essentially, right? So by the 80s, he starts having these big hits, or late 70s, 80s. But by the 80s, everybody starts handing him 12-inch singles. Either like, let's do a record. What do you think? What do you think of my record? That kind of thing. So he just had boxes and boxes of all these 12-inch singles. Most of them worthless.
Yeah.
So
stuff for sure.
I've been bogged down with going through them. So
some dollar bin stuff.
Mostly dollar bin stuff. But then every now and then,
you have LaToya Jackson 12 inches. Let me know.
Luckily, it was more obscure. Well, not luckily. It was a lot of obscure stuff. But the obscure stuff, every now and then, I'll find a $500 12-inch single.
Yeah. That was really neat. I really enjoyed watching all those videos when that happened.
Yeah, that was cool. What a surreal experience it was for me, sitting in Benihana, eating with George Benson, and just, fan after fan after fan would just come up, and I'm just a fly on the wall sitting there eating my chicken and rice and it was a wild experience for sure. But being able to talk to him was actually the coolest thing. Most people I think are just that probably talk to him are more of the hit era of George Benson. They want to talk about off Broadway. They want to talk about that.
He was a wonderkin, right? Wasn't he at 16 years old playing with
Didn't he record for Prestige for a little bit? Wasn't he on
his first album was on Prestige? Well, the first thing I mentioned, is I start talking about stuff on CTI and what is it, Giblets and Gravy and Giblets or Giblets and Gravy. I had a blast talking about those early albums, and you can kind of tell it wasn't something he had been talking about in quite some time, because that's kind of a part of his career that at this point it's been mostly forgotten. But even when you see
the new boss guitar of George Benson, they should consider reissuing that on the OJC series. I'm probably wrong, but that could be a reissue.
Well, but he played when he played with Lou Donaldson, right? Am I wrong about that?
No, it was.
He played with Red Holloway.
Yes,
on Prestige.
On this record, he's with Red Holloway.
Okay,
but I thought he played with Lou Donaldson later.
He's early 70s. So
early 70s Lou.
He's in Alligator Boogaloo. Also,
a lot of his early stuff was with Jack McDuff. That was kind of his early.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was also.
Yeah. Who has great George Benson stories? Christian McBride. And they're hilarious. And, he had talked about how, I guess, they were at George's house. And, I guess George is getting dressed. And he has, all these, shirts and shoes. And he's, telling McBride, you should wear this. You should wear this. And he's pulling out these shirts. And some of them got, big sweat stains on them. And all kinds of stuff. McBride's McBride doesn't even know how to answer the question. It's just crazy.
A great record he was on early was that Lonnie Smith Live Club Mozambique.
Who was?
I'm sitting in the pile of his garage, and we're going through his records, because in this pile was all of his records, boxes of master tapes, gold records, awards, and it was crazy. I would grab a box of records, grab another box of records, and then in the middle of the pile was a guitar amp. He's like, oh yeah, that was the amp that I recorded Breezin' on. And I'm just sitting there holding it, and I'm like, where would you like me to put this? And it was just master tapes of him playing with Prince, stuff that's never been released. It was just wow. It was a wild experience.
Mike, how big is your tape, your 15 IPS collection, or 7.5, or whatever you have?
So I don't keep anything below 7.5. I've got about 300 7.5s. The commercial consumer stuff. I've got about 20 of the new modern releases, like the Analog Productions Ultra Tape, the Tape Project stuff, and then other stuff, Ed Michel, that kind of thing. I probably have another 500 tapes. And some stuff super cool. I've got Ed Michel, I think the crowning jewel, and ironically enough, it's my favorite Alice Coltrane record. He had the safety copy to Eternity.
Oh, wow.
And I've played that, and you guys have never heard that record like what's on that tape. No version of that has ever come out that sounds even remotely capable of what that tape has on it. But, it's a fun thing. If I have people over the house, I'll they want to, if you want to hear the pinnacle of what sound can, be on a stereo system, tape is the way to go. But it's not exactly the easiest thing, getting the tape player going and spooling up tape.
How often do you do that? Would you say?
Well, every couple of months. It's not frequently.
Yeah.
The tape thing seemed like it was going to catch on a little more, and it just kind of fizzled a little bit. It was going really strong from about 2015 to 2020.
It's so hard to afford. And not just the tapes, but the players, man. You know, there's just a limited inventory.
Well, that's the thing. A good deck, and it's all IEC curve. A good deck is 10 grand. A decent deck, not even a good deck is 20 to 30 grand.
Yeah, and maintenance, and because you can still get a pretty reasonable 70s turntable that's pretty reliable, reasonably cheap, and a good deck is probably going to need a good service right when you get it.
I will say when I was at the audio show in Seattle, there were people there with new decks. So it wasn't a huge place thing. It was more in the marketplace where this company had a bunch of them. But I didn't. Potron Plastic spent more time around that stuff.
That's a good question
too. But at $550 a record, it adds up really quick.
Yeah.
Here's a good question. Do you ever have you baked any of those old tapes that you have? Have you ever tried that?
So some of the Ed Michel stuff I've had to do it, but even so Ed Michel spent 10 years in Hawaii and he took his tape collection with him.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So his tapes are rough, but I have a bunch of old vinyl flats from 10 years ago that had the little pizza oven, which is like the perfect temperature for making those tapes. So I've done it, but even some of them are just, the tape just breaks apart. But some of them actually were in good shape. It just depends on the tapes he was using at the time.
Do you store them separately in a like special temperature or something?
No, the best thing in the world for tapes is a lack of humidity. And being in Arizona, I pretty much can store them anywhere.
Yeah.
We don't have humidity. And I think it's what,
Unlike
12 or 113 out there right now. So that's perfect tape temperature, tape weather.
Mm-hmm.
Just like this.
Cool. Well, who's got more shit to show, man?
I got some shit to show.
Sweet. Let's do it.
Did you get a Strata-East today?
Huh? Yes, I did. It showed up right before the show. All right. So I got what everyone else got. I drove to the store today.
Nice.
I've been looking forward to this one for a while. Actually, probably the Tone Poet I was hoping for the most this year. I have a 71, but I wanted to hear the Tone Poet version. There's so few Blue Notes that are trios. I mean, there's the Bud Powells, and then Horace Parlin has the S3, and Duke Pearson has Tender Feelings, and I forget what the other one is, but there's hardly any, so that was pretty fun. Picked this up cheap. Art Pepper Landscape. This is on Galaxy.
Yeah.
This is a pretty cool live session in Tokyo, I believe.
Yeah. I just cleaned and listened to that. That's a great album.
It's really good. Art Pepper, George Cables. Oh, Tony Dumas is on bass and Billy Higgins on drums. That's a really nice sounding recording too. Sounds really good.
Yeah, those
This is
guys.
some cheap heat. Milton Nascimento.
Yeah.
$5. I remember my dad had this record. It's pretty groovy, actually. I think this is.
He was before singing. He was original bass player.
Yeah, I believe this is like late 70s.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was a nice find. Here's another one. I haven't listened to this one. Ellis Regina.
This is good, man. I have this one. Pretty good.
Essa Mujer, which I.
It's a collection.
This woman.
Yeah, it's a comp after she passed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. This is pretty fun. Been playing this last couple days. Atlantic, Roy Ayers with Herbie Mann. And check out who else is on this, if I can read it. I'm losing my light. Gary Bartz, Roy Ayers, obviously, Herbie Mann, Charles Tolliver on trumpet and flugelhorn, and Hubert Laws. So it's a pretty good group. And it's pretty groovy. I mean, you can kind of imagine with Ayers and late 60s Ayers and Herbie Mann You get some pretty groovy sounds going on.
Well, it just came out at like I think 2 RSDs ago too.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, on this really kick-ass looking splatter. Sounded
I
like
bet
it.
you it looks cool. I
Oh,
would think it would be pretty stony.
That's always Tony.
Here, I got another Rain to Graph. After I got this isn't as good as the Modal Soul, which is also on, which I'm in love with, but this is on Timeless Muse, but it's still pretty good. And this is a mix of, actually, this is him playing with some American cats. It's not all Swedish. So he plays with Sam Jones and Lewis Hayes and Tom Harrell.
Why are you gonna leave out Ronnie Cuber, man? That dude was badass. Come on.
Oh, Ronnie Cuber, sorry. This is pretty cool. Ken McIntyre with Kenny Drew, Bo Steef, and Alex Riel. I believe this is 76, but I'll double check on that. 74, sorry.
Nice.
Is that Inner
cool.
City?
Huh? It's
Is that Inner City?
Steeplechase, same thing.
Okay.
So this is the Copenhagen Danish pressing. So Alex Riel he played with Dexter Gordon. Most of you guys know that. Bo Steef is really good on this. He plays some really interesting, I want to say, Scott LaFaro inspired bass. It's really beautiful. Side one is, I listened to side one and it was awesome. And I was kind of blown away. Side two's good. Not as good as interesting, but McIntyre plays, he plays bassoon and oboe and bass clarinet as well as alto.
Oh, wow, that's older right there.
So he kind of plays everything, but there's a pretty cool, he does Lush Life on a bassoon. I mean, there's a band backing him, but a lot of it's just lead bassoon. And then he does a bunch of like covers or what will eventually become covers. He does Body and Soul. He does Naima by Coltrane. He does Round Midnight. And he does Sunny Moon for Two, which is a Sonny Rollins hit or song. And then the rest are all originals.
Cool.
So
Man, I just want to get that for Bassoon Lush Life. That sounds cool.
Yeah,
it's so cool. It's really good. And the Naima is really interesting too. This is pretty, Mike might want this. This is another Steeplechase.
All right.
Howard
Who's
McGee.
on it with him?
Huh?
What's the group?
76. Horace Parland, Mads Vinding, and Kenny Clark.
Oh, yeah. Here's an interesting question that Mark H. has.
What's that?
Have you guys ever listened to Kind of Blue? It's an album by Miles Davis.
Never heard of that guy.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
Pretty sure Mike has like 75 copies in his house.
I think I actually do have about 75 copies of that record.
Actually,
All right, so Jeremy
Yeah.
Steig.
Pretty cool.
This was the. Did I show this last time?
No.
I have.
No.
Okay. So this is really awesome. And a lot of people know it because it's the Beastie Boys sampled the first track. It's Sure Shot is a sample of this of the first song. So
Nice.
Well, let's examine that cover real quick, though. Can you show the cover?
yeah,
again?
Guys,
it's
I
kind
have
of
to,
trippy.
I gotta take off. I gotta
She looks-
close the shop down.
All right,
Okay.
man. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining
I'll
us.
tell you, Felipe. I apologize. It's been pretty crazy over here.
No, I bet.
Thanks for hanging out.
We're going to catch up. Thank you so much, Mike.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
My pleasure. Thank
Sorry
you.
to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
No problem.
I would say that cover looks like Chris when I'm talking to him about jazz. That Chris is the woman.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, if
it's
he's playing
kinda
the flute to her legs, is that
He
the leg
looks,
work that's happening?
yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? I think
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
giving her.
this is a
He's
very
giving
typical,
her inertia.
no. This is a typical Renaissance guy, Greek mythology painting. Very
Is that a hard record to get since everyone knows the samples from that?
I don't think so. It wasn't that expensive. I actually didn't know the sample was on it. I don't think the record store owner knew it. I put it on and it's the first track, and you get that flute.
Is the rest of the record as good as that?
Yeah, totally. It's really good. It's a quartet. Let me see I'll tell you who's on it. Or for the most part, it's the quartet.
Sorry,
some of it's just
the Peanut Gallery is talking about Kind of Blue, and they agree that it's sounds like a downer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think Smiles of Blue is better.
Yeah.
Don't you have to pass a quiz to listen and watch this stream, though? Should there be requirements?
It's like knowing the mother sauces when you work in a restaurant.
Yeah.
Cool. Just want to give a shout out to Dave.
Talk about my mother sauces.
Yeah.
Wait, what, Felipe?
Hey, your mother sauces are the best.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, watch it, pal.
Let Felipe talk, God damn it.
You started it. You started it.
You want to play Chad here? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Uh,
I'm gonna move on.
Hang on, Brandon. Hang on a sec. Felipe, what's up?
I just want to give a shout out to Dave from My Own Devices audio channel. He was on the panel with us, Steve Westman, this week. He has a really nice channel actually called My Own Devices Audio. He talks about music, hi-fi. He's also here in Florida. It's a big channel. Thanks so much for joining us, Dave.
Absolutely.
Hey, Dave.
Oh, cool. All right, this is Chico Buarque.
Mm-hmm.
This is some people know this has one of his songs that when David Byrne made that compilation of Brazilian music, like back in I want to say 95 or early 90s. Do you guys remember that?
I have a copy of that.
Yeah.
Well, one of the best songs on it is on this record. I think it's the song that made that David Byrne record popular too.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that pressed?
It's a Philips.
It's a Brazilian record.
It's Brazil. It's a skinny cover, skinny paper cover.
Yeah, this is like mid-70s, right?
Yeah. 78. 1978.
78, yeah.
And since a lot of times with these guys like with these big guys, since they have so many self-titled records, you just go by this would be like 1978 because it was.
Yeah.
That's the one because it's not his only self-titled record.
Oh, yeah. They used to do that a lot.
Yeah. This is a rock record, Rita Lee, Brazilian rock pop.
Yeah. So she just passed. She was the singer for the Mutantes, right? Which is probably one of the most important bands since the 60s.
Wow.
So she left Os Mutantes in what, like 70, 72 or something?
So she had a rock phase in the 70s with a band called Tutti Frutti.
Right.
Then she went solo. She got married to a great guitar player who, still alive, her husband. And then in the early 80s, she teamed up with a top-notch group of producers there. She became like the #1 seller in Brazil for like 2 decades almost. She would pack arenas. She was like very, very important, like the queen of rock, basically. She was just amazing. But her work with the Mutantes is very important. The Mutantes is one of the most important psych bands from all time. No doubt about it, no question. And any musician that plays the rock or any derivation bows to the Mutantes.
Well, what's cool about this one, because I've listened to a few different Rita Lee's, is this one has a more alternative sound. Like if you were more into like the alternative or new wave of the 80s as opposed to the hard rock, I think this album would speak to you more because it's her other stuff can be pretty much just like almost more like
straight rock. Yes,
straight rock. Like her other stuff is more like the Cars.
Yeah,
or maybe
this is very like
this is more like the Police.
Yeah,
or
it's very
something
produced,
a little bit different, more interesting. So that record's really cool.
Yeah.
And then also I finally got a copy of this. My record dealer had a.
Fantastic.
That's really good.
Have you
I've
listened to
been
it
wanting
yet?
one for a while. I got a really good price on it, so I said, yeah, put it on my tab. So this is from the original, I guess 2018 ones, and it's mint, and it sounds great. Sounds
I think
fantastic.
they repressed it like 4 times already.
Yeah.
At least,
Yeah.
at least 3 times.
I need to re-listen to that. I haven't listened to it in a
Beautiful
while.
record.
That's really good.
Yeah.
And then last but not least is this came from Florida,
Oh, nice.
and it's
That was a wall record.
came from the Wall,
Very
and
nice.
it's a promo.
Very cool.
Impact, and I've only had a chance. It just showed up like right before you guys I started, so I played side 1.
It is pretty good, but I know it's just orchestra too much for me. I passed on it, and
Yeah, it's my kind of orchestra though. It's not really like strings. It's horns, and it's not that many. You know, It's not like. It's more like a Mingus-sized orchestra as opposed to like, a full-on orchestra.
Well, who's
But
playing?
yeah, that's it.
Does it list the musicians? Anybody
Oh.
you would know?
You'll probably know.
So it's Music Inc. So that's Stanley.
It's Music Inc. So here's the band. This is everybody. Charles Tolliver, Stanley Cowell, piano. Cecil McBee, bass. Reggie Workman, bass. Clifford Barbaro, drums. Warren Smith, percussion. Billy Parker, percussion. Big Black, congas. Charles McPherson, alto. James Spalding, alto. George Coleman, tenor. Harold Vick, tenor. Wow. Charles Davis, baritone. And then you've got John Faddis, Richard Williams, Jimmy Owens, Larry Greenwich, and Virgil Jones. Yeah. So it's big, but the guys playing are really good.
Yeah. And I think the price was pretty decent for a promo Australia in that shape.
Yeah. It's always interesting. My favorite are the Tollivers, but they don't seem to get enough love.
Agreed. I don't know why they're not. I've been able to buy a couple original pressings, and some of those Strata-East are like those Clifford Jordans are like $500.
Oh,
yeah. And the Tollivers are kind of. I think they're way good. Although the Stanley Cowells are really pricey, and those are the other ones I always want.
Well, I mean, wasn't that his label? Maybe he just pressed more of his records.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see any more of his though, like out there. So, but that was my first thought is maybe he's like, I'm just gonna press twice as many of my records as everybody else's. Yeah. That was kind of like my first thought of like the vanity of it all. But I don't know. I mean,
the regular Music Inc. stuff is so good. I think it's almost like it's very different than I think it's very different than the rest of Strata-East, honestly.
Well, I also used to kind of go, oh, Strata-East, it's overhyped, but everything I've got now from Strata-East is really great. I mean, I have to say, I think I'm drinking the Kool-Aid now. I think it's just because it's super diverse, but I'm kind of going through I guess I have about a dozen now. And they're pretty different, but from the Heath Brothers Marching On, which is just incredible, to like the Charlie Rouse one is one, or two is one. They're just, and then all the Tolliver and
Sonny Fortune. We were talking Sonny Fortune.
Cecil McBee, and then I really want to get that. I don't know the Sonny Fortune actually.
The reason why I'm aware of it is it came up for a good price, and I really looked hard at it. So I'll send it to you, Brandon, if it's still available.
Yeah, I think I'd probably. I just become such a big Sonny Fortune fan recently that
to me it was a little, because I'm an idiot. it was a little too electric and funky for me. I thought it was really good, but I didn't want to spend that much money on it because it wasn't like for that much money.
You're like, I don't want anything I'm gonna love in a month. I want something I love today.
Now.
I got this one too. I haven't listened to it yet. Though.
Yeah, those are excellent.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that was
Which
I
one is
was
that,
pretty
Chris?
stoked to get the caliber today.
The Ringer on Arista, Charles Oliver. Did you have this?
Oh, that's a good one. That's really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
That Arista sounds just as good as the original. I've had both.
What label was the original on?
It's on a British label. I think it's on Polydor.
Oh, okay.
Arista, Polydor, yeah, makes sense.
See, I'm looking forward to that.
All right, guys, this is a good time for me to break. I got to jump, take these dogs out, and I'll listen in when I take them for a walk.
All right, see you, Damien.
Yeah. Say hi to Tony Bennett for us.
Damien Import.
This is my Irish exit.
Yeah,
When
exactly.
you're letting an Irish goodbye, you don't tell us your name.
Okay, see you guys.
All right. I got some stuff I can show.
Sure.
All right. Today I got this one, the Brian Blade and the Fellowship band.
Mm-hmm.
I've listened to it once, and I'm really liking it. I mean, I have all of Brian Blade's stuff as a leader and with the Fellowship, and it's 3 sides, and the title tune is so far on first listen is my favorite, King's Highway, and then there's another song on side C, Migration, that's really good, that I like. And this band is like, guys, that when I started listening to were like young lions, like Kurt Rosenwinkel on guitar, Myron Walden, Christopher Thomas on bass, and sort of a personal connection. There's a guy, Melvin Butler, that plays tenor in the band. In the 90s, when we worked together, let me see if I can, this guy, and the one in the shirt is Melvin Butler.
The one in the shirt?
Yeah, the collar shirt.
The shirt?
In the middle, sort of in the middle. The collar shirt. The one straight ahead. We worked together when he was studying at NYU for his either master's or PhD in music.
Oh, wow.
And he teaches at the University of Miami now. And this was recorded at Fantasy Studio, and they're outside, Fantasy Studio. So, and what's really good about this also, it's on Brian Blade's own label, and I guess he does limited copies of vinyl. You can see there's the number, but this is his own label out of Shreveport, Louisiana. But first listen, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. So I was happy to listen to get that. And then I had spoken about this one on last week's stream. This is a Verve recording from the 90s. Charlie Hayden and Kenny Barron. It's actually a live recording done at the Iridium Jazz Club. This is like the original Iridium Jazz Club that was located across the street from Lincoln Center. And this is a beautiful recording. They do some standards. They do some of Charlie Hayden's songs. So Roof for Waltz is Waltz for Roof is like really good. It's an excellent Charlie Hayden composition dedicated to his wife. I mean, this is like I put in my Instagram post, The Art of the Duo, and that's what this is beautiful. This is a beautiful record. And
Where'd you get that from?
Huh?
Where'd you get it from?
I ordered it from Dusty Groove. I have the CD, so I knew how good it was. But I really I had problems with the CD just in terms of, I don't know, it just I don't know. Charlie Hayden's bass on the CD sounded somewhat muffled, but it sounds on the vinyl it sounds much better. And this is a Verve release, but it's the French division of Verve, and now it's been reissued by Decca France. And in the '90s, when Verve was putting out all these albums, it was usually the French division. There's some great Randy Weston recordings that they did that are phenomenal. And this is another one that was done by the French division of Verve, Abby Lincoln. She's one of my favorites. She's in my top 5 favorite vocalists. She does a really good version of Dylan's Mr. Tambourine Man. She has a number of people on here playing. On one song, she has Savion Glover, and you can hear him tap dancing in the background. She did all of the majority of her albums that she did for Verve are excellent. And this is, late career Abby Lincoln. I mean, I think she released a record on Verve just maybe a year or so before she passed away. That was one of her best recordings. So
that's good.
And that's good. And then I got the last one, and I mentioned that I was going to pick this one up.
That's great. That's a great album.
I am so impressed with this series. I only have one other Kenny Wheeler recording, and it's from the '90s.
That's a great song.
And I haven't played it in a while, but this is so good.
I have an OG of it, but has anyone done comparison videos?
I haven't done a comparison with this because I don't have the OG, but I did a comparison with the Old and New Dreams.
Yeah.
And I like this better, but I don't know, maybe it's I don't know if it's because ECM doesn't tell you who remastered. They don't say this has been remastered or anything like that by so and so. They just so you don't know. So I just don't know if it's actually been remastered or just like a flat transfer or whatever. But maybe it's just.
I mean, that probably goes back that the tape it was well recorded and it's a good recording.
Yeah. Right. And maybe maybe the vinyl is better that these are out on now, or the pressing is why I think my the reissue of the Old and New Dreams is better than the original.
So you have 2 of those now from the new series?
I have, this is the second one. And what I like about the new series also is they give you
the gatefold them.
Yeah, and they give you liner notes, and the liner notes are really good. They're excellent. I like liner notes. I know a lot of people don't really care about them one way or the other.
I don't think I've heard a bad ECM record though. I don't think I've heard a bad recorded ECM record.
No.
Oh, I've got a bad ECM record.
Are you sure it's an ECM record?
Yeah, it's called The Epidemics. It's fucking terrible, dude.
Is it bad music or a bad recording?
Bad music.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
they have bad music, but no bad recordings.
ECM was always kind of be like an audiophilish label, right? They always famous for being really good quality.
Yeah. But so yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with the series. The 2 that I have.
What was the other album?
The Old and New Dreams. With Don Cherry, Ornette Coleman, Charlie Hayden, Ed Blackwell. And like I said, I have an OG of that, and the reissue sounds better than the OG to me. But
that original was on Soul Note, right?
No, the first one I think the first one they did was on Soul Note, and then they moved to ECM.
Oh.
And
you're I'm thinking of the other, because the other ones is like the one on Soul Note is what I was thinking you were comparing them.
No, I mean, I do have Rob gave me original of the Soul Note.
Yeah, I'm regretting that.
And then I also have a reissue of from another label that did the reissue.
Right. I was just thinking the reissue was, but that wasn't an ECM at all. Anything.
No.
It had nothing to do with ECM.
No. But the Old and New Dreams that ECM reissued, I think sounds better than the original. But like I said, it could be for a number of reasons, like better quality vinyl. I don't know, whatever. But I just think it sounds a lot better.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't see much Soul Note stuff out in the wild ever.
I have a couple too.
I don't see much Soul Note stuff out in that record stores almost ever.
I don't see it as much as I used to, but I did a while ago. I went to this relatively new used store in the city, but I didn't want to go over to A1 and get super dirty. And it was funny. They had a reissue of a Soul Note recording, and they had the original, which was pretty good. They had a few Soul Notes there, but it's not like it used to be.
You got some stuff, Felipe?
Yeah, I got some. Let's see what I can show here. I've been going to the store. It's pretty cool. But first, I want to show a record I bought this week. It's in a really nice OG. It's a beautiful one.
Oh yeah.
It's on Prestige. Fireworks, the whole thing. And it's heavy as hell. This is beautiful.
Who's on that one with him?
So we're gathering Jimmy Rouser and Specs Wright.
Oh wow. Trio, nice.
Yeah. The 7170. It's a 7100 series. It's beautiful. They play some standards here. It's pretty nice. Very, very nice. Then there's a store that I've been going mostly now. It's always playing records, really old school style. And I'm always discovering new things. So first I'd like to show a record that's not necessarily jazz, but man, I heard this thing, I have to buy immediately. Don't know how familiar you guys are with them, but I really got hooked by the Intruders.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff is really good. Really, really good.
Hey Mazzy, what's up?
Kimbo's here. He's digging in the Dizzy collection, so we just thought we'd say hi.
Nice. Hang on a second.
I'm back for more.
Cheers.
Hello.
Did you get more stuff, or that's all you've had for a while, Mazzy? Uh-oh. Well,
it's really good. It's a really good one, Melinda. Really, really good. So I found some more stuff on Muse. I don't know. He's loaded with promo copies of Muse records.
Oh, cool.
So I got this thing. It's amazing.
That is really good. That is excellent.
Man, that taught my wild expectations. I mean, anything with Pepper Adams is a must-have, right?
Yeah.
But this one, especially, it has a 70s band feel, but totally his tone is right there. I mean, it's just so beautiful record. It's a promo on Muse.
Pepper Adams is my favorite baritone player.
Hey, did you decide when you're going to go up and meet that guy, Felipe?
I'm planning on that, Rob. Planning on that. Next few weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been talking about it. Another really cool Muse I found. This is digitally recorded, so whoever doesn't like it, don't get it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's also a promo record.
Show the cover.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who showed that name? That was Brandon last week, right?
Yeah. And it was totally a random encounter. I saw this thing here. Man, I had to get it.
Oh yeah, how about it too?
Yeah, it's a bit of the interplay here, guitar and saxophone. Yeah. And I mean, Joe Henderson, man, whatever you find, just get it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so far he's 100 for 100.
And
he doesn't seem to.
Yeah, he can't do anything. He can't do any worse now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The cool thing about going there is that I have a little stack when I check out. He picks like one or two. Yeah, I'm just gonna give it away to you.
Wow.
damn, I need a record store like that.
It is really nice. And lastly, this he was actually playing, and I said, man, I gotta buy this. Billy Hart, Raw.
Hmm.
This is also a promo copy on Gramavision.
Yeah, that was a great label.
Yes.
So who's with him on that?
Yeah, I'm picking up here. Where is it? I mean, every track is this is all the lineups per tracks, but in average, you have Dave Liebman, Eddie Henderson, Ralph Moore, Bill Frisell, Kenny Kirkland piano, Eddie Gomez bass, Billy Hart drums.
Mm.
Yes.
So that's what, like 84?
This is 88, actually. 88.
88.
Yeah. And stunning. I'm hunting for more Billy Hart stuff because it's really, really good. And this cover is so beautiful,
Yeah, that's a nice cover.
isn't it? There's another one I got on Bandcamp this week on the Motimo label. Terry Lynn Carrington and Social Science, the band. It's more contemporary. There's a lot of jazz, a lot of fusion, funk, acid jazz. She's a drummer, Terry Lynn Carrington.
Mhm.
Highly recommend this record. It's really good. Sounds superb. Beautiful music here.
The she who did that, was she on that record that Wayne put out, the Wayne Shorter record, I think?
Yeah, the Wayne Shorter in Detroit.
Yeah.
She's on that one.
Yeah.
Did anybody buy that?
I haven't. I bought. She also has something in like New Standards or whatever, and I bought that.
Yeah.
And I was sort of disappointed. Maybe I need to go back and listen to it. But I like Carrie Lynn Carrington a lot. The first time I heard her, she was like a child prodigy, basically.
Yeah.
And the first time I heard her was with on Cassandra Wilson's Blue Skies recording. She was phenomenal. So yeah, she's an excellent drummer.
This record really surprised me. And last but not least, the release of the week so far, at least to me, this guy here.
Oh yeah, I saw you made a video about it.
I think it's topping everybody's expectations. I mean, given the conditions of the recording, everything, it's just beautiful, beautiful. The band is on fire. There's also a mic, a 7-inch of Miles compositions by Muriel Grossman and her band. Playing Miles in a silent way. Miles runs the voodoo down, and go ahead, John.
Just a little bit of news since you mentioned Muriel Grossman.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to be doing her first recording for an American-based label, JMI Recordings, and they record everything to tape and stuff like that. So, that's probably going to be maybe sometime 2024. But they announced it on their Instagram.
That is great because it's hard to find her stuff.
Yeah.
And this recording is great. I mean, the shows, the band, everything was so open, and it just had the Beaches Brew kind of feeling live. The whole thing is just really, really good. Whoever got a copy, probably very happy. If you didn't, I can still find on Discogs for very decent prices. Given there's a triple record with a 7-inch, all the extras, I think it's pretty.
If you determine you want to get rid of the extra ones you had, I would definitely be interested.
Yeah,
for sure.
Let's see. And for the next vault, they just announced it's going to be all the solo recordings of Syd Barrett.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah.
Obscure down.
And I just want quickly, these two this arrived today, just like when you guys started.
It's his birthday, right?
That arrived, and then the Bill Evans also arrived.
Oh, yeah.
Did you not? Do you not have the box?
Nope. I just wasn't. I wasn't gonna do it. I couldn't do it. Because I always had a feeling that,
Yeah.
that it would be the ones that I want would be reissued. So I was like, no, I can't.
Come on, Mike. That box is just like 2 bottles of wine, right?
But yeah, and I sided with the wine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, so speaking of Hank Mobley, I pull out some stuff from Hank that I've been listening to today.
Oh, cool.
Not the one I posted on Instagram, but I think some records that we don't see that often, we talk about too much, but they are really, really great. This was my first DMM, straight no chaser.
Mm.
This is a great recording, and I got this. I was like early into collecting, and I always heard or read people like trashing DMMs, and man, this thing smokes. It's so good. It's so good. I don't know. I don't know what the problem with DMM is. Maybe it's just people just repeat what they hear and then
Right.
didn't even know much about it.
Mm.
So Hank Mobley, Lee Morgan, McCoy Tyner, Bob Crenshaw, Billy Higgins, which is pretty much the house band, right?
Right.
Yeah. And some tracks here have Paul Chambers, Herbie Hancock, Philly Joe. Yeah, it's multiple sessions, but they're really good.
Mhm.
It's 84 for 35, which is of course a later reissue. It's not like originally released.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
That's kind of like the later LT series, but
Yes,
they did them
archive session.
the finest in jazz in the 90s.
Yeah, exactly, Brandon. Another cool record, I think, I'm going to skip Blue Note now, go back to Savoy.
Oh yeah.
This is a beautiful one. That's not the original because it's the not the Savoy, not the Blood Red, but still.
The second.
Yeah, those things. I think, according to Discogs, they don't even have a precise date for most of the Savoy Maroon labels. Right. But so both sides have 2 different bands, 2 different sessions. Jazz Message number 2. So on side A, you have Ted's Blues, Doug's Minor, BOK, Doug Watkins and Ted Jones compositions. The bands are Hank Mobley, Lee Morgan, Hank Jones, Doug Watkins, and Art Taylor. Pretty decent. Side 2 have B for BB, Blues number 2, and Space Flight, which are all Hank Mobley compositions. He's not playing other people's songs. So it's Hank Mobley, Donald Byrd, Barry Harris, Doug Watkins, and Kenny Clark. If you find one of these, highly recommend. I'm not sure how easy or how are those to find. Probably Japanese copies, I don't know, but they're really good. They're really good. And last but not least, which I don't think is the one that's going to be reissued, but so this is my Japanese copy. One of the few pressings of this record is 1560. This guy here. Yeah. So Donald Byrd, John Jenkins, Bobby Timmons, Wilbur Ware, and Philly Joe Jones. This is a must-have. This is so beautiful, and the band here is so unique. It's perfection.
But that OG is like one of the most expensive Blue Notes you can get, right?
Yes.
I'm sure they'll get to it eventually, right?
Well, yeah, it came out as Music Matters, right?
This one, no, didn't.
It didn't?
This record is a rare bird. So 1560.
Was that a 10-inch or no?
No, that's a 12-inch. This is a divisional UA. It's not even a Liberty. There are very few pressings of this record.
Yeah. Was it shelled originally, or was it? No, I guess not. If it was an original. 1560.
There's one that looks just like it, where the cover is very similar.
Yeah.
There's a Japanese only. There were some sessions
Yeah.
that were.
What's the catalog number on that one? Do you remember?
Let's see. This one's 1560, right?
Yeah.
I don't have that one.
I want to say I might have saw that on the wall of Easy Street Records in Seattle.
Yeah, that's hard to get.
It wasn't cheap. Or
No,
they
with
didn't
the-
list it cheap.
Yeah, with the OG you can buy a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Mike Esposito on his video was saying all those Sonny Clark OGs, he's got them all.
Mhm.
I think they paid $3,000 for the trio record.
Yeah.
Being like, fuck.
But I think rarity wise, I think the Horace Parents they go for even more.
Yeah.
I actually was playing that one the other day, so I don't know where I put it. It's not in the Mobley section. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Is that a sextet as well, Brandon?
No, I think it's 2 sessions. So I think if I remember right, or maybe not 2 sessions, but I think there's a quintet and a sextet.
Okay.
But it's a slightly different group. I think it has. I got to look at it now. I was just playing it. I'll find it.
Yeah, the cover is quite similar, almost the same thing.
I think it's the same, actually.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. It is.
Somebody was asking earlier when I'm going to do Twitch streaming. I've been streaming more on YouTube, but I'm going to do the 2 tone poets probably tomorrow at some point on Twitch if anyone wants to listen to them. So I guarantee you that'll get taken down by YouTube with the quickness.
Well, I usually send an email to them and then they get to you and take it.
Asshole. It's fun. I haven't had any trouble with it, but I've seen it pop up a warning a couple times.
I just cleaned this, and I'm gonna after this. I leave the stream. I'm gonna listen.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Hang on, I can't see it. See Felipe beautiful teeth. What is that?
It's
Steve Lacy.
Steve Lacy.
We're playing Monk. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's really good.
And I cleaned. I'm probably gonna sell this one. I cleaned it. I have to say goodbye to some of them.
Is it like out there or is it?
No, it's just live. You know, I'll tell you something. This one I picked up and finally listened to. Hold on, this one. He sings one song on this. He's got a really good voice. Has anyone ever heard Archie Shepp sing?
No.
No.
It's a dedication to Sonny Stitt. So I guess he did this album after Sonny Stitt passed away. And this album, I was reading a review. They kind of knock him and say kind of going into the 80s, he lost it. But this is a good album. And his singing, the singing's really good.
I thought you hated the human voice beside your own.
Well, I hate your voice. I'll tell you that much.
That really hurts me.
I think, did I show this last Friday? That I found this. This is really good.
I don't think you did.
Oh, you just found it?
Yeah, I found it. It was right at my doorstep. Someone left it.
That's nice. I find those all the time. I got multiple.
So I think maybe on Sunday I picked up a bunch of stuff I haven't shown. Maybe I'll gather it up right now. But I went out with Jim dropping off his papers, and I just tag along because he'll go to stores I don't go to. We went to the store that had nothing in it except this, and they had it listed at 55, and there's just a little scratch on it. Nothing. It just makes a tick sound, just a small one. And I talked him down to $48, but this I get for a lot of dough. It's really good.
You have a promo too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't sell it though. Hell no.
No, I'm not selling this. What do you think I'm insane? It was funny because one of the stores we went to, I found the CD box, and they were trying to sell it for $100.
That's one. I think that's my. It's really hard. That one. If I don't count Elements with Alice Coltrane, it's between that one and Tetragon that are my 2 favorites on Milestone. But I'd like the Alice Coltrane one a lot. But that's different because it's pretty much half Alice Coltrane on that record.
I want to talk.
That's not. The other 2 are Joe Henderson.
I was going to say I want to talk to that guy that Ken. Do you know which the videos that Ken has been doing with the craft guy that does the box sets?
Yeah.
I want to reach out to that guy and tell him he needs to do a Joe Henderson box set, man.
Yeah, he's gonna listen to you.
Hey, so I'm an influencer, man. How dare you?
So I think I did talk a little bit. This.
Oh yeah.
These. I don't care what you get. These Green Label Warner Brothers records sound amazing.
That record's pretty cool.
It's really good, but it's another. It's like opened my eyes to how good a record could sound.
He makes some trippy sounds on that.
Yeah, that's funny. I was going to show one. I got a Warner Brothers here. So I had this in my collection for like 10 years and I forgot about it, but I was busted this out today. It sounds amazing.
Yeah, those green labels are crazy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I found this for $5.
$5.
This is crazy good.
Mhm.
It's a mono.
Yeah.
I didn't show these. I was saving them for tonight because Mike is a Joe Newman fan.
Ooh,
Jazz Bum Mike. But this is a great record.
Yeah, he has about 3 on Swingville.
We have multiple versions of Felipe joining us now, apparently.
Oh man, everything dropped you.
You're back. I kicked your fandom out of the studio, Felipe.
Who?
There was 2 versions of Felipe in the studio at once somehow. Huh.
I'm probably gonna take off and make some dinner. So,
how dare you, sir?
But you're really pissing me off, Chris.
You're not gonna go down to the Regal Beagle? What?
I went down there and Janet and Chrissy said, "Listen, stay home and we'll sex you up really good."
They said no threesome for you tonight.
Yes.
No threesome.
Yeah, there was a big misunderstanding between all 3 of us, and
You ended up hanging out with Larry.
somehow I burned down Janet's flower shop, and then
Are you maintaining your cover with Mr. Furley?
Listen, I gave him some bourbon. He drank it. And he went smooth. And listen, I'm an anti-ropers person. It's all Mr. Furley. That's the best part.
Mr. Roper, the Ropers were funny too, though, man. But yeah,
there's only so many times you can see him go like this.
True.
You mean when he's talking about Jack?
Hey, on YouTube they dropped the pilot where it's 2 different actresses. The Ropers are the same. His name is not Jack; it's a different name. And they changed it a lot before they,
How were the first 2 ladies?
Not as hot as Suzanne Summers. They're uglier and that is. And I think they dumbed Chrissy up into the second season more, but
wasn't there 2 versions of her, or was there 2 different?
Well, she wanted more money, and they fired her. So they brought in halfway through a season, and they brought in Jenny Lee Harrison as her cousin or something.
Yeah, her cousin.
Okay. And then
Cindy.
Going into the following season, they brought in
Terry.
But they kept Chrissy around. She went to UCLA or whatever, right? But you can't, Mr. Furley, man.
This is hardcore jazz content here.
It is. All right, take it easy, guys. I'll talk to you later.
See you later. I guess I could show all the other crap that I haven't cleaned yet and haven't listened to.
Yeah, sure.
Well, how about we do a really long one where you just show us cleaning them?
No, we can do that. Yeah.
The cleaning show, Chris's cleaning show.
Man, you got a huge stack there.
Actually, I was thinking about doing a video about how I clean records. I don't know. They probably get like 7 views. So I got a bunch of other shit. I'm probably going to auction some of this stuff, but I don't know. Anyway, let's see. So I haven't listened to these yet, but this one looked interesting because I love NPS and I love Red Garland. So
yeah, NPS is always good.
Yeah.
This one's got, let's see, Red Garland, Jimmy Heath. Oh, there we go. Red Garland, Jimmy Heath, Peck Morrison on bass, and Lenny McBrown on drums.
That's probably just Jimmy Heath's The Quota done on it as a Red Garland.
Maybe so. I'll have to look that up. You're probably right. Which is going to piss me off because I already have that record. Well, I'll go on the auction if that's the case. I paid $5 for it, so no great loss there. This one is kind of exploratory. I kind of paid up for this one too. This is on Flying Dutchman. It's Gunter Hampel, the 8th of July, 1969. Anybody familiar with this record?
No. Chris, it's not the quota because Cedar Walton is the piano player.
Oh, duh. Yeah. Okay. Good. I love that record. But yeah, this is like super kind of free out there stuff from what I listened to in the store for a minute. So it's got Gunter on vibraphones and bass clarinet, which is why I bought it. Then Anthony Braxton on alto sax, soprano sax, contrabass clarinet. William Brooker, is that how you say that? I think his name. Another alto sax, soprano sax. Steve McCall on drums, Arjun Gorter on bass, and then Gene Lee on voice, which is kind of weird, but
yes, it's good. I have a couple of her recordings with Mal Waldron. Very good.
I bought this because I wanted to show it to Nicole to show her that I have a little bit of street credit for weird shit that I've bought. So, and then I don't know if I have a copy of this already. If not, I'll sell. If I do, I'll sell this one.
That record's awesome.
Yeah, it is. I couldn't remember if I had it already, but if
That's
not,
like the best $8 you can spend on jazz.
Yeah, it's Hampton, Henry Franklin on bass, and Michael Carbon on drums. So I know I've listened to it before, but I don't know. What's next? What's this? Oh, I got this Dakota Stanton on Groove Merchant. I've got another.
How is it?
I haven't listened to this one yet. This is I guess Miss Soul. This is more like soul based, but I've got another record. Check that out, man. She is on her fancy bed.
I had a friend who had that phone.
Yeah. That's an old lady.
I had a friend who had that bed.
Yeah. But anyway, I love her. I've got another one of hers on Groove Merchant that's just fucking awesome. So, see, I'm showing my $5 records now that Rob's left, so he can't, berate me for it. Next, I got this Jackie McLean.
That's good. That is an excellent one. Hank Jones, I believe.
I don't know because look. Oh
damn.
Yeah, it looks like Hank Jones, Ron Carter on bass, and Tony Williams maybe on drums.
Yeah, I think so. That's really good. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's an Inner City. I guess it was East Winds originally. I think Felipe has this one too.
So Nicole commented, Chris.
Oh, what'd you say? It's a great album. Sweet. I'm gonna check it out.
You're cool now.
Yeah, I'm cool. Well, the other record I bought a record she recommended and I sold it, so I wasn't cool. I wasn't cool enough for that Clarinet Summit record that I had. This is a James Moody twofer. I think this is some early stuff it has. Let me see if it says here. Well, shit.
Like the old Argo stuff?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's all I did already, so I figured I'd check this out. This is a Prestige stuff, though, right?
Prestige, right?
Yeah, it's Prestige.
Yeah.
This is fun too. So that'll be cool. Again, maybe that's auction thing. I don't know. And then, I was thinking about getting this reissue, and so I found it. It's the Rhino reissue. I found it for $15 at a store. It was open, but it was never played. Maybe so. Looking forward to that. A bunch of shit, man. Here's a George Benson record.
Oh yeah, Bad Benson.
Yeah, I don't know if I have this one yet or not. So if I do, I'll sell this copy. But yeah, Benson on CTI, with 20 people. And then I got another copy of this to sell because I love this record. I've sold like 2 or 3 copies of it. The Benson and Pharrell record.
Yeah. I just remember that as a kid. My dad always was playing that one.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool too. So, what else? Anything else? Oh yeah, some more stuff. I got another Benny Wallace. I don't know this one at all, but
that's one I don't know.
It's called Twilight Time, I think. Let's see.
Is that on Blue Note?
Yeah, it's on Blue Note. It's features solos by Dr. John Scofield, Stevie Ray Vaughan is on it. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, I remember. I've seen it a bunch of times.
Bob Crenshaw, Eddie Gomez. Yeah. So it looks like it's a couple of different groups, maybe, but I sampled all these at the record store at Josie Records in Dallas, but their listening stations are like garbage. They have like 3 or 4 turntables, but they just sound like total shit. So I'm just trying to kind of decipher if I might like it, and also as long as it doesn't sound like it's scratched to shit, it's kind of decipher there. So I got that one. This one I got just because of a bunch of the people. I don't really know this guy. David Amran. Y'all know him? David Amran? No. This is on. What is this label? It's a weird label too. It's on Flying Fish. Yeah, I don't know about this, but it had. So it's got a bunch of people. It's got Pepper Adams is on it. That's why I bought it. I think Candido's on here. Just a ton of people. I mean, I don't really know most of these guys, but so we'll see. Yeah, I think I paid $4 for that one. Jones is a cool store. They have like during holidays they have like a 20-25% off sale on their used stuff. I think this one we get yelled at for not mentioning it in our heavy metal show by a bunch of people.
Is that right?
It's a little bit interesting. And then I don't know about this. This may not be good. I have no idea, but it's Wayne Shorter. So Atlantis. Anybody familiar with this record at all?
I am not.
So it's kind of weird. Well, it's got, I don't know. So Wayne plays soprano and tenor on it. There's a guy named Jim Walker that plays a bunch of different flutes and a piccolo. I mean, yeah, I don't know. This might be terrible.
What's it called?
Atlantis.
Oh.
But I took a flyer on it. It's on Columbia. So I'll report back on how that one sounds or if it's any good. What is this? Sonny Stitt meets Sadiq Hakim. I don't know who that is, but he's a piano player. So it's Sonny Stitt, Sadiq Hakim on piano, Buster Williams on bass, and then J.R. Mitchell on drums. And it's on this Progressive Records label.
Yeah, I have I think of Tommy Flanagan that was on Progressive.
Yeah, so I thought that would be cool. And then what is this? Oh, this is another Ron Carter on CTI that I got.
Yeah, that one's really good.
Is it cool?
Yeah.
I can't remember if I already have a copy of it or not, so we'll see. Yeah. And then last but not least, I found this. This is I think a 70s reissue, maybe. I don't remember. I've got the other one, like an OG of the, what is it, volume 2, I guess. Yeah, this is volume 1 of his stuff. It's a weird series. It's like the 1200 series. I think they made like, I don't know, 5 or 6 records.
Yeah. Those are really good. I like those.
Me too. I mean, it was like Rudy Van Gelder remastering shit in the 50s. So this is all like, probably 78 stuff originally.
Yeah. Let me see. What are some of the
tunes?
Yeah.
This is volume 1. It's funny. Remember back then they would issue both volumes.
Yeah.
This one's got Muskrat Ramble, Blue Horizon, Weary Blues, Summertime,
Yeah.
Blues, Millenberg Joys.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that's part of a mosaic box that I have with Sidney Bechet. That's freaking that's phenomenal.
Oh God! Now somebody's telling me about another shitty record. It's Inner Mounting Flame is the best one. Birds of Fire is okay though. Everyone did tell us to get some Vishnu, so I did. I think that's it. So yeah, I'm gonna be cleaning all the rest of these this weekend and listening to them. Hopefully, probably stream a bunch of them too.
It's a lot of cleaning.
Like 40 records in that haul last week when I went to.
Wow.
With the intent to sell some of them, but I may just keep them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like them.
Wait, what is anything else then? Yeah, I don't think I got anything else then. I did. I think I ordered some stuff today. No, I didn't order it, but I put it on my wish list in Bandcamp. The trumpeter Ambrose Kinnemasur. He has a solo album out, and he's left Blue Note, so this is his own label. So, and that's available on Bandcamp under his own name. So I'm gonna pick that up, and I'm trying to think, did I order anything else? I don't think I've ordered anything else this week.
Josh. I've ordered way too much stuff for the last few days. It makes me sick. Put behind shit.
Mhm.
I ordered a bunch of. It's funny. I saw on Discogs like just kind of, and I hadn't sold anything for like 3 months, and then I sold like 6 records this week. It's out of nowhere.
Mm.
One of them was funny. This guy orders them from me, and this address is in Miami, and it's a really weird looking address.
Mhm.
He sends me a message saying, "Please don't include an invoice in the box." I'm like, "It's a gift." I'm like, "That's fucking shady sounding, man."
Mhm.
So I looked up the address, and it's a drop. It's a reshipper. They ship to South America. So I hit him up and said, "Hey, man, I won't put an invoice in the box, but this is going to South America, right? Like, I don't give a shit about customs or taxes or any of that, but don't make up some weird story."
Yeah, I'm not there.
Yeah, they're going to Chile. I'm like, "Oh, cool. Leave it Chile."
I'm here to sell records. I'm not here to,
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I ain't down for the man to collect taxes. I don't care.
Yeah.
I was gonna Felipe showed that reflectory Pepper Adams.
This
is another good one with I think it's the same band. I think the reflectory has Jimmy Rouse, George Mraz, and Billy Hart, but not positive.
It's just that the one that Felipe showed has Roland Hanna on piano.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I have that one also. Yeah, I like.
So I kind of listen. A lot of times I listen to them at the same time.
Mm.
Yeah.
That just reminded me. That's another great like $10 record.
Yeah.
Rob got a copy of that for me. I believe in my pile at his house.
And
I need to find some more Beehive shit, man.
is one. Gosh, I was actually looking. I was going through something today, and there was a Beehive that I wanted. I can't remember the name of it now. I can't remember the artist.
I'm trying to remember which one I really still want. I mean, I've got about 7 or 8 of them now.
Yeah.
The Sal Nestico, not Sal Nestico. Is that his name?
Yeah. That's really good.
I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm thinking, I'll only find this right here in this pile of shit next to me. Where the hell is it? That's not it. Oh, no, Sal Salvador. These records are great, man. I mean, they're a little cheesy, but his playing is fucking amazing. They got the worst covers of all time, though, dude.
Oh, all right.
Let's see.
Sort of looks like Wayne Newton in that photograph.
It just
yeah. So he had 2 records on Beehive, this one and then this one.
Mm.
And the funniest thing, I've shown this before, but the funniest thing, where is this one? So I don't know if these guys were all like standing on boxes or something, but Sal's got his guitar with him, but he looks like he's about 4 feet tall, man. So, they're good. I liked everything that I've so Nick Brignola and Sam Jones are on this.
Oh.
And Mel Lewis on drums. So, I mean, weird fucking covers, though.
Mm-hmm.
Starfingers.
Mm.
I was going to see, I'm trying to remember which one I really was trying to get next. They only have like 17 records, I think.
Mm.
Who the hell is it? I think you have it already. The Sal Nestico, yeah. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's got Brignola on it too, I think. And then, yeah. And then do you have? Well, I have Burn. You have Burn Brigade, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think I have another one that was on a small label that's really good too, that I picked up not too long ago. What is the name of it? Crap! I hate when that happens. But I ordered something.
No, it doesn't suck.
I ordered an album from Discogs, a Vibe Player, Stefan Harris, like in 90s, 2000s. He was on Blue Note, and he was phenomenal. But they put one of his albums. I think they probably did it with the 75th series, called Black Action Figure, and it's really good. So I bought the vinyl of that, and it's 2 discs. So I mean, some guy had it for $11 near mint. So I was like, all right, I'll pick it up. And he was sort of, he was sort of a mentor to Joel Ross also, from what I read. So, and he's not an old guy either. He's maybe in his 40s or 50s now. So,
well, that's old to some people, man.
yeah, but I mean, he's not one of these.
He's not on his deathbed.
Yeah, no. So I ordered that. I don't think I've ordered anything else from Discogs.
Did you get a chance to see any of Ron Carter's recent shows?
I have not because I think he's actually playing at the Blue Note.
Yeah.
And I have to I need to maybe to go down there. I'm not the biggest fan of the Blue Note. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but I'm sort of over. I used to detest going there. I wouldn't go there. Mm-hmm. But I'm sort of past that. So if something comes up there that someone comes there that I want to see, I'll go.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, it used to be, and it's less so now. Like I don't know. Well, maybe not because I haven't been in so long. But
we can't see your head from the nose up.
Oh, I used to equate it as being like a tourist trap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so I would just avoid it.
Yeah.
But I've gotten over that. So.
I can see that, though.
If there's somebody I want to see, I'm gonna go see him.
Now, has it been there for a long time?
Yeah, as long as I can remember. Since I was a kid, it's been there. Yeah. I mean, it's not not as long as like the Vanguard or anything, but yeah, it's one of the longest. It's one of the longest operating clubs in the city. Yeah. And picked up.
Is there any association to Blue Note Records at all, or is it just
No. But they have other Blue Note clubs, or I think there's one in Tokyo.
There's one in Brazil.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. It's high end stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're small, not cheap, and very good. At least one that I know. There's one in São Paulo. I'm not sure if there's one in Rio.
There's one in Paris too, maybe.
And then what is that? I don't know. We had talked about this like months ago. Those guys that do that Tokyo Jazz Joint podcast. That they have a book coming out.
Yeah.
The book is of all these the jazz kids in Tokyo, and their the book is I guess scheduled to come out in September, but then I did the Kickstarter for them, and then they said that that it's already gone to the printer and they're hoping that it ships at the end of the month.
Nice.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Man, that would be fun to go to Japan and go to a bunch of those.
Yeah, this is back in the 80s, when I was in Okinawa, I went to a couple of those clubs, and it's phenomenal. It was phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not only for the music that they were playing, but I know the ones in Okinawa, and I'm sure the ones on mainland. Well, I know the ones in mainland. Just the equipment that they had, and the one that I went to on Okinawa, they periodically they would like change, equipment, and it was amazing. And the good part, there wasn't a lot of people, and you go there, it wasn't crowded. It wasn't like a crowded bar or anything. You could just relax, talk to them. They would play anything you wanted to play. It was so cool.
Yeah. I think that's the cool thing in Japan, right, Mike? It's like the execution is taken to perfection, but the atmosphere, they want to make it very laid back and mellow.
Yeah, that's great.
There was a really cool show, I think it was on Netflix, about different chefs in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And they had this one guy who was like this sushi master, man.
Oh yeah.
But his restaurant only holds like 8 people.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Hira dreams of sushi. Yeah.
Yeah. That was fucking cool. And then I've seen some stuff about the little tiny jazz bars like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of places in Japan that specialize, and it's, like seats 10 to 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they take it seriously to perfection. I think that's the coolest part. They're very, very methodical, and
Yeah.
it shows. And it shows.
Well, yeah, there's that way with everything, man. It's very interesting culture.
Yeah. I mean, I wish, I don't know, I was glad to be there when I was younger, but if I had like a little more maturity, I really could have liked,
Appreciate
taken
it.
advantage of, just being there. But when you're a freaking, 20 and then 19, 20-year-old kid, you don't know shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Mike, did you get that? What's his name? The Blue Note that has a long name. I forgot his name. Let me pull out the record here.
Did it just come out or something?
Yes, it's a recent release.
Hmm.
I get here. Has a long name. I forgot, but it's a good record. Michelle Negocello.
Negocello.
Oh yeah, of course.
So you
I
got
love her. Since the one good thing about this, her signing with Blue Note is that they released it on vinyl.
Yeah.
And the only things there was one recent one that was released in Europe, but on vinyl. They did a vinyl version for the European market,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't find it. I've been trying to search out a copy for like 2 years. Can't find it. And I have her first 3 recordings that were reissued on vinyl.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember when her first recording came out, and the whole craze around her. And I love her work, and I've kept up with her since then. I've never sort of gone off. Even when she was on Madonna had a imprint for Sire Records called Maverick,
Mm-hmm.
and Michelle Negocello was signed to that.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And then after she left, or that imprint shut down, and she left Sire, I still followed her career.
Mm-hmm.
I still bought her. I bought her stuff, on a variety of labels, but she's recorded consistently. And then a few years ago, she put out an album of covers, a recording of covers of R&B covers of like TLC and stuff like that. Wow. It was killer. It's only available on CD, but that's something that someone should pick up and reissue on vinyl.
Well, what's the new stuff she's doing?
Bruno just came out, right?
Yeah, it's been a few.
Because I had her stuff. I had a couple of her CDs from the '90s,
right?
Like early '90s, like '94,
like Plantation Lullaby,
right?
Yeah.
And when she was mixing the world music with different things, and
the new one, gosh, what is it called?
Oh, it's old, right? Old to no, the Omnichord Real Book.
Yeah, the Omnichord Real Book, and she has a variety of music. She has a core of musicians that she works with that are on there, but there's jazz musicians. There's Jeff Parker plays guitar on a number of songs. Jason Moran is on one song. I think it's excellent. I really.
But is it more towards? Does it sound like the stuff she did in the '90s, or is she moving more towards?
No, it doesn't sound. No, it doesn't sound like the stuff she did in the '90s.
So is it more acoustic, or?
No, I mean it's not more acoustic, definitely not. But it doesn't sound like the stuff she did, like especially if you're talking about her first 3 albums, that had sort of a more R&B feel. You talk about Plantation Lullabies, and then the follow-up one and then what else? Then like Bitter, which is actually my favorite of her albums. It's not as like melancholy as Bitter, that recording was. This has a variety of influences on it, but it's really good. She's hard to categorize.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Look at this.
But she's even done like a Nina Simone like tribute on recording.
But and I think, I mean, there's so many like small labels on Bandcamp, and but Blue Note is putting a lot of good records, like not the classic artists that we're expecting. Very eclectic, very well done. I think people should pay more attention to those.
Yeah, I was, and I was sort of critical of Don Was when he took over, because the guy that he took over for Bruce Lundvall did a lot of great stuff for Blue Note, and I was like, so what is this guy doing? But slowly, but especially with like, you take away the whole reissue part. I was like, what the hell is Don Was doing?
There's a lot of people.
Slowly but surely, he's come up to speed. With contemporary jazz musicians, and sort of outside of jazz.
Yeah, I mean, Julian Lodge. There's so many. Jonathan Blake has a recent reissue.
Yeah, I have that. And that's my own. I wish they would do some of these things
in vinyl.
On vinyl. Like I have the Arturo O'Farrell trio on CD. That recording is killer. It is one of the best things they've released this year.
Yeah.
It's and it should have been. I wish they had released it on vinyl.
Yeah, there's like a record player on the cover, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously?
That's actually a photograph from his father. His father's listening room.
I gotta talk about something real quick. That Cindy Tencent just brought up. So she said she has tickets to see Ron Carter in September in Austin.
Yeah.
And I just looked it up. It's on September 16th. Yeah. I've got a Pearl Jam show on the 13th and the 15th in Fort Worth. I think I'm gonna have to turn around and drive my ass 4 hours down to Austin to catch this show, man. So I would love to see him. I mean, there ain't gonna be many more chances to see him in Texas.
Yeah. Herb is actually touring this month and the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make that happen. That's gonna be a tough one now.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a show on the 14th I was gonna go see too. So 4 concerts in 4 days. Oof. It'll be a tough one.
Yeah. ESOG, I agree with you. He has done a really good job with Blue Note. I was just skeptical at first, but
I think that he has a very deep like musical knowledge, experience, and he's very open minded. That's what I like about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. And he's also corrected some mistakes, like the 75th series. I mean, some of those sounded okay, but a lot of them people were not really happy with. And now, I mean, the classic series and the Tone Poets obviously are great.
Yeah.
And my thing with him wasn't like the reissue thing of let's be real. The reissue thing at Blue Note is easy. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's not difficult. It's not a difficult thing. And he already had the blueprint, basically, from the guy from Bruce Lundvall before him.
Right.
Except he just transferred it to vinyl.
And it's just funding that, right? And
right.
Yeah.
He just transferred that whole thing to vinyl.
Sure.
But my concern was what contemporary artists they were going to sign. Because when Bruce Lundvall basically reactivated Blue Note, he brought in Joe Lovano, Jason Moran, Greg Osby, and for a while he had James Newton. He brought in a lot of top flight musicians, and they had long. I mean, gosh, Joe Lovano had, I don't know, maybe 19, 20 recordings on Blue Note.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and that was my concern. What would he do as far as contemporary musicians?
Yeah. He's got a lot
and he's proven himself. He's Emmanuel Wilkins, whose first two recordings were just phenomenal. Melissa Aldana, Joel Ross. You can go down the list.
Robert Glasper,
all the contemporary artists that he signed.
Julian Lodge, he's amazing.
Yeah. And then he still has some of the classic artists. All the stuff he's doing with Charles Lloyd.
Yeah.
And Jones, right? Probably the biggest of all.
Mm-hmm.
She's still with them.
Yeah. Angela says we should try to do an interview with Ron Carter.
Man, we got the first no already.
Yeah, we already got the first no.
Oh, from Ron Carter?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
His people said no thanks.
Mm-hmm. But keep trying though.
Oh, we will.
Yeah.
He's touring all that stuff. That's what he said, he was touring and stuff. But I'd be scared to do an interview. I don't even know what the fuck I'd say.
I always say play the Shawshank Redemption prison library thing. I send a letter to Congress every weekend. One day they're gonna get annoyed and fund you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You'll be a little bit tired of hearing from us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's been reissuing our shit forever, man, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a proven, people are gonna buy it. They're gonna buy it. Like most of these, a lot of these. Gosh, I think most of the Tone Poets I have on CD.
Mm-hmm.
They're coming out with the I Quebec. I got that. That was done. They did that on CD. All that stuff. Either it was Connoisseur or RVG, or originally when they started the reissue program, done under, as Levin said, Ron McMaster.
Yeah, the LT.
Yeah. So,
but Mike, if you jump every like 10, 15, 20 years on those, you're gonna have like 80% of the people buying again. But if you get like 20% of new audience, I think it's a good thing, right?
No, I agree.
If it wasn't for the Tone Poet series, I wouldn't be into jazz. Like, I just happened. I wanted to tell Mike this before Esposito before he left. He talked to me. I'll tell him. His videos. When I started buying vinyl again in 2020, I wasn't buying jazz. I was buying all kinds of shit, rock or whatever. And then he kept talking at the Tone Poets, and I went to my store and I bought one, and it was like, holy shit. And so.
But that and that happened when in the CD era with the Connoisseur series and then the RVG. People that was their entry point.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
All 40 of us will not listen to his records anymore. No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we'll ask him again, man. We'll definitely ask him again.
Yeah, maybe when he stops, he takes a break during touring,
a guy I want to interview, which I think we could probably pull off, is Jason Marsalis.
Oh yeah, you definitely definitely could. I think you could.
I try to message him on TikTok, but you can't message somebody if they don't follow you, and so I listen to his live streams all the time on TikTok, and so I might hit him up the next time.
Yeah, I think he would. He's someone that would be really up for that.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah. Or who would probably really be up for it? His brother, Delfeo.
Okay. Yeah.
What does Delfeo play?
Trombone.
Mm-hmm.
Trombone. He has a one group. His recent configuration is called the Uptown Jazz Orchestra, and they're really really good, nice and funky.
Yeah.
They're really he has a really good social media presence.
Okay.
More so than definitely more so than Jason. So
Jason's on TikTok basically every night, but
Yeah.
besides that, but yeah.
I'm
He
sure.
plays all the time, man. It's cool. I want to go see him play, and
Yeah.
I mean, he's in New Orleans, obviously, and he's all the time.
So Chris, can you highlight that Tom Hagen's?
Yeah, I don't think that's realistically possible.
Nah, that ain't gonna happen.
Tom, I'm gonna send it to the West Coast and make him an offer he can't refuse. Okay.
Yeah, no shit.
Hey,
I mean,
Felipe
we got
and
a
Chris.
connection though with Zev. Zev's talked to him.
Hey, you guys, what about Billy Harper? He's got an Instagram.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, he's not like
Yeah.
he's big, but
Uh-oh.
you know,
Cool.
he's well, I mean, he's pretty big, but you know, but Ron Carter is a household name.
Yeah, well, is he? No, he's not. Ron Carter's a household name.
Well, in my household,
In my household, too, right? Does your wife?
households I
Here's
grew
the
up in.
question: Does your wife know who Ron Carter is?
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
She does.
I mean, Ron was a big guy. I mean, but Sonny Rollins, he retired playing because he can't blow anymore. He's
Right. And, I think he'll do his own interviews, but I don't think he'll
he can barely speak. I heard a Lou Donaldson interview from a couple of years ago too. It's hard to hear what they say because they barely have voice.
All I'm saying is I think Billy Harper would be a lot easier than Ron Carter.
Yeah.
As far as getting him to come in.
I need to talk. We need to interview like somebody at a college first, man, or maybe we can interview Baggy now that he's a jazz musician.
No, but like Mark said, it just confirms Del Feo. His comment about Del Feo. He's a really nice guy. I guarantee you, and he's also putting out his own the Uptown. I think it's called Uptown Jazz Orchestra. But they're putting out their own recording, so he has something to promote.
Yeah.
I guarantee you.
The interesting thing for me with musicians is I'm not a musician, none of us are, so it's like kind of intimidating. Like, what do we talk about? I mean, it's like, I don't know.
Oh, I think people who aren't musicians do really good interviews with musicians because they like the music a lot.
And that's right. And I don't think probably won't be the same old questions that they from journalists.
And musicians ask this are more buddy with other musicians, so it's kind of good.
That'd be cool, man. I'd love to do it. We've had a lot of fun. I mean, the Zev interview was freaking amazing.
I don't think it'd be any harder than Zev or Joe Harley.
Well, Zev took us about 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what I mean, like doing when I'm talking about the communication. You're actually doing it, not the logistics of getting the interview. I mean, once you're talking to them.
And I think that everything, right, when once you establish a track record,
right.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Once you have a couple in your pocket, it gets easier, I think.
Also, you know what? Like the thing is that you guys are not like. I mean, you guys are honest about what you know and what you don't know, and that's gonna just being honest about it is gonna be respected and give a pretty good interview.
And you don't, you don't have an agenda, So.
You're not selling them anything,
right?
So.
That's why I think that the Zev interview works so well because it's off the Record Store Day season. We're not talking about the releases. We're talking about him and what he likes. I think that was the cool.
Yeah, dude, Zev showed some cool shit too, like those 7 inches he had, like the Brubeck that had all the signatures from the whole band from like '53 or something. I mean, there was really neat shit he showed us.
The Charlie Parker, like Miles, Charlie, and Max Roach, that was crazy stuff.
Lucky 13.
I don't want our channel to get shut down. We interviewed Kenny G. I think Kent McAuliffe would fly to my house and beat me.
Oh, poor Kenny.
You looking for any? I mean, actually, Kenny G's probably working.
Yeah.
You should look for someone not working.
Yeah, or he's probably counting his money. He's too busy
He's got
counting his
so many.
cash.
He's got so much. Like I don't know, like not even soundtracks. He's got like the. Doesn't he have like Muzak money or something like that?
Oh yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
He's got huge Muzak money.
I hate on Kenny G. I don't even really know that much about him. I just whatever.
Yeah.
I remember when I remember his first two recordings, and I actually bought those, and I was like, oh, they're really good. Yeah, I mean, because they were actually played on the R&B radio station in New York, WBLS. Yeah. And I was like, okay, they were cool. And then then as I began to get more, I was like, okay, but hey, I don't hate him. I don't, like he does it. You do your thing. Yeah,
that was like
exactly. Yeah, he's not trying to prove anything.
Soprano sax was really big at that time.
Yeah. Oh
early
yeah.
80s. It was like that smooth, like
exactly. Oh yeah.
It was like furry sounds,
Yeah. I mean, it's 80s stuff,
furry.
right? Every 80s recording had like shoulder pads, a keyboard, electronic drums, and a saxophone.
See, Shoji knows. Yeah, when he was with Jeff Lorber before Jeff Lorber Fusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I remember.
Yeah.
So, is there any like that whole smooth jazz thing? I tend to avoid, obviously, but are there artists specifically that were good?
I don't know. I think.
What do you mean by smooth jazz?
Smooth jazz, man. Like we had a big station here. We had a big station called the Oasis here in Dallas. That's all they played.
The one in New York was called CD 101.9.
Was it there was all these quiet storms,
Yeah.
Quiet storm.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I mean, David Sanborn isn't bad.
See,
like some of that. David Sanborn's got some pretty cool stuff.
I would not call
it like.
I love Sanborn.
Yeah. The bass comes in, but it's just kind of like it's a reflection of the time.
Yeah. And Sanborn will always have major credibility with me because I want to say it was maybe it was the late 90s, early 2000s, and you can probably find. I know there used to be clips of this show on. There used to be clips of this show on YouTube. It was called Night Music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this is a killer show. I mean, he had Miles on there. He had top flight jazz. All types of musicians, but he had top flight jazz musicians. Miles, Betty Carter, you name it. David Sanborn had him on his show.
Yeah, and Sanborn played with some really good people. Yeah. Really good people.
Yeah.
So, you can say, I remember my dad had those records and he'd play them when he got off work because it would mellow him out, kind of decompress. And it's got a certain sound, and it's smooth jazz, but it's relaxing.
Yeah.
It's very relaxing.
And
it's got a good, he's got his, Sanborn has his chops down, that's for sure.
And a lot of these guys, they would, recorded phenomenal studio musicians, right? They're not bands or anything, but those guys they kick ass.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at a Sanborn record and you look at who's playing on it, it's not. He didn't just play with great people, but great people played on his records.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
So I would say that's good smooth jazz, Sanborn.
Yeah. I'm telling you, look up those night music clips on YouTube. I mean, it's just those are amazing series.
Yeah.
That was an amazing series.
I actually like Grover's stuff, man. That's the first. I actually bought a bunch of Grover Washington records.
Oh, Grover Washington?
10, 12 years
ago.
More
like soul jazz, though. I wouldn't call that smooth.
He got there's some smooth shit there, though, man, for sure. And
I
then
guess with the
George
strings
Benson,
and stuff.
Yeah. I love Breezing. I love that record, man. I don't care
the one Grover Washington that I really can't get into is he did an album. It was on Blue Note with Kenny Burrell.
Yeah, that record sounds atrocious.
I've seen like 5,000 copies of that fucking record.
Oh yeah, you can find it anywhere. I was like, it does nothing for me. It's not like it's I don't know. It's just like they're playing. They're like playing by numbers. It's like, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
There's some keyboard stuff that happens in the early 80s where all these new keyboards come out and the Yamaha keyboards sort of take over.
Oh yeah.
And it's just kind of like it just sounds very specific, and it's so hard to tune that instrument just becomes so present in the recording that you're like, all I can hear is that Yamaha DX7 piano, and it's got like this certain sound, and it's so prevalent that you're kind of like, oh, if you just put in a regular piano, this would be so much better.
Matheny's too smooth for Levin.
No.
Sorry, I'm not super into Matheny, man.
Yeah,
I think Matheny has so many. There's a huge variety of things that he does, right?
Yeah, I mean,
some more experimental, some more accessible, some more weird.
It's definitely, some of it's very soothing, but I wouldn't put it in the smooth jazz area.
No.
It's totally more like, some of it's even like experimental,
Yeah. I just haven't found a Pat Metheny record that I really like yet. I don't think. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't have that many, but
I like the stuff he did with Charlie Hayden is really good.
That's true. That Rejoicing record that Joe Harley recommended, I do love that. That's
you know what? Get Bright. What is it called? Bright
Side's Life.
That one's really good. And the one, I think it's on Geffen, Still Life Talking, which is really cool.
Yeah,
it's very, and I think it's got like Lyle Mays. I think it has his regular group, but I wonder who's playing horn on that.
Like, I got American Garage and I just couldn't get into it.
I think Bright Life and Still Life Talking are much more interesting than that one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And they're definitely, I think they're both. It might be like, it's like 78 and 83 or something like that. Maybe 8, but the Still Life might be even later. But those are both really good.
That's the Tone Poet with Matheny and Schofield. I don't have that one.
I love that one. It's really good.
Isn't that from the 90s?
Yeah.
I think even later.
Okay.
Like early 2000s.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it just got reissued. It got reissued recently.
Yeah.
The CD was from like the late 90s, or
I want to say. Yeah, I agree with Roberto about the Unity Band. That is really good. Really good. But I haven't listened to the Schofield Matheny album. I love John Schofield.
That is good.
Nice.
That hand jive record's really good.
Was
that 80 series or something?
Yeah. And then his latest on ECM is really good, where it's solo. But he's also, he's doing the loops and all that stuff. So it's like it's a solo, technically a solo recording, but he's accompanying himself. Yeah, and it's really good.
And I think the second to last came a couple of years earlier. The one that has like a house and that was really good.
Yeah.
Here we go, Chris. Get this one.
Let me make you big so I can see it. What's that one called?
Still Life Talking.
Okay.
And it's really got a cool sound. Let's see. Lyle Mays, who's his piano player forever. Steve Rodby. Armando Marsal.
Yeah, he's Brazilian. He's a percussionist.
Yeah. David Blamiris does some of the voices, and Mark Ledford does the voices. This record has a real, almost like, I want to say like, I might get it wrong, but it has a sort of a Brazilian sound to it with the backing vocals. And it kind of sounds a little bit like Milton Nascimento backing vocals kind of things. Like, the one song has like that, like backing voices.
Yeah, especially with Marcel too. I mean, his father was called Master Marcel, That's how you call the directors in the samba schools. So he would conduct like a live percussion band, like 100 people in the samba schools in those parades in Carnival.
Yeah.
That's what his father would do. So those guys have like a legacy in percussion.
Yeah. So this album has like a very. It does sound like '80s, Chris, but it has like a Brazilian sort of
That's cool.
feel to it. It's a really cool record.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he did this before maybe it was at the same time, but I think he definitely did it before, he did it before David Byrne or Peter Gabriel was doing like the world music thing that brought it into like pop music.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I've watched a bunch of live shit from him from the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's pretty hilarious the way he looks while he's playing is pretty funny. I mean, he just smiles the whole time. Like he must be stoned to like, I don't know. He must be smoking a big joint.
Yeah.
His interview with Rick Beato was really good.
Mm-hmm.
I bet.
With Scofield was even better.
Beato's really good at talking to people. He kind of blows my mind.
This is a good Scofield album. It's on Enja.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually it's recorded live in Munich, but it's John Scofield,
Steve
Swallow, and Adam Nussbaum, and this is really good. And then the one that Felipe was talking about, it has Steve Swallow on it also.
Yeah.
Is Steve Swallow playing upright or is he playing electric?
Electric.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't know if it has the one. I don't know if that ECM has Adam Nussbaum. It might. Cause
was one of the first guys that went to the electric bass, and he never really went back.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. And it's really good. I mean, it is digital as it says up there, but
who cares?
You can find this pretty inexpensive.
Did he have another record called Shit that went along with that?
I do. But yeah, John Scofield, like when I started like listening to some of his more, when I was in California, I was stationed at Camp Pendleton. I would have like 24-hour duty. And then, so it was just like sort of what you would call smooth jazz station before it was smooth jazz.
Mm-hmm.
And they would play like Michael Franks, and they would play like some John Scofield. And and the John Scofield I heard, I liked. And I was like, who is this guy? He's pretty good. Even though, it was sort of, that type, that smooth, sort of smooth jazz type thing. And that's what I first heard John Scofield. And
what about Michael Franks though? Is he worth checking out at all? Because I've seen like a billion of his records.
There are a couple of Michael Franks songs that I admit I like. I don't know if I could do. I don't have I have one Michael Franks CD. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah.
But there's like the one Michael Franks song, I can't remember the name of it, that that everyone has probably heard. But I could not buy a bunch of Michael Franks recordings. No.
You could if you just had like $3. I mean, you'd be.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be broke.
Give them to me. All right, put it down.
Yeah. I ain't got room for that shit, man.
I know. Oh,
I got too many records already.
I know. I'm trying to figure out where I'm gonna get the next place. What I got to do to get the next storage unit for records. And
yeah, you don't got. I mean, do you have? What do you use? IKEA stuff or something fancy?
Well, I have an IKEA. I have the Calyx, which I keep some box sets, R&B, rock and pop in, and then I have this system is called Woodley.
Okay.
And it sort of looks like the IKEA, but it's like really solid. It's like 13 like thin sheets of like birch.
You can customize those, right, Mike? These are pretty
Yeah,
cool, right?
you can customize them the way you want, and that's what I have all the jazz stuff in. But I'm basically
Chris, I think Danny.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Sonny Clark,
yeah, he made a video on those. It's
that if Danny has it.
Yeah, and yeah, it's solid. I mean, the one that I have, I did it myself. It comes, and you don't need like a screwdriver or anything like that. You can just put it together. They give you like some tools, but you don't need no screws or anything like that. And it's more solid than the Calyx.
Yeah.
But it's the one I got. If I had gotten a next size larger, I would have needed some help in putting it together.
How many cubes is it?
Huh?
How many cubes is it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 18.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's bigger. They're wider than the Calyx.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, 4 of them are like on each level. 4 are wider than the Calyx. Then the ones in the middle are a little bit thinner. A little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like about the system. When you like online draw, you can slide things and make the size and shape that you want, and just cut and send you.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Angelo. Become a carpenter so you can make your own shelves.
And they're different colors also.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just got IKEA. I've got 40 freaking cubes in this little ass office, and they're all full. So I need to get rid of some shit. And then I got about 40 records last weekend.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get rid of some stuff, But I'm not, and I sort of gave up on getting rid of stuff like a long time ago. Like I'm gonna get rid of some doubles,
Right.
Like I bought the Sonny Rollins box set, and I've got some. I got the OJCs of those 2 that were in there. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that. But other stuff. I just gave up on getting rid of stuff because I don't know. Sometimes and this has happened to me years down the line. I come back to stuff.
We changed.
And I remember like back in sometime. Gosh, this is how long ago it was. It had to be it was in the late 90s. I actually, I sold some stuff and I regretted it.
Yeah.
And like I got rid of the Tracy Chapman.
Mm.
And now I wish I had it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like you come back to stuff, So
yeah, I got a bunch of. I'm probably got. I don't know. I probably got 100 records I could get rid of and not ever care about again, though.
Mm.
I just got a bunch of stuff like from that collection I bought. There's probably 50 records that I don't really care for that I could probably get rid of. But
yeah,
I also I sold some stuff. I sold a couple $100 worth of shit on Discogs today, and I bought a bunch of shit that I want.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I kind of think like that too. Sometimes you can kind of move some stuff out to get some new stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of refresh it.
My record money goes straight to more records. So
yeah.
But I do kind of go through I kind of agree with both of you guys because I definitely have some regrets on stuff I've sold for sure. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of go through and I'm like, I do the how often do you listen to this and when was the last time you listened to it and do you think when's the next time you think you're going to listen to it again?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably.
And if it turns out that it's not I'm like, you know what? I listen to this record once every couple of years and I think it's time to let it go. So sometimes I do that.
Yeah.
Damn, last one sold 1,000 records over the last 10 years. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, if there's a lot of stuff that's kind of cool, but you don't necessarily want it, just sell them, make a good money, and then buy a great deck and stream them.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing. Also, I think I've gotten even though I buy a lot of stuff, I still think I've gotten a lot better because of using streaming. Like I'll stream a lot of stuff. So I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't think I make. I don't think I make mistakes. Because I stream stuff. I'm not like back in the day. You made mistakes because you're like, okay, I can't hear this.
Yeah.
But
I make a lot less mistakes. I should say that.
Yeah.
I make less mistakes.
Yeah. Because
the thing is, as you get older, your ability to deal with the mistakes becomes less. So it kind of evens out. Because when I was younger and I bought a crappy record, I'd be like, oh well, But now if I buy something bad, it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
So it's good that it's much better that I'm better at purchasing than I am I used to be.
I mean, plus when we were young, we didn't have this facility to this.
Well, that's the other thing.
Not to stream. Had to go to the store. If the cover looks nice, you would buy it.
Yep.
Right.
Well, yeah, or you had to listen, or you had to ask a friend if it was good, or
right.
Yeah, because now they have social media to market it. Back in the day, the covers were the big marketing thing, so that's why they put so much effort in the covers.
Well, I would buy anything from certain labels because
Yeah.
I just knew it would be good.
I agree with you, Roberto. That's why I don't ever do it, hardly ever.
Mhm.
I almost never stream stuff that I haven't heard before. I don't know. I mean, it's probably
what was Roberto's point?
This is the problem with streaming is that it steals the thunder of the experience of listening to the music in LP for the first time.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
that's true too.
Yeah.
But you can get a good idea.
Yeah. I think you kind of get the mood of the music.
I mean,
everything.
when I'm streaming, I go through like maybe 30 seconds of a song to try to go through the whole album.
Yeah.
Because I want to experience the record when I get it.
Right.
And I try not to ruin the experience by like I don't really do the whole record.
Mhm.
I'll do although sometimes, you get caught up into it and you start liking it,
Right.
but I try to like save the whole experience for when I get the record. And because I like to listen to things from start to finish, the way that the artists and engineers and everyone put it together to kind of do that.
Yeah.
I still like that aspect of, and it's probably because of my age, but I still like the aspect of, and it's really not because my wife's like, she'll stream she's fine just grabbing 4 or 5 songs off of an album.
Mhm.
And I'm still like, I need start to finish. I want to hear how it sounds as a whole.
Well, that's the nice thing about jazz, especially even the new releases, they're made that way, right? And I don't know how much pop music is made that way anymore. I mean, certain things are. I think Taylor Swift records are made to be complete packages because she's amazing. But there's so much shit out there where it's all about just trying to get a single that does well on Spotify. But check out
I think all the people.
Radio, though.
Yeah.
I think all the people that are trying to do the pop people.
Mhm.
This is my theory because I really don't know what I'm talking about. But the pop people that are like Harry Styles and Adele and Taylor Swift and the people that are kind of doing these concepts, they're also the people that are really into.
But those guys are the cream of the crop in pop music.
Right, but they're also the same people that are into mixing to tape, getting some analog gear to have it mixed in a more traditional way, having the mistakes of the sessions show up on the album,
Exactly.
that kind of stuff. They're the people that aren't using Ableton Live. They're the people that aren't just having everything on auto tune. They're actually going in there and trying to make something that is very acoustic.
Yes.
And has a lot of sound. And those are the same people that are probably, excited about
the most successful. Yes. I mean, every kid that I see in my office, I see a lot of kids that come like Taylor Swift t-shirts. And so I chat about music with them. They say, what we love about her is that she writes her own songs.
Yeah.
And which I think is great. And I know it's like a publicity thing. It's not a real doc, but her movie on Netflix, you can watch about her life. I think it's great.
Does she come across as pretty interesting? And
yeah, I mean, she shows some of her ideas. I mean, it's not like a critical documentary, just showing her daily life, her struggles, the things she goes through. It's not as cheesy as the Lady Gaga one, for example. That one is terrible. But I give her a lot of credit. I mean, she started as a kid, always like writing her stuff and singing and trying to get better, trying always to do something different. So I give her a lot of credit. Plus, I think she's more responsible for bringing new people into vinyl than some people that think, oh, I knew vinyl was better all along. No, I think she's doing much more for vinyl than those type of people.
Dude, there's no doubt. Everybody that bitches about Taylor Swift records getting pressed either is like an old boomer that doesn't really care about the future of the hobby, or just an asshole. Because, dude, when there's a Taylor Swift record at RSD, there's so many freaking kids there.
Yeah, and they go to the used records here, and they chat about it. So they go into Fleetwood Mac. They're going to people like this.
And you know what? Those kids are not nearly as naive to the process as people are. The bitter people are pretending like, oh, they don't know. Like, but it's the thing is, I'll be in there and like someone's coming in. Some young kids are coming in to Jazz to get stuff too, and they're going all over the store. When I see the late teens to the like 17 to 30 crowd that's in the record store is going all the sections.
They try to
hitting all
find out about everything. Yes.
Yeah, and they're excited about the analog process of something not being but compressed,
exactly,
and sounding, hearing the air, and like all that stuff that's like all the stuff that we like, they like too. So it's not like
exactly. And I mean, and I think it's okay not to like. You don't have to like her, but you have to respect.
Of course,
you have to respect. I mean, she's a great songwriter, and she packs arenas all over the world. I mean, she's playing like 8 gigs in Brazil or something that's all sold out, all over Latin America. So there's some merit to that. You can say someone has been doing that for 20 years. You cannot say it's a publicity thing or whatever. Right?
No, she's amazing. I mean, the other thing too is her connection with her audience.
Yeah, and I think she's doing a lot of exactly, Chris. Doing saying good things, positive things.
Yeah.
And no matter how much you like him, but let's say boomers music, like Led Zeppelin, for example, those guys are like drug traffickers, rapists, this everything. They play good music. But they're horrible human beings. They're not doing anything positive. They're exploiting young girls. Right? What's cool about that? Right?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Near Zero says young people he talks to are attracted to video game soundtracks on vinyl. I think that's fucking cool, man.
Yeah, I find that super interesting. The kids that like are buying records are buying Japanese music because it's from that genre. Actually, not necessarily. And some of it is from video games, but some of it's just a style that was created from video games. And it's not my music, but I think it's really interesting that people are, when I pass through those records, because they'll be in, they end up in different sections. It's kind of, it's a really interesting genre of music just to have it happen.
Absolutely. I mean, there's also plenty, like, Mike Jasmine's Mike talked about this, about several channels where there's these young, like, college guys that are hardcore into jazz, and they're buying these records, man. It's like, I don't understand anyone who's bitter about young people buying records. Like, if people don't buy records, guess what? You're not going to have any records to buy either.
Well, that JD and Nomi Beck, right? That has jazz, hip hop, and some of that video game influence in it too. It's got some real trippy mixes in it.
And if you see them playing, I mean, it's just the two of them. They reproduce everything live. It's just crazy. She plays with her feet, her hands. She also hands the computer, and he like kills on the drums, man. I mean,
And he's a good drummer. He's super good.
right?
I mean, I've never heard. I mean, I was big into drum and bass, dance music, and that's what he's. I mean, that's what he plays.
Yeah.
All that shit was drum machines, though, man. They
Yeah.
didn't have live drummers playing that shit. It's insane how I mean, the technicality and
Yeah,
the talent he has is great.
and he plays super fast and with a very light hand. That's what's amazing. He kind of feels the room.
Yeah.
I think that's a great thing. It's very easy. I mean, he's very fast and very melodic, very precise as well.
For sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I think.
No, I was just reading Angelo's comment.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I think that everything gets too much. People go back to the other direction. I think
Yeah.
Angelo is a good point. I agree.
Well, Brandon, your comment about them hearing vinyl, once they start with a Crosley and then they figure out that's not the greatest and they get a $200 turntable and some powered speakers and they hear the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, and it's not just that. It's not just hearing the, because these things happen in all. It's not really just in vinyl or music.
Sure.
Really, it's going on. I mean, in different aspects of music, it's going on in visual arts. It's going on in all of these things. And you're right. There are cycles, but right now, it's kind of like there's a desire for things to be more tangible or more organic, or just to have like sort of tactile nature to it, or even with sound. Like they want, they don't want an absolutely perfect digital compressed with everything at the same level, kind of
and super loud.
Yeah, kind of sound.
Yeah,
and we've kind of gone. There's different ways that like these things sort of cycle back, where things go into a very technologically current, and we'll say digital now because digital's sort of been the technological high point or whatever you want to call it, and that swings back to analog, and that happened sort of in the 80s a little bit, or in the early 90s, but digital sort of took over as far as like music goes. But there was a big push with like the grunge scene and everything to go in a very analog way as far as like what all those guys were playing on.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, tube amps got really big again, and vintage tube amps got really big again. And people started playing old guitars again. And because in the 80s, everything was about the newest guitar. You wanted the guitar right off the wall.
Synthesized guitar.
Plug it into a solid state amp, and it was going like that. So, people got really into analog stuff at that point too. And then it kind of moved over. But right now we are in a point where there's just you got Ableton Live, you got auto tune, you got things sounding really compressed and loud, and you can't hear anything.
No, it doesn't sound real.
It doesn't really sound good, except the only thing you can hear is the beat. It's almost like it's just beat oriented.
Yes, I mean there's some books about how the pop tunes things are crafted. There are many like studies on how many beats they gotta do, how the chords they gotta play, and songs now they mimic advertising jingles. They start in the chorus right there, boom, because they gotta be hooky, just like advertising.
Well, I mean, there's a couple reasons for that, right? I mean, the big reason for that now too is TikTok.
Well,
People are looking to get a single that blows up as a TikTok sound, and it's 30 seconds long.
So that came from those guys in Sweden. They studied a lot on producing and what works, and they came with like a cake recipe. It works. Whatever
it's a formula. But anytime, and this kind of happens anytime in music, everything starts to sound the same. People tend to go the other way, or the more interesting people go the other way, and you get something that doesn't sound as generic or sound exactly like what everyone else does. And it's tricky now with all these AI programs that are going on, because it's almost even more extreme than what we've dealt with before. So people are definitely going to go like, there's a huge and Rick Beato sort of touches on it a little bit, but right now people want want old tube amps to play instruments through. They want old guitars. They want things that sound unique,
organic. Yes.
They want, and they're looking for stuff that's like, they're like, wait a minute, like, you know, everyone had this and this and this.
Yeah.
Let's find some new odd things that people didn't know about.
Yeah.
Because they want this, they want to sound different.
So
and they want the unique character. Here's the thing is, instead of people going, well, I don't want a plug-in that has like this amp and 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 this amp. I want to go find some amp that nobody has.
Yeah.
It's caused some kind of interesting like digging for other things. Just the same way we're always looking for something, you know, or I'm projecting, but I'm always trying to find something that I was like somehow I overlooked, or something that I'm going to find in like a record collection.
Also, Brandon, I think it has to do with the whole thing about tangible, palatable, relatable. So think about ourselves, right? We grew up in like the 60s, 70s, 80s. If you want to see about your family history, you have a photo book to look at, right? We had a roll of film with 36 pictures. Had to make the best of them, make amazing stuff. We're going to print, put in a book. There's our family history. Most of my friends, even my sister, my age, they have kids like in their teens. Their whole life is not a cell phone.
Right.
They don't have pictures to look at, and that's really depressing. Same thing with the music. They don't own anything. They don't touch anything. If that's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
Which I think in terms of memory is really poor and lacking. And that's kind of sad.
Yeah. I mean, we're, if we have an electrical, one of those crazy electrical storms, the solar flare, we might lose all our pictures.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. You do like plate photography, right?
Yeah.
How long does it take to take a good picture? You're gonna think thoroughly about it. You're gonna go there, take a really nice one, and have it for eternity. You got a cell phone, you take like 50 pictures of the same thing. They're gonna stay there, and nobody's gonna look at it.
Yeah, I just sent my sister-in-law some picture. I mean, she gets it. She does letterpress stuff, so she's super analog. But you know, photo-wise, she just uses her phone. So I sent a bunch of film scans from last spring, and she was pretty excited about them. You know, because they look different.
Yeah. No, even music the same. I mean.
Yeah, it's all the same. I mean, it's all about having something. Like, to me, it's about something that isn't designed to be perfect.
Yeah.
But because of those reasons of it having, like, the things that have human error in them tended to be better. Because I think partly because they're spontaneous in a certain way, but they also haven't been polished.
Yeah.
And there's something really good about like, and I think Mike was talking, Mike from the record store was talking about how, you know, people want the 2-track.
Yeah.
But I think really what they want is they want something less perfect.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, everything that's handmade costs more, right? For a reason. So I just want to show this as an example. You know these records, right?
Yeah.
These are all records from the 60s in Brazil.
Yeah.
Nada Leão. They're kind of messed up, water damage, the cover. But those belong to my mother. And I shared this with a few people. You can't play them. It's like always being in paper. They're horrible, terrible. They sound terrible. I bought better copies, but you know, the record is here. Every single one of them has like my mother's signature from.
Yeah.
People, sometimes I just cry looking at those and thinking about it. It's just like, man, this is a part of my family, my history. life. And he's not watching a crappy cell phone with a.
Well, yeah, I think that's the other thing I didn't talk about, like the young kids at the record store. And I make it sound like I'm so different from them, but really not. They also want objects. They like having the photographs and the thing, the record to put on. It becomes an object that's a little bit more exciting than streaming. And if they grew up on streaming, a record can be pretty fun.
Yeah. You see, 65, 66, my mom was a teenager and she signed those records that belong to her. Now it's with me. I mean, it's something that
it's history. And it's personal history now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like but a lot of what Felipe was talking about, I was thinking about recently, because a lot of people have been showing the Samande reissue.
Right, and you told a story about
that. That's my my mother had had the original copy of that, and that was like prevalent when I was growing up. My aunt has a copy. Actually, I met with my aunt this couple of days ago. I forgot to ask her to tell her to give me that record back. But
send it over.
But that was it's a physical copy. It's like part of my history. And it's funny because the reason I was meeting with my aunt was my cousin and her son. They were up from Atlanta, and they had called. I wasn't gonna see them when they were up here, but my aunt had said, "Oh, he's interested in the jazz, and and some books he'd like to talk to you." So I called the kid, and we were speaking, and he started asking me like all these questions, like, "Oh, about Coltrane and all this stuff." And I was like, "Okay, he seems," and I was like. And I asked him because I was going through my collection, and I had pulled a bunch of albums that I had doubles of. I said, "Do you have a turntable?" He goes, "No, we don't." And then so I was like, "Okay," and I didn't ask him this, but I just figured that they had at least a CD player. So I pulled a bunch of CDs that I had also had copies of the albums. So I pulled the CDs, and then I met them for dinner. And I said, "Oh, you have a CD player?" And he looked at my cousin, his mother, and she goes, "Yeah, we have one in the garage." So this kid's whole life has been streaming this stuff.
Yeah.
So but I gave him the CDs, and he was thrilled. And his mother looked at him and said, "You're happy now, aren't you?" And he was a big smile came across his face. Because I gave him.
How old was he?
He's the same age as my daughter, 17.
Okay.
17.
And you know what's funny, Mike? I think people also kind of refuse to. They kind of forget things. I mean, people our age, right? They say they come here. Oh my gosh, how do you use a record player? I mean, guys, we grew up in the 80s. Of course, you had one at home.
Right.
Yeah.
You knew how to use a film camera. What was the deal? Why it's so much? Don't make a dumb of yourself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's not. Well, it's not. They're all kind of the same.
Yeah.
I mean, once you learn how to use one, it doesn't take very long to figure out how to do the other one. It may take a few minutes, but you figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
I've had so many now at this point.
Yeah, back to the picture thing. I take pictures of my kids all the time. Less than they're teenagers, I guess. Some of them were little, but they're all on the cloud. And I don't ever look.
I know that is. Yeah,
that's really bad.
Yeah.
I have a friend with two kids. One is like older, like 20 something. The other one is like 15. The one that's 15, they have like 0 pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing. One of my main thing is actually what I do is I do. I do tintypes from the 1850s, and I make everything by hand. And what's pretty fun is when you do that, I'll go over to someone's house that maybe I did a portrait for, and they're always out, because they're heavy, and they have a certain amount of, they're usually 5x7 or 8x10, so they're pretty big. But there's such a process to doing it and having the picture taken as well, is that they usually display it. So it's kind of it's always interesting to see it, because you can. There's no. I mean, they're not really cloud ready.
Yeah.
They're just kind of like that's the thing is the object, and this is just you make one and that's it. Yes, it's done. There's no negative or anything. It just it all happens in the camera. So
this is an interesting point that Levin brings up. He's talking about Google's getting better at sending collages of your pictures to take with your camera or whatever.
Yeah.
The AI when AI gets a hold of that, like I can think of a really good use case, right? Like I want to see pictures of this kid when she was 4, right? Like if it can recognize people and use an algorithm to kind of recognize faces as people age, I think that could be really cool.
Yes.
I think, I mean, my phone already recognizes all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I know.
As far as pictures go, I'm just talking about pictures.
No, I agree.
Me buying things, I'm just talking about like it knows cats, it knows different people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed is like, I don't even know which, who it is or whatever, if it's Google or what. I think it's probably Google, but I get, like, I get this notification like every day of like, like photos of this date.
Yeah, I get that too.
Yeah, I'm like, I rarely look at them. Once in a while, I look at them, but I was just like, I was like, Jesus Christ, because like a lot of the photos I've taken, they just exist, in the cloud. It's not like when I was growing up. Like, I don't think, we have a few photographs of our daughter, but we don't have like family portraits or anything like that. Like I had when I was growing up. We just never did that. I mean, the last appointment with a photographer that we had was, I don't know, when my daughter was, I don't know how young she was, but we went to visit relatives down south, and my aunt was like, okay, I've made an appointment for her at the photographer. And, and it was the same guy that did, her kids' photographs, and and that was the last time that we've actually gone to a photographer and had a photographer take photographs.
Yeah, I mean,
plus the thrill of it, right? I mean, to this day, it's not cheap to develop a roll of film.
Yeah.
So,
no, it is not.
I mean, it was the thrill of the month. You get those 36 shots in a row. You develop, wait for like a week to be developed, and when those come back, was like everybody would put in the album.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. I think is a big thing, instant gratification thing now. With you can take a photograph and then you can see it, and if you think it sucks, you can like delete it and take another or whatever. Yeah.
I mean,
there's still some. It really doesn't. No matter how many rolls I've done, I don't know, thousands is probably correct. It's probably 4,000 or 5,000. I don't know. It's still exciting to like have to wait and then look at the negatives and then and then scan the negative. Like the whole process is still pretty exciting because you still don't know exactly what you're gonna get. But there's still a good amount of anticipation, and also kind of some pretty cool reward in waiting for it too.
Yeah, I think my daughter's gonna be a senior like this year, and I'm gonna have we're gonna do like a like family like photo. I haven't told anybody this, so they can't veto this idea yet, but. I'm gonna do like a family, photograph. We've never done one.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a place in mind, or is it just gonna be?
I haven't. I may ask. I have a buddy that I've sort of talked about once in a while on this. Yeah. I'll ask him, and then then I have another buddy that's a friend of his. He's also a photographer. I'll ask them and see what I know my buddy has done all the like, jazz portrait things. He won't do it, but he can recommend someone. Because I just know he won't do it. That's just how
you should just say you got to do it.
Yeah.
Make him do it. Like blackmail him.
Yeah.
Something like, what do you have that you know that he doesn't want anybody to know? Just say, I need this.
I should actually. His wife's a painter, and I actually have one of her paintings in the living room. I said, I'll buy another one of your wife's paintings.
There you go. That'll work. I bet you, even if he thinks he's not good at the family portraits, I bet you he really is good.
Yeah, he's he's weird. He's just he's the nicest guy in the world, but he's just weird about things,
Yeah, I used to be really particular about what I was gonna shoot.
Yeah,
and I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, it's just kind of fun to do it,
right?
No matter what.
Yeah.
So I'm like, sure. You want to bring over your dog? Let's do it. Like, sounds good to me. Like, it's just always a challenge. So
yeah,
I just like the challenge.
Actually, that's something I would like to do that with the dog before she's getting up there. So I didn't even think about that. That's actually something that
get your buddy's wife to make a painting of your dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be good. That would be good. I gotta talk to him.
Yeah,
this is the guy that I used to when I started I met him. There used to in New York on St. Mark's Place. There was these like secondhand music stores. There was this one place called Sounds, and I'm going through the bins at Sounds, and this guy comes up and he just starts talking to me, and I look at him like, who the fuck are you? Why are you approaching me?
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking. And he was like, oh, so we started talking. We were talking about jazz. We were in the jazz section. And then, I was still like very wary of like someone just approaching me and starting to talk. And he handed me his card, and it was a photographer. He said, "Oh, I hang out down here. We can get together for a drink or whatever." I was like, "All right." It's like, And then, I was like, "All right." So one day I was like, "Yo, let's hang out. My friend works at a bar. And we've been friends like ever since."
Nice.
But and he's he's been taking a lot of photographs of jazz musicians and stuff like that. But yeah, he's a strange guy.
It's not the kind of I guess the counter to that with photography, not professional photography obviously, but like the cell phone does give people access to be able to capture things that they don't.
Well, that would be like the point and shoot, right?
Right. There's definitely benefits to as far as like what how much. It's kind of like the music thing, like the Nomi and JD Beck. Like those kids started really young and they got really good, partially because of what was available. And you have like kids getting really good at like vernacular photography, taking pictures of their buddies, just doing stuff. It's not like it's not like the skills are always completely diminished by the technology or anything like that.
It's just a different type of skill, but still a skill.
But the actual physical thing that's created, that's why a lot of people want the print or shooting an analog thing like film or making something or just making a nice image of something as a keepsake, is like sort of in this lost area. And it's almost like we've got, it's the same thing. We've accumulated. I mean, how many people here have accumulated thousands of images?
Oh, God.
So it's almost like you don't know where to start.
Right.
With what you have,
right?
Because it's become so commonplace to just kind of continually document instead of making something a little bit more important.
Right.
I when I go to concerts now, I don't really. I used to record.
I hate
I hate that.
I don't do it at all anymore. Like it just
Yeah.
you never watch the shit anyway.
Right.
No, I
Never
usually
watch-
I'll go do one shot.
Yeah.
Of like I'll run up to the front and do like 1 or 2 shots, and then my phone goes away.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, like Trisha's like recording stuff. I'm like, we're at the show. Like, why are you
Yeah,
recording?
let me
So-
watch this freaking thing. Yes.
I'm like, stop it. Watch
Yeah.
it with me.
Yeah.
It's like I think people shooting videos of concerts is the new like carousel. You know, back in the day, you go somewhere. Oh, come see my vacation pictures on my carousel. I said, dude, I'm doomed.
Yeah, I
Like
know
those
because
videos from concerts. They're terrible, and nobody watches that crap.
well, I know Trisha wants to show like, she has like she wants to show it to her friends.
Mm-hmm.
If she's at the show, but I'd be like, come on, and like do it. Okay, I'm like, then do the big hit song, and then and then
Our
stop.
friends don't want to see that shit, man.
Exactly.
I know it's like nobody wants to see it. Nobody wants to see
You won't
some
even see
amateur
it. Like,
person's
yeah.
video. Nobody wants to see it because there's someone out there that's doing it way better.
Professional.
That's got like a real camera. That's like
It's on YouTube.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just pretty lame. You know,
Nobody
what's
wants to
the,
see someone's big head in front of the singer. Like
Yeah.
it's like so bad.
you know what's the bad things in concerts, especially in the big festivals, have those huge VIP areas like meet and greet and special seating in front of the stage and special this and drinks and bar and cover area.
Mhm.
I think that sucks because they cost a lot of money. They push away from the stage the real fans, and those people are sitting there not even watching the freaking show. They're just on their phones.
Right.
The counter argument to that is I have disposable income now, and I will pay for that luxury. At times.
Exactly. But
But I was a fan, but yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I've looked at going. I haven't been to a music festival, and I want to go to a jazz festival of some kind.
No, jazz festival is okay, but these festivals now they have like a Ferris wheel. They have like concession stands all over the place. 10 stages, and you have to like watch one song per stage, so you don't see anything. You're stepping on mud. Everything. Is
I don't know, man.
just on the yard.
There's a jazz fest happening here in September in Dallas, and I'm going to go see as much of as I can, even if I've never even heard of the people that are playing.
Yeah, I mean, jazz festivals aren't really like Lollapalooza or anything.
Yeah.
They're totally different.
Yeah.
It's like going to Burning Man or something.
Yeah, I mean, and I hate this is part of the reason, maybe because I know it's the reason is because I live in New York. I'm not a big jazz festival person,
Well, yeah.
because I just like,
You can go sit 5 foot from anywhere.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. I mean, I'm just it never. I mean, like if I see a jazz festival, like the one what's called a jazz festival, like every year here, and it's very small, and they have the Charlie Parker Jazz Festival, but it's held at like in 2 locations in Tompkins Square Park on the Lower East Side, and at Marcus Garvey Park in Harlem. But they're small. It's not like it's intimate enough where I'm like, okay, fine, But
What about the Vision Festival or Vision Fest or whatever?
well, the Vision Fest, which is just happened not too long ago, that's in, it's not like one day. It's over a week.
Right.
So you can go to even a night of shows. And see different performers, so that I can do that. That's something I can do. But I'm like a single day, like in a field.
Right.
That was it doesn't even have to do with jazz. That's just not me. It's just not me.
Cool.
Yeah, like when I did, like Roberto talked about New Orleans Jazz Fest. When I was down there at school, I actually loved going to Jazz Fest. That was the one time Yeah, and it's at like a racetrack, and I actually enjoyed that. But they have it's so
that's the time frame to do that is when you're 18 or 20.
yeah, and it's broken. It's split up where they'll have like the gospel tent, they'll have the jazz tent, and then they'll have a big area where like your major acts will perform.
Mm-hmm.
And I never, I wasn't usually at the smaller tents. I had just no desire to sit in the middle of a muddy field and wait for Stevie Wonder or some variation of the Allman Brothers or Stevie Ray Vaughan or whoever. I had no desire to do that. Yeah. But it's still a fun time. It's still a fun time. But at least with that you got to pick. And they had within the larger venues, they had smaller venues. That was a thing, that made jazz fest better than I have no desire to go to the Newport Jazz Festival, which is only a few hours. You can just get in the car and go up there and stay. I have no desire to do it.
Yeah.
I just don't want to spend the day on the field and
Yeah. So some of the coolest concerts I've been like many years ago when I was working at Stanford, they had like a jazz festival, summer jazz festival.
Mm-hmm.
They had the big ones from the university, but Stanford has actually a shopping center inside.
Yeah,
like a big square there, and every week there was like people going there and playing, and it was super cool. People just go there, put their blankets, bring some wine, enjoy the concert. Afterwards, we would just chat with the artists, buy their CDs, and they would sign for you.
right.
Well, these are the best experiences ever.
Yeah. I mean, the last time I'm trying to think, the last outdoor. I think I went. There's a place not too far from here. It's called Katona, and they have an outdoor jazz thing. I think I saw Joe Lovano there and someone else, and it was fine, but yeah, I don't know. The good thing is, you could bring you can bring your wine, and you could bring your food. So that was sort of the best part of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can't beat that.
Yeah.
My wife went to Global Citizen Festival in New York City about 10 years ago, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched it on some of it on TV. And what a miserable fucking day that would have been.
Oh no! Yeah.
What was it?
She went to it because Pearl Jam played it, and that's why she went. But she saw Beyonce, which was cool, and she saw, I don't know, Coldplay or some shit. I don't know, a few bands. But in between the bands, it was all this like performative bullshit, like the celebrities coming up and like hit the button for more likes because that'll save the whales. I'm like, dude, y'all are doing nothing. You're getting people to like Facebook posts. That doesn't help anything. Like, it was just total bullshit,
Oh yeah.
And then the worst part too is they only had vegan food for whatever reason, and it was all shit.
Oh man, I would have been. Whoa, man.
Or like salads and shit, which I eat salad. It's fine, but like I need a hot dog, man. I need something that's going to keep me alive.
Yeah.
And here listening to these fuckers talk for 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Or you'd have to buy like an insane amount of vegan food to get full.
Yeah.
Some vegan food's good, but I don't want vegan food at a fucking hot ass festival either, man.
Yeah.
Now this is a Woodstock '94. Have y'all watched that documentary on Netflix?
Oh, 99.
That's hilarious.
99, yeah. Dude, that shit is fucking insane.
That stuff is scary, man. I've been to really crappy places, but no, yeah, that was out of control.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I mean, like the part where Limp Bizkit was playing and the crowd just went completely fucking nuts. Like that.
Those guys
in my house thinking about it.
Yeah, they fucked up.
I don't want to be things like that.
Yeah, Limp Bizkit.
What happens when you have people that know nothing about the music that they're about to show?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guys that put it on had no idea who the bands were.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was
But I mean, you keep people from bringing anything, and then you go there. It's like $10 a bottle of water, like 19.99.
Yeah, it was insane. And then I mean, there's lots of like college frat boys there too that just went there to get hammered and fuck shit up.
Yeah,
yeah. Well,
that was really bad.
That's kind of what they do, you know.
Yeah.
I think one of the coolest concerts I've ever seen. One of the coolest guys, like leading a band, leading a crowd, was Tom Petty. Man. He's so cool. He's so cool. I mean, he was, but Tom Petty was amazing. Super good.
You know, me and Felipe talk about Pearl Jam because we're huge fans, but they had a horrible accident in
Roskilde.
Yeah, Roskilde in Europe.
Yeah,
9 people died because they trailed off the stage and 9 people died, and it fucked. They didn't play after that for a long time.
Oh yeah, they got really messed up after that.
But now, I mean, because you know, you still when they play in Europe and they play in South America, they're still playing to massive crowds because it's just
Right.
those countries. But they like have the crowd divided, like all the way through the whole fucking crowd with like fencing or whatever, and kind of sectioned off to try to keep that shit from happening.
Yeah.
Oh, was people got crushed? Is that what
Yeah,
happened?
trampled, yeah.
Yeah, they put too many people there. Poor planning. The band they were like devastated after that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They were devastated. I think 8 people, right, Chris? 8 people died.
8 or 9, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, talk about a real shit show. Go back to what was the Stones concert where they hired the fucking Hells Angels to be
Oh
security.
yeah, that's
yeah.
that documentary is really good.
I'm gonna go bring something for Shoji. He asked me a question about the White Stripes.
Okay. Just I know Levin had mentioned something about Louis Armstrong in one of his comments, and I just wanted to say that they just opened the Louis Armstrong Center up here in New York.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually I believe it's across the street from Louis Armstrong's house. And it's supposed to be. I haven't gone. Of course, I obviously haven't gone there yet. It's open this week, but you know, I'm definitely gonna go there. And I know a bunch of people are coming up here in October for the record fair sale or whatever it is.
Yeah,
you might want to check that out.
So you want to see some really cool stuff that unfortunately technology is killing as well. Ticket stubs, right?
Oh
yeah.
Yeah. So I got right here some of the first concerts I've been. The White Stripes in 2007.
Nice.
Guster, Kings of Leon. Some really cool stuff here. So there was this festival here at the DAR Constitution Hall. It was the headliner was Cake. It was super awesome. Leonard Cohen. Let me see what else. And there's some stuff I saw in California, like it was The Who, the Rolling Stones, Green Day, Bon Jovi. I want to find a cool one here. Jack White.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Tom Petty. I think was his last tour. Also, Bob Dylan, Alabama Shakes.
Wow.
Yeah. Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Metallica. A lot of I kept a lot of those. I still have a bunch. Let's see here. I mean, Kiss, plus a lot of stuff. So back in Brazil, most of those festivals, they didn't have like paper tickets. They were like credit cards. They were just like sticking in the machine and would take them on the other side. So I have a lot of those as well. On the Rolling Stones, So my White Stripes concert was 2007. Was their last tour, Shoji, and it was on their last concerts. I think after like a month or two, they interrupted tour and called it quits.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a whole little cottage industry that's sprung up now to make fake concert stubs. So you know, because there's no concert tickets anymore, like never anymore. So but you can send them, you know, hey, here's where I was sitting and all that, and they'll make one up for you, which is interesting if you're into that.
Oh yeah, I kept all my stuff. I have many more than and the album just shows some. But
I'll just throw them away after I leave the show. I wish I did, but I haven't been to many concerts anyway, honestly.
No, yeah, but I saw a lot of good stuff there, and when bands go to, I mean, you guys see here those bands like usually touring arenas, rarely stadiums, right? It's like, I mean, rice and beans, bread and butter. It happens all the time. Now it's more common, but back in like the very first big concert in Brazil was like '81, Queen and Van Halen. They went.
Oh God, I bet, dude.
That was in '81, and I mean, I had a friend that actually went to the Queen concert. It was like a huge stadium. He said, "Man," because he used to live in a country as I used to, so he took a bus with a bunch of kids. They went to São Paulo to the stadium. He said, "Man, I couldn't see shit. There was not even like those. There was not like big screens even back in the day '81.
Yeah,
so whoever was playing there, they told me was playing. I had to believe they were there. You know,
oh shit, exactly.
I couldn't see shit, but the whole experience was so much fun. So much fun. My first big concert stadium was Aerosmith in '94, the Get Away tour. But in the very first Rock in Rio '85, was the biggest. Like they took the bets and the bands, they signed it. Was the very first like big festival in Brazil, like 200,000 people.
Yeah.
So on the same night they had like AC/DC, Ozzy, you know, all the big names, Scorpions, everybody playing there on the same night. So it was like insane, really insane. There's no comparison. And you watch those concerts.
What was that? Was that the US Festival in?
No, that was Rock in Rio '85. '85, the very first one. So Ozzy was at the top of his game. AC/DC, for those about to rock. Scorpions, Rock It Like a Hurricane. It was just like insane. Really.
No, I mean, it sounds like the US Festival that was in the United States at the same time,
but those guys are still but those guys are in their 20s, not 50s, right?
No, yeah.
So in '91 they did a Rock in Rio too. So that was my very first like big concert that I followed. On the same night it was Sepultura. They were followed by Fate No More. They had just released Epic. And then Guns N' Roses, between Appetite and User Illusion. They were the biggest thing in the world.
Oh yeah,
man, that stuff, and Sepultura. I mean, that stuff is like insane. Absolutely. Megadeth was touring. What was that? Rust in Peace, Megadeth, Judas Priest, Painkiller. That was the time. I mean, those concerts like legendary. And that's the thing. South America, Brazil, Argentina, Chile. They pack stadiums. Even the Ramones will pack stadiums in Brazil.
Oh yeah, dude. The Pearl Jam concerts down there are nuts.
Yes, they're like legendary. They play for like 3 hours.
I've heard different musicians talk about that too, but like I'm a big Rush fan and Pearl Jam, and they've toured everywhere.
Oh, the Rush Rio.
You listen to like live shows from South America. The whole crowd sings the whole fucking song. It's not the words; they'll sing the guitar solo, and you can just hear it coming up out of them. You know what I mean? It's fucking really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Maiden, like to this day, they go any place in South America, they pack stadiums. They pack stadiums like 100,000 people.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, here in America, they'll see 1 million people because they'll go to 50 shows and have 20,000 people a night, right? Like, there's some of that opportunity there, so it's like everybody's going right now.
Yeah. And I think here is just so common to have so many artists at the same time passing by our city that you're just like watching them like cool, clap, and that's it. But people go insane. It's just like hard to compare.
Dude, I struggle with that. Like I went to a Steely Dan show last year, like right after the pandemic. You know, one of the first shows I went to was Steely Dan. I had tickets for like 2 fucking years. And you know, I mean, it's an older crowd, and it was a great show. But nobody stood up or danced around or anything. Everyone just sat the whole time, which I get it. They're like 70, right? But it was so fucking hard for me, man, because I'm like, I'm not a sit down at a show guy. Generally, I'm standing up, I'm dancing around, I'm enjoying myself. Yeah. So that was really weird. The same thing. I went to the last.
Can you show us?
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that. Actually, the funny story with that. Okay, I'm high as fuck.
I can sing some parts of Asia.
I went to see John Mayer in 2019 or something. And I was so fucking drunk, dude. I mean, my wife almost had to carry me out of the place. But I love John Mayer, so I'm like just like listening to him. I'm just like lit up and excited. They put me on the fucking big screen, dude, for like half of like 30 seconds. I'm just like just loving it, dude. And everybody's like, "Woo!" Fucking shit, you not. I went to work the next day, and this dude I'd never even talked to. He's like, "Seems like you're enjoying yourself at the John Mayer concert last night, huh?" I was like, "Fuck you, man."
Yeah. Yeah, I have a funny one too. So 95 January was the first time ever the Rolling Stones went to play in Brazil. They've been to Brazil many times, but the first time they played was the Voodoo Lounge tour, 95.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna have like the big snake spitting fire.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I was like, I saved money for like months to get a ticket. I went to the concert. It was like a little festival, so there were like 3 opening acts. First one was like a Brazilian band. It was like pouring. It's like January. It's like a monsoon there. They played 3 songs. They had to quit. And then the second act was Rita Lee, the record that Brandon showed.
Mm.
She couldn't play. It just like was pouring. Then the opening act for the Rolling Stones was the Spin Doctors. Remember them?
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, but the thing was like pouring. People like sick and wanted to see the Rolling Stones, and just like now, people would throw anything at the stage. I mean, there were some guys next to me. They were like, "Man, fuck these guys! Get out of here! You fucking faggot!" And everything. Because and man,
well, the Spin Doctors weren't that great.
No.
And that one song,
the guy lost his
Oh,
voice.
come on.
I feel really bad for him. He lost his voice, right?
Yeah.
But still, he was like not singing much, just like making weird moves on the stage, jumping everywhere. This guy next to me, man, they had like a big like a bag of like sliced bread. There's some sandwiches inside. The guy like, boom, hits the guy in the chest, man. It was so amazing. But then after that, it was still pouring. The house announcer, I mean, the announcer comes to the stage and says, "Guys, don't worry. The Rolling Stones will play underwater if needed to. Don't." And then the whole studio went bananas. And it was January, summer. It was like breezy in a stadium and raining. Everybody was like shivering and feeling cold. And that was 95. They played "Smell Like Teen Spirit." The whole stadium went. And then the Stones came in right after that. That was one of the best concerts I've ever seen. One of the best things I've ever seen.
I'm looking here.
I saw the Stones in Prague. It was pretty exciting.
They were great. I saw them, I think, like 6 times.
No, I only saw them. I saw them. I think it was 1990.
90. That was the Steel Wheels.
Yeah, Steel Wheels. It was at a bad soccer field in Prague.
Wow.
But like the soccer field was dirt. That's like your Eastern Euro former Soviet bloc soccer stadium, hard dirt.
Mm-hmm.
But they were good. They were really good.
Yeah.
Keith plugs into the twin and start me up starts.
Oh my, that's crazy. I mean, seeing the Stones is like, I wish I could have seen like in 72, 73. Unfortunately, I couldn't. But I know they do it for the money now. I mean, I think once Charlie had passed, they could have called it quits. But of course, they could make a lot more by playing after him.
My dad saw them at I think it was the Tattoo You tour at the Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah, I think it was.
I guess Mick Jagger came down in a Superman suit from the top and flew down into the stage. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Tattoo You was the very first like stadium tour ever.
Was that like 81?
81, yes. They have a live record, and there's a video. I think Let's Spend the Night Together. So they show some of that tour. They started with stadiums, they did some arenas. But I think it was the very big first like stadium tour ever. I think that after that was like Tina Turner, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big tour.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I was too young to go.
Mm-hmm. So Levin, yes, every concert there is big for a couple of reasons. It's very expensive to bring those guys back there for currency exchange and fees and everything. So they usually come in festivals as like in a package. You want to bring the main act, you have to bring some folks along. So they end up going to Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, and sometimes Colombia if they can afford.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because those shows, because they're just as excited about the shows in Argentina and Chile, because, right? I mean,
Yes,
it's a big deal.
usually it's a bundle. For saving costs, usually the same booking agency, they book them for the three countries.
Right. So where they go? They go Sao Paulo,
Sao
Rio.
Paulo, Rio. Sometimes they go to Curitiba, which is the next capital underneath Sao Paulo in the map, and Belo Horizonte, which is the Minas state nearby, but all like in the southeast because it's riches, has more people, and people are more into this kind of music. If you go to the north, it's a whole different musical taste. It would
Really?
never. Oh yeah, yeah. It's very the north is more like regional rhythms, carnival, samba, not samba, frevo, and local rhythms. They're not into rock. Although from the north, they're really good heavy bands. They are playing internationally, but not in Brazil. In Brazil, yeah.
You know, I was wanted to talk about something earlier when we were talking about like formulaic pop music or whatever. The fucking worst music now is country music.
Oh, it's terrible.
Like new country music. I've seen a couple of videos where they took these popular country songs and they put them on top of each other like in Pro Tools, and it's literally the same fucking song.
Yeah.
Right. Like the notes of the songs are exactly the same, just with different instrumentation and stupid lyrics that mean nothing. And I love country music, older country music, like 70s shit. I'm
Johnny
here
Cash.
80s, fucking Johnny. I mean, George Strait, all that shit. You know, I'm in Texas, but man, I cannot even think about listening to that new crap. It's so bad.
No, it is bad. Yeah.
And it's like performative bullshit too. It's all about I'm in my truck going down a mud road. Motherfucker, you've been on never been on a fucking dirt road. Shut the fuck up. It's the stupidest shit. Where country music used to be protest music. I mean,
oh yeah,
there was super left wing shit in country music back in the day. Outlaw country wasn't a bunch of bootlickers. I mean, I don't know. It's just sad.
It is. It is.
But I think people will rebel against that shit too. Just like the other stuff we were talking about, right? People will, the intelligent people or people with taste will find the good stuff. Like, I think it's called Americana now, right? All the folk stuff.
Yeah.
Like Jason Isbell, guys like that are still making really good music. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Roberto, yes. Not for now. Maybe during the election cycle, if she needs to get some more votes, yes, we'll definitely interview her.
Yeah, we'll probably interview her after she's no longer in office, if ever.
Who's that?
Kamala Harris.
I photographed her.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I spent the whole day with her.
Wow.
Was she the attorney general then in California, or vice president, or what?
She was DA. She was DA, and she was. I think it was like, man, this was like 2000. I want to say this is like 2002, maybe.
Wow. Yeah.
2000. No, maybe 2004. It was interesting. So I used to be for whatever reason, I became the political photographer for the San Francisco Weekly back in that time. But I spent the whole day with her, man, and she was the coolest. It was like, I mean, and this was, a while ago. She was gorgeous, and she was just. I got to hang out with her the whole day and just document the day. It was a blast. We went to Chinatown. her cousin. She hired her cousin from Oakland to be the driver, and we just drove all around and went to a fancy party. It was pretty fun. It was really cool. Yeah, I mean, and I was there was a rider there with me, so but he was only there at the very end, Peter. So it was kind of funny because he was known as Peter did hit pieces. He was like the worst. You didn't want to do it. And he was so impressed with her that he couldn't do a hit piece. So he wrote a good thing about her, which was shocking because the Weekly was just notorious for didn't matter who you were. If you were in politics, you were going down. But he was actually so impressed with her. It was actually a really cool experience. But yeah, she's like, man, she is quick and sharp.
Oh yeah.
As far as like talking to people.
Yeah, you don't
I feel like she hasn't gotten nearly enough airtime since she's been vice president.
Oh yeah.
I like Near Zero's coming real quick. He broke up with someone he was dating because she kept making him listen to stupid Popular Country and he couldn't take it. So
yeah, that's terrible.
Seems like a good plan.
Oh, pop country. Well, isn't it all kind of formulaic, getting formulaic right now?
No, 100%. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean everything in a certain way.
Yeah, it's a math formula. Yeah.
That's why people are really digging the JD and Nomi back, right? Because it's not.
Right.
Yeah.
It's pretty original.
Yeah. Speaking of people in government, Brandon, personally, I used to see. I saw a few times at Stanford. She's a pianist and is a great golf player. Is Condi Rice.
Oh.
She's pretty cool. People like her out there.
Yeah. Wasn't she the president of Stanford or something?
No, she's a professor. She's a professor. But she's pretty cool.
She's a provost or something like that.
Yeah. She's provost, but she's a really good golf player. Really good golf player.
Well, I don't know about good.
I'm a bicyclist. Okay, I'm talking from my perspective.
Yeah. She's a golf aficionado. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I saw her playing a couple of times when I was biking on the road there.
Yeah. I think she came to golf a little too late to be good.
Yeah.
You know, it's actually you need a lot of time to be good at golf.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For
but
sure.
She is very much into it.
Yeah.
She's better than Charles Barkley.
You know? Yes and no. Charles Barkley has fixed his little swing flaw. Yeah.
He can go south real fast.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like a pick me up on a 9 kind of guy. Yeah. Like he's definitely like, sorry, Chuck, you gotta pick it up.
And it's funny, but if you look at pictures like when he was video of when he was much younger, he could really play. He didn't have that crazy.
No, it's weird. I've seen it. It's mental. He has a mental problem.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing.
Shaq's in his fucking head. That's his mental problem.
Yeah. Oh man.
Dude, I saw a clip on TikTok of Shaq and Barkley from some show they were on. And this guy's like, LeBron's the best ever. It's not even a fucking competition. And they're just like, what the fuck? Like, what about Jordan, man? How many fucking titles does LeBron have? Jordan's got 6. And Shaq just like takes his glasses off and gets up and walks off the set. And that was just like it.
Oh, those guys are hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you don't care, I mean, it's like must watch. I mean,
yeah, my wife's always like, why are you? Because I'll be laughing so hard that I can't breathe.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes when it's Ernie and Kenny and like they just start riffing and going off, and just watching the expressions of Ernie Johnson sometimes, it's just like And I'll just like they'll just be saying stuff, and Trisha's like thinking I'm watching like comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, I'm just watching TNT. It's just I can't. It's like after the game when they don't care. They're
You know a person that I fucking despise?
so good.
You all know who Skip Bayless is?
Oh God.
oh gosh,
Can't stand
I
him.
hate that guy, dude. Here's the problem with him. He's from Dallas. I've had to listen to that fucking idiot for like 40 years,
Oh,
man.
he's terrible.
you know, he was okay like years ago. Like
No, he
20, 30
wasn't.
years
No, he
ago.
wasn't.
he
No, it was
wasn't.
Yeah, he
terrible.
was. Yeah, he
He
was.
was
When-
not.
There used to be a show on ESPN when Dick Schaap was alive called the Sports Reporters.
Yeah.
And he would
That guy makes-
he would be on there, and he was okay.
No, he was trying. He's
No, dude. Here's
fake.
can't.
That guy's been fake from the beginning.
my
He's
favorite
so
Skip Bayless
fake.
moment is when he was talking shit to Mark Cuban, and Mark said, "Okay, well, what?" Asked him a basketball question, basically, like, "Well, what about the defense? You know, what? I don't know that shit about it. So, what defense? What you said our defense was bad. We did this. What do you think we should have done?" And he's like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, just like totally made him look like a fucking idiot."
No, the
He's
best
a-
one was
He's
when
a
he
charlatan.
He got into a thing with Jalen Rose about basketball, and Jalen Rose was, I've looked up your stats from high school, and you average 1.9 points a game, and like totally shut him down. It was just like, okay. And he just couldn't say anything about it. It's like, okay.
No, he's the worst.
He is the
The
worst.
worst.
But yeah, I mean, there are a big sports station down here.
But you know the one thing about Bayless also, you know who his brother is?
No.
Rick Bayless.
Are you serious?
Oh no!
Yes,
Oh God, that's
yes.
Oh
right.
no, it's like the polar opposites, man. I love Rick Bayless.
His brother's so cool.
But Skip Bayless left home as their whole family situation was sort of fucked up.
Right.
And Skip Bayless like left home as basically as a teenager. And I don't think, they don't really have a relationship.
I bet you Skip Bayless can't eat hot chilies. I bet you he can't. There's no way.
Fucking tacos that are amazing either.
Just be careful because they're
I
saying
hope they
within
I hope they hate each other.
No, they have there's no relationship between them. And
Well,
I think part of it is like, dude, why the hell did you like take off and leave me with this fucked up situation,
Well, that motivated both of them to do something.
Yeah.
Well, Rick Bayless is real.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's
totally.
real. My grandmother loved his cooking.
Mhm.
She loved his show.
Yeah.
Huh.
But I was
Me and
like
my dad-
shocked when I found that. I was like, it just never occurred to me because the last name for Bayless, maybe they would be. I was like, what?
Cain and Abel, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
God,
I had no idea.
I can't listen to
You
this.
didn't make that up, did you, Mike? You
No,
didn't make that up.
No, I
You're
remember.
not fucking with me. Are you?
No, I am not.
All right.
I'm not.
I went to both of his restaurants. They were in Chicago. They were
Oh, yeah.
amazing.
Oh, they're great.
They're just me and my dad. We went to Frontera the first night and Topolobampo the next night. It was awesome.
God.
I bet.
Went to some jazz club called Sonny's, I think. It was great.
Yeah, we might be going to Chicago soon, hopefully, on a school tour.
Well, it's gonna be hot.
I mean, no, I mean in the fall.
If you don't go too soon.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, you want to go early October.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, you should stop down here in the summer for some record digging.
Yeah, in the summer, yeah. No, I remember the last time I was down there in the summer. It was not fun.
It's just yes, that boy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Florida and Texas, we got the worst fucking summer weather now, and like also the worst place to visit because.
Do you get humidity?
You got the worst governors.
Oh fuck, dude! Yeah. Did y'all see that? It's hour 4. I can get political.
the water thing in Florida. That's the thing. I mean, not in Florida, in Texas.
Yeah.
Your governor, like, the whole thing about the
yeah.
not being able to take a water break.
Yeah, he made it where they don't have to provide construction workers water breaks the week that 9 construction workers died in this state, like from fucking heat exhaustion. Like, it's so fucking stupid. He also retweeted. He retweeted some thing about how what's his name? Garth Brooks is now broke and all his shows got canceled because he went woke. And it was a fucking bullshit article, obviously. He looked for like a fucking dumbass.
That was so funny.
And then you see DeSantis' new fucking ad where he's trying to paint Trump as like a woke,
I actually didn't watch any. I didn't watch any news or anything today. It was the first day I cleansed myself of anything political.
Oh. No, I know. I mean, that ad might have ruined. I mean, his fucking campaign's doomed anyway, probably. But that ad might have just totally ruined his campaign by itself. It was like flashing all this how he's a fucking terrible person headlines. Like, that's all it's flashing is like Ron DeSantis is a fucking monster, and he's like, yeah. And then it shows like Brad Pitt is Achilles for some reason. Like he's Achilles. It's like, what the fuck even?
DeSantis is weird beyond weird.
Oh my god.
He's just so. Do you hear that thing about his like?
It's true.
The thigh food thing. The thigh food.
No.
It was like a thing he did in like college or graduate school, I guess, where he would say instead of Thai food, he'd say thigh food. And when he'd go out on dates with women, and if the woman corrected him, he wouldn't go out on another date because he was But if she dealt with his, even though he knew it was bullshit, right? Calling it that, then he'd be like, oh, okay, I can date this woman because she's not going to question what I have to say. That's how weird that dude is. That dude is weird beyond weird.
Oh, fucking weird.
I mean, yeah, even before becoming national anthem from like 2020, 21, the COVID years, I always thought he looks like exactly like Mayor Quimby from The Simpsons. Mm-hmm. He looks like him. Has a kind of.
Oh yeah.
He kind of looks like him.
He does. Especially when he wears his like boots or whatever.
Yeah.
High heels. He wears high heels, man. Not just his boots. He actually has shoe lifts in his shoes. That's how insecure the guy is.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wears pink panties under the suit.
Hey man, if he wants to do this business, but it does sound Putin. I mean, he's a fucking fascist, dude. He's scary.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm gonna as soon as I get in office, if I get Congress, we're gonna close down the Department of Education, Department of Commerce, Department of Energy.
Gosh.
What are you doing, dude? Like, are you fucking insane? Like,
how many times I've heard Republicans say that? It goes like back to freaking Reagan, and no one's like shut down the freaking department, any of these departments. You know?
The energy department, really? We don't need to have a plan for energy nationally. I mean, like,
that's just the weird. The love of threats. The love of threats.
That's it. Because people will go, yeah, he's going to do that, and they get to Washington. And then, the reality hits them like, shit. And then it's like it never happened. It's like, come on.
They do all look weird, man.
But at least in the 80s, even like the Reagan crazy years too, people like wake up the next morning, open the newspaper and read it. Now they just get a crappy
there's much less fact checking going on than
it was like time for people had time to like calm down. Now everything is like
people just like a condensed pill.
They're always on 100. People are always on.
Give me 5 seconds of information and I know everything.
No, that's true. I mean, even back in the 80s, they had the fairness doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had political radio or political shows on TV, you had to provide equal time for the two dominant parties with the shit. But at least that, right? And then newspapers had editorial boards. I mean, there was always left or right leaning newspapers. Too.
Well, deregulation in the Reagan era was the beginning, but it's gone so far beyond that.
Exactly.
It allowed two companies owning.
it allowed
amazing amounts of media.
Yeah, that the regulation in those years allowed news outlets to pick a side, right? They didn't necessarily have to be
Unbiased.
unbiased. Yes, thanks. So yeah, that's how it started. Like all the channels, too much to the left, too much to the right.
Right.
People, and if you look at cable news, I mean, cable news is the worst. It's just everything is it's opinion pieces. They're not. This is not journalism. It's not like here's the fact, here's what happened. We collected the data. One side, other side, our opinion. That's it. That's what journalism is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's no.
Well, Roberto's funny.
What did Roberto say?
Yeah, Roberto, I agree. The Sandy says that the whole 12 inch and 45s of Kennedy.
Well, since we're talking politics, I don't understand how you can be a hardcore right winger and be into jazz.
Yeah, it seems kind of weird.
Well, yeah,
I mean, the history of the music.
hardcore right wingers that are actually in this now.
Well, I mean, there's one in Kansas that sells lots of jazz records.
Yeah, but you know,
I don't know.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be kind. I don't want to.
I don't know. I'm just kidding, but you know,
I'm not gonna. You know. Yeah.
Well, it's it's an interesting conversation.
It's the same thing. It's like people want their. People say they're into jazz, but they want their jazz their like one way.
Yeah.
It's
like just jazz, like Pearl Jam. You'll go to the Pearl
Jam. Don't let
Jam.
your jazz come into my jazz.
Yeah. Don't the last. Well, I'm not saying that. I know, like, George Bush was really good friends with Lionel Hampton. Because and it's because his father was a good friend of Lionel Hampton. That I think Lionel Hampton like leveraged that friendship where where he was able to even get money to create like the Lionel Hampton houses up in Harlem and stuff like that. But that's the last Republican I can really think I can think of is being associated with jazz or actually
right
saying they really
yeah. I mean, you see those arguments everywhere. Like Felipe knows, Pearl Jam forums are full of people telling, "I wish they wouldn't be so political." I'm like, Pearl Jam, really? You wish they wouldn't be so political? Like they put out whole fucking albums that are nothing but politics. It's like saying, "I wish Rage wasn't so left wing."
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. I think, Chris, you have a good point. And I'm looking at some comments here. It's like, okay, I agree. Musicians, they're doing art. They don't necessarily have to do it, but they have a sweet spot for like talking relevant points. I don't think that the goal is to doctrinate people or anything. I think the goal is to make people aware. Listen, politics is not us and them. Politics is ruling our daily lives. A politician, by definition, is a person that quits or leaves aside their personal businesses, lives, gains. They're going to have a salary to work for the public. So those guys are our servants. They're not above us. They're actually below us.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter their inclination. They're there to manage, to take care of things. So I don't care if they think this or that. I want them to be good administrators, get my money. Let's say it's the same thing. I don't want to take care of my house budget anymore. I'm going to hire someone to pay my bills, make sure I got house improvements every year, and I'm happy with that. That's what they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to take sides or privilege anybody. They're supposed to work for us. They're our servants. And that's the big point people are really missing.
Yeah. And it's scary now, too, because when I was growing up, I mean, even 20 years ago, there was not, the division wasn't nearly what it is now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You might get a couple of crazies on either side in Congress, but there wasn't like a whole like the Freedom Caucus or the fucking Tea Party guys or whatever, where it's just completely off the radar and there's no compromise of any kind. Like, how do you run a country if you can't compromise with people?
Exactly.
To do things better for the country, you know.
Well, the thing is, like the so-called creative energy that the left has generally goes into, like, you have musicians and artists and painters and who are 95% left wing or whatever you want to say, and the creativity that sort of came out of the right wing has been a lot of politic based, like money making from. Rush Limbaugh was probably one of the first that became, a multi-billionaire, but that's a real easy thing to do.
Exactly.
On the right, and that's sort of a creative outlet. It's not really creative; it's a money maker. It's more business, but these are the celebrities of. These are sort of the celebrities, the same way that, like, people like Tom Hanks or musicians, different musicians. It's like people get really into, like, the Rush Limbaughs, the current Rush Limbaughs, the Charlie Kirks, and all these people, and they're making
at the end of the day
tons of money.
They use ideologies, religion, politics, whatever, to drive an X amount of people to vote for them so they can get there. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, it's a money-based
under their power.
It's money-based power.
Of course.
Yeah, because
money-based celebrity.
And don't get me wrong, I think the Democrats are shit too. Like,
yeah,
they're all owned by the same fucking corporations that own the Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. They want to make money as well, but they don't want to crap on everybody.
True.
So
they're really bad at the fight, though. They're terrible at actually fighting against the other side.
Yeah,
like, oh, we got to work with them. We don't want to hurt their feelings. Like, dude, they're gonna shank you in the fucking heart, man. And you're
we're paying the sellers. They should be listening to us, not the opposite.
Yeah, no, I mean, politicians are public servants.
Yeah.
We pay their salary despite the fact they don't want to believe that.
I mean, term limits would be a good thing for everyone.
Term limits would be a great thing.
For judges, too, these Supreme Court justices, they should have like a 20. I mean,
God,
20 years, fuck it, and then you're done, and there's no re-election, so there's still no politics in the judiciary, right? Like, get rid of them after fucking 10, 15, 20 years.
Even if it wasn't a term limit, per se, it should be like age, like in New York State, age 70, you're done.
Yeah.
You're done.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's like get the bye.
Stand by, dude. Yeah. Pass away already. Fuck.
Yeah.
Go hang out with.
And that's on both sides. Dianne Feinstein up there.
Oh wow!
She's fucking got Alzheimer's, man.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know where she's at. Like,
she's out of her. She's
how do you get her out of there, dude?
Yeah.
She was bad. I mean, she served her country for a long time.
So Mike, the judges should be like university professors. They should get how's it called? They should get
reviews.
No.
Not tenure.
Tenure, yes. They should get tenure. After 2 years, they should get tenured.
Yeah.
You gotta get a tenure track to keep as a judge there.
No shit.
Some of these judges here, I mean, they would they would not survive a tenure track. Because they're like, I mean, well, you have to be reappointed like every 10 years. But you could. I mean, you have to be beyond a knucklehead not to get reappointed.
Right.
That's the whole problem.
Yeah.
once you get that reappointment, forget it. You're good as gold if you want to stay there. No matter how horrible you are.
Yeah, I mean that's the one thing because the judicial oversight is missing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I don't know how you feel, but you know, I don't know. At the same time, though, the last election, all the bullshit fucking shit Trump came up with, the 60 different cases, all those judges he appointed fucking told him he was full of shit on every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so
yeah, I mean, I guess you have your lifetime appointment. What the hell is he gonna do? You know?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you still have. I mean, all of these judges, studied law with pretty much the same backing rules. Mm-hmm. So it's like you can't just say no to everything that's happened before you.
Right.
You can't just go, oh, well, we're just.
You can.
I mean,
some people, our Supreme Court has been saying no to everything that happened.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, it's happening now. But I mean, if you're still in a place where you have respect for all the stuff that you learned,
right?
It's kind of like being if you study math, you're not going to start making new rules about it.
I mean, Clarence Thomas would overturn Plessy versus Ferguson.
Yeah, I mean,
like it's where we're at with some of these fucking people.
But the real question is, would he overturn Loving versus Virginia?
I don't know which one that is.
That's the one that said you can't prohibit interracial marriage.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's like,
what's Jenny gonna think about that?
Yeah, exactly. That's who's really sitting on the bench.
There's no doubt.
It's not Clarence.
It's Jenny.
Yeah.
That college decision that he voted for is just like the most disgraceful thing that's ever happened. And it's not. The Supreme Court has a 250-year history of really fucking terrible decisions.
Mm-hmm.
They really do. And, sometimes they get them right. But, like, oh, fuck, dude. He was a affirmative action.
Right. It's like the guy,
and he came up and he's like, "Oh, fuck you! I'm pulling this ladder right."
Exactly, that's it. He's like, "Oh, I'm snatching the ladder from you guys."
It's the worst.
Yeah, but that was his whole appointment was like, just showed you how like cynical Bush Senior could be.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody was getting on his case about the whole who are you going to appoint and stuff, and it was Thurgood Marshall's seat. Mm-hmm. So what does he do? He said, I'm going to give you want an African American? I'm going to give you an African American. It's like yeah. So be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me, Rev, that a Democrat would sue to get rid of term limits. I mean, they're all power hungry. They want to stay in those jobs forever.
Yeah.
The grift.
Yeah.
They're all grifting. I mean, where the fuck did Marjorie Taylor Greene get millions of dollars from? Fucking grift.
Oh, gosh.
Did you see they threw her out of the Freedom Caucus because she was not crazy enough anymore? That was amazing.
Yeah. That is hilarious. But it's also scary. Yeah. You're not crazy enough to be.
Oh my god, dude. That's the craziest shit ever.
Oh man. That was funny.
I feel like that. I mean, I'm hoping that kind of segment kind of goes away.
Eventually.
We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, things change. Sometimes it's not too fast.
I mean, it has to. It seems like it has to really not work.
Well, I mean, if they keep losing elections like they have for the last 3 cycles,
I mean, that's what's gonna happen. I mean, it has to just like, I don't know.
Purge.
I mean, I've seen Idiocracy, and we're not that far from it. So,
no. Get some Brando going, man.
I mean, I grew up in the last 7 years of the dictatorship, the right-wing dictatorship, military in Brazil. And it was weird. You go to a movie and you see any TV program. There was this thing on screen, authorized by the censorship, blah blah blah, suitable for this. It was pretty scary. My parents had my mother had a handful of colleagues in school taking from the classroom and then never disappeared.
Wow.
Now, did the U.S. put that dictator in place?
The U.S. Because it wasn't a Cold War. The U.S. put dictatorships in Brazil and Chile and Argentina.
Oh gosh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Pinochet, man.
And they would take people to stadiums to execute them.
Yeah.
It was so bad and horrible, and people still praise this type of government. It's,
What's scary because that kind of shit could totally happen here. I mean,
yeah, I see it's very scary. I mean, I lived some of that. I see what impact it causes, and it's just so stupid and dumb and violent. And to see people praising like dictators and to see a U.S. president praising a guy like Putin, for example, is just like, guys, you never lived through that. You have no idea what you're talking about.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Joe Biden is pretty inspiring. Here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that nobody gives a shit about Joe Biden, man. We're biding our time just to get past Trump.
Yeah.
And somebody better. Like, I've had people say, "Well, you're a big Joe Biden fan." I'm like, I don't have a flag, fucker. I don't have a fucking Biden flag in the back of my truck.
Yeah.
Or like
Yeah.
a Trump T-shirt with him like
No.
riding his cock in the fucking blowhole or whatever. Like, what the fuck, dude? No.
Yeah. I think politicians, again, as they are servants, they're just there to serve us. They're not supposed to be our idols. They're supposed to be our employees and servants. They should be kissing our feet, pretty much.
Yeah.
Joe Biden also has served his country for a very fucking long time.
Exactly.
That's until term limits would have been a good.
And the best politicians are the ones that are boring. You don't hear about them.
Yeah.
It's not a reality show. I don't care what they're doing, who they hang out with, what they're saying. They have to be there, sitting their asses on their chair and working to make my country, my city, my street work. They're not supposed to be on social media and bragging about anything or talking shit. No, they're supposed to be working hard for us. So the best politicians are the boring ones, the ones that we don't hear about.
Yeah. Well, it seems like we've got so many that have spent so much time doing their podcasts and stuff. They don't really know how to do anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, they really don't have any clue.
They're not even prepared
how to govern because they've gotten so far away from it. It's not like something that you just like, read your government book. It's like things are constantly changing, and you have to work every day.
Exactly, and it's all like an administration matter, right, Brandon? So sometimes, like taking care of your own house is a pain in the back.
Yeah.
So think about if you had to run your whole block, then your whole city, and then running a country of 300 million people.
Right.
I mean, you have to be prepared for that. You cannot be like someone that just brags about civilization. Yeah, you have to.
You can't
you have to have background. You have to be prepared for that.
Well, and you also can't take like 4 years off and complain about the other party and not do any work, and then think you're going to know how to do the job when you get back. It's like you have to keep working, and that's what's the crap that's going on. It's like there's not like a roadmap to like government and like you've got to kind of figure it out every day. And if you sit there complaining about everybody for a long time and then have no clue how to do anything, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, no, I agree with Rev. I mean, unfortunately, they should be our servants. Unfortunately, they are bound and sticking to the people that finance them, which is horrible. And it happens everywhere.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
I was thinking about a video I saw of George Bush, George W., when he was president, or I think shortly after he was president, he was talking about isms. This is how far we've come, right? He's talking about isms.
Yeah.
He talks about, nationalism, how it's bad, isolationism, how it's bad, and all this shit, right? That is the party basically just stands for now.
Mhm.
Like Make
Oh, yeah.
America Great Again or America First or whatever. It's isolationism.
Yeah.
You know, nationalism is ingrained in religion now.
Mhm.
But just how does it change that much in 12 years or 14 years or whatever? You know.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that where Christianity has gone in America. It's bizarre.
Well,
I don't either.
you know, I think the bottom line, like, look at any animal species on Earth, even like ants, they help each other, and we kill each other, we hate each other. That's the dumbest thing ever. Any animal that has no intelligence, they help each other, and we don't. So that doesn't make sense to me,
Right. Yeah.
right?
Yeah, the social media manipulation by foreign
Oh yeah,
enemies is definitely a problem.
yeah. I mean, it's a scientific thing. I mean, you guys know, most of you know, I worked in science many years, neuroscience. So there's a really interesting experiment on social media. So someone would post, someone like on Facebook, for example, uh, talking bad about something, and then even if it was a hypothetical thing, it didn't exist, but they would go there and go on a rant against something, and then after getting the comments from people agreeing and supporting, those people get more inflamed and be more and more ranting and saying bad
Mhm.
and being more aggressive,
Mhm.
even over a thing that doesn't even exist.
Sure.
So they just plays to our egos. They're just terrible, terrible.
Yeah, my cousin's gotten like you could see him getting into the conspiracy stuff, and it was kind of slow. And it started off with just kind of conversations about robots being everywhere, but you know, it's very easy to see where the kind of there goes my dog.
Mhm.
Um, it's pretty easy to see where like with social media or just having like people constantly helping your strange concepts grow is pretty easy.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's a group factor, right? Does it? Just
yeah, I
as
mean,
as you go in a crowd,
you
everybody.
can't really be a conspiracy theorist with two
No,
people.
yeah.
You
I mean,
need quite a few.
everybody's kind of shy, but once you're in a crowd and they get violent, you're up for, hitting anybody,
Yeah. Right.
right?
Yeah. It's
For no reason, but because everybody else is doing it, you're going to do it as well, and you're going to feel strong and everything.
mhm. You know, it doesn't matter what side you're on with this stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing on either extreme. So,
Hmm.
but like Facebook, they geared their algorithm to do that shit to give you more of what you like. That's all it cares about, so that you'll stay engaged and they can serve more ads, right, and make more money. So it just reinforces the shit that you see. So you never see like older people that are only on Facebook.
Mhm.
They only see that shit.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter if you're left wing or right wing, either one. But
No.
it just keeps reinforcing this shit, and that's how the QAnon stuff spread.
Yeah. Especially on social media, you're not searching for that, you're not looking for that, but it gets thrown at you, right?
Yeah.
It serves you. Those ads and posts and everything, real or not, they just keep throwing at you. You were not searching for that, but it shows up in your feed or whatever it is.
Yeah, but once you engage with it, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I think the engagement is the thing because for whatever reason, it's with the social media groups, and I don't know how much Twitter is like Facebook because I'm not really on it, but the one-upmanship of constantly like people wanting to put one person down
Right.
and show the other person how right they are seems to really kind of I mean, it seems very pervasive, and it seems to constantly like just kind of breed more of that kind of behavior.
Yeah.
And with if the algorithms are sort of making that behavior more popular, that's how it means that people are getting their endorphin or serotonin fix from telling someone that they're full of shit or, I'm better than you. It's kind of the I'm better than you thing, or I'm smarter than you. You're stupid for thinking this. You should think this way, et cetera, et cetera. And people are getting a bunch of highs from these small little arguments with people they don't even know.
For sure. I mean, I think that we're not fit for that kind of interaction. I don't think the humans have evolved for that to work, honestly, because if you're in person, or even if you're face to face like we are, or in person, there's so much more than just the text. There's the tone of voice, there's the body language, there's all that shit that we just inherently.
Well, it may not even be that we may not be designed for it. It's not like something you get used to. It just might be. You have to understand, like, some people have to realize that some behavior is unhealthy, whether it's considered normal or not.
Right. Yeah, is that the reward system in the brain, right? That's how it works. You gotta feel reassured about something. You wanna feel that you are downplaying someone, showing that, oh, you're wrong, I'm right. And the social media thing, I was just thinking a couple of weeks ago, I was watching Netflix. They have opened the Breakfast Club, right? And think about 5 kids nowadays locked in the school for the whole day. They will not talk to each other like they do in the movie. They'll be each one of them staring at their phones without talking, without sharing emotions and it'll be just like a monotonous dialogue between them, each one of them and their phones. Right?
Yeah, it may be that you do get used to it, though. Maybe the younger generations that have grown up with this shit are going to be able to handle it better.
It's possible. I mean, the thing is, anybody writing about it is going to be, even if it's scientific, psychological research, you can't really, since you can only kind of do how this affects people on a short term. You won't know how it does, if people will be able to sort of deal with it.
Yeah. So
but a lot of things are pointing to it not working.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's very important, Brandon. Like, it's like a Kant, Freud type of thing. You have to live with different people for you, because the different people with the different thoughts make you watch your thoughts and put them in check. And
right.
Yourself. The moment
you have to have it. It's been proven that communities are good. That communities work very well for humans.
Yes, but a diverse community. The moment that you're only hanging out with people that think just like you.
Right. That's not necessarily a community.
Yes, exactly. So that kind of vouches and liberates the worst things that are inside you. You know.
Well, I mean, the internet means that anybody can find anybody else who thinks the way that they want to think.
Yeah, because people just isolate, right?
Right.
Just look at how the divisive things are divided. So I don't like the left, I don't like the right. I only hang out with people on the right and get fed people stuff on the right. Same thing from the other side. So it kind of validates, and also because it's an us and them thing, it's a war. So anything goes. So it's worth killing for a cause. So those things are really terrible and horrible.
No, and that's perpetuated. Like my dad told me a month ago, he was like, "This is a war, so don't you understand? The country is at stake." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah.
Like, it's not. Like, everything's kind of okay. Like, and if a normal Republican came into office and did normal Republican shit, okay. Like, it's not, and that's I think it's fear-based bullshit,
Right, and it's it used to be the Russians, and then it was the Arabs, and now it's just the other party. Yeah, now it's trans kids.
Yeah.
Or
just pick a group.
Pick an enemy.
Yeah.
They just can't be Christians.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we crossed 5 hours for the first time in a few months.
Whoa. Well, while we were talking, I bought a bunch of records. You want to see them?
Yeah. What did you buy?
No, I'm
Hey.
I bought plenty of records during these live streams.
Yeah, I did. I have too.
I bought one.
Did you? I've decided not. I don't do that anymore. Instead, I add them to my want list on Discogs so I can try to be selective. And I don't know. I got to put shit on my want list. I saw a record the other day. I was like, I don't think I've ever heard of this, have I? Like, I don't even know what the fuck this is. It was on my want list.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't need it.
I ordered the Brian Blade record.
Oh, cool.
I had to, yeah.
What did I add? I added the what was the Charlie Hayden one? The one from France you were showing, Mike?
Oh, the Night in the Music with the. And actually, I got the mention. That's a Georgia O'Keeffe painting.
Oh, cool.
But the show is in New York, right?
Yeah, it was done at the Iridium. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was done at the original Iridium, which I really liked. It was right across the street from Lincoln Center. But I saw the last show I saw there was Bobby Hutcherson. So you can imagine how long ago that was. And then it moved to Midtown. And they still periodically have some good shows at the Midtown location. I saw Ahmad Jamal at the Midtown location.
So I'm gonna ask that for Mike and Brandon. How is late Bobby Hutcherson?
I love all Bobby Hutcherson. So I don't want to say all, but I like late Bobby Hutcherson.
Yeah, here's a record I regret. I had the selling. I regret selling. Was I had that Japanese, the one he only did a Japanese release of on King. And I don't know why, but I think someone offered me some good money for it. And at the time, and now it's probably worth I don't know. I'm sure. I think I got $80 for it, and I think it's worth $200 now. I think it has. I want to say it has Joe Farrell on it. It's a really cool. It's a Blue Note, but it was never released. And so King released it in '83, and I'm trying to think of which one it was.
Oh.
Inner Glow.
Yeah, that's it.
I see. I know everything.
I sold it. I should have.
What was the name of it? I'm sorry.
Inner Glow.
Thank you.
That's because you sold it to Felipe, probably.
No, Mike Lessman just wrote there, Inner Glow.
Oh shit.
Oh.
We thought Felipe was a genius.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I should have never sold Inner Glow. Inner Glow. Yeah. It's
really what about do y'all know the Hutcherson record Natural Illusions? It's from '72.
I don't have that one.
It's a Blue Note.
I like the later. The later Blue Note stuff. I like.
I don't like that one. I bought a copy of it. I don't know if it was terrible. That one, but I love all of it.
Is that the one with voices or?
Maybe it's got like violin and viola on it and shit. I don't know. Just went into it.
Yeah, there's a few of those later ones on Blue Note that I don't love, but I like Montara is good. The stuff with San Francisco and what's the other one with Land? Cloud, not Circulus. It's got I forget the title, but yeah, I like the stuff after his kind of heyday of Blue Note, which
and I like he did some stuff for Landmark that was done like the Live at the Vanguard that was really good, and then he did another one Mirage, which I think has let's see that has Tommy Flanagan on it. That's really good. Now for some reason last time I checked, Mirage was really hard to find on vinyl. The Live at the Vanguard isn't that hard to find on vinyl, so I like those. And then like his you know, his like really late recordings. You know, he did some stuff for Verve and what was some other label I can't remember, but yeah. No, you know, it was solid. It was solid, but yeah, I enjoyed his stuff. But, you know, when I saw him, you could tell, you know, he was at that stage because he even had the I think it was oxygen tanks, and stuff like that when he was playing. But you know, he was still, you know, it was a strong performance.
Wow.
But I was glad that I actually got, you know, I got to see him perform live. That was the only time I saw him. So
yeah, that was the first jazz show I saw. I think
Hmm.
actually Buddy Rich was the first jazz show I saw, but that was more like a drum exhibition.
Mm-hmm.
But Bobby Hutcherson was the first jazz show I saw.
How was the Buddy Rich show? Was it cool?
Yeah, my buddy Roman. So I had this friend who he was like, I think I was a freshman and he was like a junior or a senior, and he was in my music class and he was this really good drummer. I mean, he was playing with people in college already, and he's like, I got us tickets to the Buddy Rich show, and we went and saw Buddy Rich, and my dad was totally cool with it, you know.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that. It was actually, you know, it wasn't like super far away or anything. And he played at this little small auditorium. I don't remember. You know, he had some people that had played with him before. He was probably, it was like 1985.
Okay.
So yeah, it would have been 85. It was just kind of like, I mean, I've never seen anybody play the drums so fast. So he did a lot of, like, he played music and he played a bunch of jazz and he had like an electric guitar player. So they played a little stuff that was a little fusiony. But then, you know, probably the last 45 minutes was him just soloing and like drumming. So Roman was just stoked because he was a really good drummer. And, you know, that's why we went there. But I've never seen anybody drum so fast. And so, like, the virtuosity of like how fast he could play was pretty insane. Like you couldn't see his hands, you know, like they were blurs. So it was pretty crazy, you know, how fast he could go. And he must have been, I don't know, he must have been in his late 60s by then or early 60s maybe.
Probably.
I don't know, 85 maybe. He wasn't everything, you know, when you're I was a freshman in high school, so I can barely. He seemed older. I mean, you know, he had a pretty funny suit on. I remember he was wearing some really weird clothes. Like it was the 80s, but he was like dressed from the 70s.
Yeah.
So yeah, had a funky toupee, as I recall.
Oh yeah, that
like
was
a really bad toupee.
Yeah.
Like it looked really fake, you know, like wasn't fooling anybody.
I've got a record or two of his that are terrible. I mean, I've got some good older stuff of his, but man, there was some like disco-y.
I think he played a little bit of the disco-y in there too.
Great, man.
Like there was like some kind of funky stuff. But I mean, when he started playing the drum solos, that's really what it was about. It was pretty cool. I mean, I'm glad I went.
Oh, for sure.
Definitely.
There's so much of that shit though. Like I don't know, fucking Maynard Ferguson doing like the Star Trek theme, like the disco jazz version of the Star Trek theme. I just can't with that shit, man.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, Herbie Mann has some pretty goofy records that are disco and that don't really match up to how good some of his records are. So
that's
you know,
great. For sure. It's called Superman.
It's got some really good stuff.
Oh yeah, Herbie Mann's great, man. There's his old live records are really good.
Oh yeah.
That Roy Ayers that you showed was really good. He was involved. I don't even know if he played on that one though, Brandon.
Which one?
Stoned, whatever it was. Stoned Picnic, whatever. I don't know if Herbie played on that one or not.
Oh, he does. He does.
Okay.
He's on a lot of those Roy Ayers. When Roy Ayers is on Atlantic, Herbie Mann's on pretty much. I think he's on all of them. I think he must have had some part in getting him on Atlantic. I think.
Well, Herbie Mann put out a fuck ton of records on Atlantic for like 40 years.
Herbie Mann had quite a bit of pull.
Yeah.
That's how he was able to do Embryo. And he brought in some, he brought in like Miroslav Vitruvius and, people who had been playing with him got their own records on Embryo.
Nice.
And there's some real gems in that Embryo stuff too. There's not that many releases, but I think there's only like 35 or something, maybe 40. But there's some really good ones. The Ron Carter one is really good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think Felipe's about to pass out.
Yeah.
I'm good here. I was actually reading some. I'm going to Discogs now.
You're buying already?
No, just browsing Discogs and a Third Man page.
Yeah. I was thinking I was going to listen to something, but I actually may watch an episode of Jack Ryan on Amazon before I go to sleep.
Oh, is it? Did they put out a new season?
Yeah, it's the final season.
Okay.
Yeah, so I may watch that.
So it's a good show.
Yeah.
It was good. I watched one and two. They were cool, pretty good.
Yeah, they were good. You know what's a good show? I don't know if any of you guys have Apple TV.
Yeah.
Hijack with Idris Elba.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Trisha was watching that.
Oh, it's really good. I'm really surprised at how good it was. Yeah.
Are they in London or where are they at?
It's a plane that's I think they flew from Dubai to London, and that's where the hijacking.
That's where the hijack happened.
Yeah.
I like him. He's pretty good.
I mean, this is really good. At first, I was like, "Oh, come on, yeah, another freaking hijacking thing." But
Is it a series or a movie?
It's a series. I think they put up 3 episodes so far. So that's the only thing I see. I just wish they put up all the episodes so I could like binge right through it instead of like waiting like a week for another episode to come out.
It's worth the wait, man. It's like the 80s all over again.
I don't mind waiting.
Because I just like it's better for me if I could just like binge through them all.
Absolutely agree.
I like waiting. Trisha goes. My wife goes crazy because that like all the Star Wars ones they only show them like every week, and she's like, I just want to wait until they're all out, and then I'll just watch it. And she's just like, I'll forget what's going on. I'm like, that's because you're not paying attention. It's on, and you're on your phone.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
Yeah, I remember those weekly episodes, man. It was just like such a thrill to sit there and like totally be like paralyzed watching to them.
I can't wait until Thursday at 7 p.m.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the best.
All right, well, I'm about to fall asleep myself, so.
Yeah.
All right, fellas.
You ready to wrap it up?
All right, you guys.
Thanks
so much.
See you next week.
Good night. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right.